Well, guess what? We are back for part 2. So I hope you got your popcorn and soda or water or whatever you were consuming this evening, because we are 5 hours down out of 12 hours of Monza. So I hope you got your pineapple and your pizza more than anything. Back, of course, is Biggles, and back with me in the casting box is the man who's from the land of Sound of Music, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Toto Wolff, and of course Kevin. G'day.
Hello, and you forgot Niki Lauda, actually.
Niki
Lauda,
Lauda,
my opinion,
yes.
when
Arnold
we're talking about
Schwarzenegger?
racing, the biggest one. Yeah,
There's a lot of people.
Arnold.
What about Beethoven? And some of the fantastic classical composers. There's a lot of very good talent that comes out of Austria. Amazing.
Sadly, not in racing right now, not like in the driving aspect. I've got a couple of good drivers, but like, you know...
we got these guys out here, aren't doing too bad.
We got these guys out here, of course, the best ones from our little country of the Austrias. No, I think probably the biggest name in racing, like, except like managerial roles, because that would be, of course, Toto Wolff, would be probably Ferdinand Habsburg, I guess, from WEC, LMP2 driver, I'm guessing. In the DTM, we've got, of course, a couple of good drivers. A DTM driver that is not only driving in the DTM, but also in the PEC right now, is driving the number 63 Gazix Racing Team car, of course, Clemens Schmidt. And yeah, Tobias Kurz, as we see, P11 in the GT3 Pro class.
Hey, yeah, here's one for you. And there's one for the chat. Dan says good luck for the next 3 hours, boys. Yep, Dan will be back in the next 3 hours. He needs to have a break. Here's one for you. Who was the last Austrian to race in Formula 1? I know off the top of my head. I'm just thinking, it'll come to me. But that's one for you. You should know.
Yeah, should I say it or should I leave it to the chat?
Let's leave it in the chat for about, guys, you got about a minute and change. How about a lap? 1 lap of Monza on board your Austrian team. So you got to answer the question by the time they get to the line. Right,
so
now,
we've got half a lap left. So who was the last Austrian driver in Formula 1?
I know.
Not too successful, sadly.
No. But was in, and remember, that's the top 20 drivers in the world. I think it was 22 at that point, if I'm not mistaken.
Back then I think it was 20. I'm not sure right now, actually, if it was 20 or 22. But yeah. What we got in the racing here at the 12 hours of Monza, while you guys are thinking about that, let's see where everybody is right now. Do we have some battles?
Nobody's going to answer it, mate. They're probably because they're just discovering the stream again.
The live timing link, has that been changed?
Yes, Pedro.
Yes.
Because we had problems with the communication controlling. So,
Pedro,
yes.
Pedro, I'm gonna put one in the chat. I don't know if that's the correct one, but it should be. The room name is correct at least. So this is the new live timing chat. I hope I can post links without Nightbot killing my comment.
Can you post it to Pedro directly in the Discord? If Pedro's in the Discord, it'll be better. I don't want to post it publicly if we can on the stream.
Well, live timing is not.
Yeah, because we've had some issues, of course. Yeah, I know, but it's the room name, my friend, and you can control the SDK with it. That's the problem. That's why we had so many connections before.
Oh, that's really? Okay.
Yeah. We have a crash, unfortunately, from Maximum. Let's have a look.
I think it has been deleted anyway.
5.
So...
Oh, I did that one. I gotta remember to hit the play button there for our here we go.
I don't know why it does that. I hate that so much.
They have to set it up so it does automatically go. Mine plays every time I do it. It's gone straight on through. Okay, so decided to go around. Here we go. Around them. Roundy round. Good. I didn't even take out one of the styrofoam boards. That's very nice driving. I'm just testing the steering out. Yes. Well, the answer to that one was Klein. Christian Klein. Was that correct?
Yes.
I got it. Right. It had a little bit to remember, but yeah, he was actually Mark Webber's teammate too, I believe.
Yeah, he was one of the or probably the first Red Bull racing driver, or one of the first Red Bull racing drivers actually back then, when they bought a Jaguar. After they bought Jaguar.
That's right. They were in the Jaguar.
So,
Hey, was he the one that lost the expensive diamond around
yeah, that
Monaco?
was clean. That was Monaco.
It was
yeah,
clean,
that was
wasn't
clean
it? Christian Clean, yes.
Well, he lost the front wing, and
Yes.
then the diamond was lost, of course.
Marshall apparently has taken that
yeah,
one. It's never been found and never been confirmed. Hasn't even been what you call discovered on the black market or something like that as well, which is surprising. Yeah. And what's even amazing about that is that the amount of cameras that they have around the track, right? The amount of people with cameras. Although on that corner, I think was crashed. It's not the people in their apartments, you know, with their phones and filming. Well, they're probably not less on their phones back there, but with cameras. And nobody snatched a photo of somebody putting it in their pocket or something. It's amazing.
Well, I mean, how interesting is it to watch the marshals carry away a front wing? That's like probably another.
Yeah, but it didn't come off the front wing and was somewhere on the track before the other bits of carbon fiber.
I think he crashed it and lost the front wing, and probably the marshals took the front wing away, and after that I think the diamond was gone. So nobody knows probably if it came off in the crash or if the marshal took it or somebody else or whoever.
The Formula One diamond heist.
Yeah.
Back in the day with the Jaguar. Well, it was a good publicity stunt. That was for Ocean's 11, I think it was, wasn't it? Or something like one of those movies?
I think one of those movies. I don't know if it was 11, 12, 13. I don't know.
Yeah.
Where lifetime? No lifetime for the chat. No lifetiming for, let's say, outsiders, because we can't give away our room name. We've had problems with that before.
Unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Because some people can't behave. So sadly, everybody has to suffer under that. So no lifetiming.
It's because we can't change the cameras at that point, and then we got stuck in one camera for the whole thing, and that's not really entertaining.
Yeah. So if you have watched just before we switched to part 2 and saw all the technical difficulties that we've had, then that was most likely.
Here's a battle brewing at the moment. 99-34. They are on track together. 34 car just leading there of Milo.
Oh, look at that. Ooh. So many LMP2s. A bit of a slide coming out there.
Yeah, look at the flashing going on, of course. That's 99 car probably been lapping them too. No, 99 car's on. He's on the lead lap. Let's go cockpit. Oh, there it is. Let's have a look at this.
Look at that, and there is a GT3 on the outside. I think that is one of the. Was that the Platinum Team Racing Red? So the number 2 in the AM
somebody
class.
took the escape road there as well too. Will they get a slowdown?
Yeah, that's definitely a slowdown.
Oh, this is, and you got to remember how big these cars are. Like, because you're low down on the ground, you can't see much, can you? When you're tucked up in the gearbox there, spot your braking points. It's going to be very difficult. Here we go, side by side.
Yeah, going down to Ascari, he's probably just serving his slowdown penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Going back behind the other two.
Oh, they're going to be bold and brave.
No,
if they
he's
go
going
here.
for it. Ascari.
No,
thinks better of it.
Absolutely.
That could have been dangerous. There you can see like the DLR car, the Reiter engineering dropping back a bit because of the penalty. Now we go into, as you guys have pointed out, not Parabolica anymore, but Alboreto, of course.
It's both. It's both. Here we
it's
go.
Really both? I thought
yes,
they
it
just
is.
renamed it at all. All right.
No.
Well then.
Here we go. Oh, what happened?
Now they're
They must be
side by side.
Yep.
Turn 1. Oh, he's passed already.
Got it.
Even before the braking. So easy as that. Going past into P10. Good job there.
Big will stop using Wikipedia. I'm Wikipedia up at the moment, my friend. I am a walking Wikipedia. Not really. Presume that there's a Dutch driver in this team at the moment, mate, because the car's orange and it has a little bit of a Dutch flag on the rear winglets on the side.
Yeah, that definitely.
Oh, he's gone straight on.
Again going on.
Yeah.
In the first chicane. He's dropped
very,
back
very careful not to.
There's the 78 again.
Yep.
Now both of them
there's
the GT3, the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Oh god, that is tight. everything, all of these moments from when I was in a race like that just came up when you're in the faster class and something like that happens. Oh, I know how it feels. That's not
That's
good.
why,
That's not
yeah,
good.
and because the GT3 cars are also like on the racing line. What is he going to do? He has to run right off the track somewhere and risk losing positions on
No,
their
I mean, I
individual
think
race. Yeah.
the GT3 has done everything right. You just stay on
Yeah.
your line in the slower classes and just no sudden movements, and then everything is okay. I mean, you are on the track, and if those two are fighting, one of them is just gonna lose out. That's the beauty of multi-class racing. You win some, you lose some. And this time, the DLR
Boxing.
car lost. Reiter Engineering lost out. Yeah. Just going into P10 and now back into the pit lane to...
Oh, they're both in? No, that's
No. Just
this
the
is
one
another.
who...
There's another one up here too.
That's another one. P6 at the moment. Now he drops down a bit, of course. Niklas Hedberg from Sweden. Just...
And so this is the
filling up the car.
555 Endurance. Let's have a look if they're going to be able to unlap themselves. Well, not quite yet, of course, but that's the Australian team there, Dennis Cho. 505 Endurance. Got a few cars to get past here. Around the outside, I think, of Curva. Is that Curva Grande? Yes, it is.
Still a bit back. 49 seconds from what my SDK tells me, up to P5 at the moment. So bit of a gap still, but it's still over half the time left. So yeah, everything to play for here.
Hello, of course, in the chat. If anybody would like, if you say please, no, you don't have to say please, but if you want a particular car to look at for us, if there's a team or something like that that you are looking at following, I have no problems whatsoever in switching over to them, as we have a bit of a gap with some of the cars. Actually, no, we don't, because we're going back to this little battle between the 23 and the 13 car, and they are, well, what are they? And then sit they are on the
again. So there you can see a very important moment. The first LMP got past the GT3 before the chicane, and he had to wait a bit through the chicane. There you go. Now Lesmo won. Now again the GT3 is a very difficult part to get past, but he does very well. And again, the 23 just loses out. Oh, that was close.
That was Paulo, I think, there for a second. We'll go back and have a look at that, because he's lost it. And he's had to wait. He's had to wait,
yeah. That was, but also brilliant reflexes here by Seemann.
I'll see if I can. Not working for me, unfortunately. Here it is to pull up that one. Let's have a look.
Paulo.
So he's lost it out of what is this?
What has happened here?
And then this wasn't the car. There was another LMP.
That was Lesmo 2. Oh, he touched the ground.
Yeah, no, that was it.
Oh, that was a hard hit.
And he's had to wait right now, and you'll see these other cars right there. The battle are on.
That's dangerous. Yeah. That's dangerous. He doesn't want to go off track, but
you got to wait forever here to do a turn. As little, look at that. That's how close it was when we just watched that before.
Oh, yeah, that's what we saw. Yeah, I don't know why he's just not driving.
One of the worst places to lose it, isn't it? Because you got to wait so much time.
He can just drive into the grass, as he does now. He could have done that probably like half a minute earlier, but
that's when you need your spotters, doesn't it? That's what you need your spotters.
That's when you need spotters, and of course, if you lose it like that, you're probably gonna be a bit distracted, and you're not gonna think straight for a second. Now, second chicane on the outside. That's probably not gonna work out for him. No, it doesn't. He cuts back. Now the Lesmo's not a real overtaking opportunity there. Let's see what happens.
This is when you turn the interior little blue light on in your car. As you can see, it's getting darker and darker. Yeah, keeps it out of there. That's where a lot of people actually been making some mistakes, isn't it? Out of the Curva Grande. Now you go underneath the bridge into turn between 3 and 4. Here we go.
We've got Ascari.
Oh, this is scary. My apologies. You're right. Yep. Yeah. So here we go. Oh, oversteer moment, but corrects it. Wow, how's your heart rate?
Good catch there. Yeah, I mean, he did very well to save it there. Hit the curb on the inside a bit too hard, and those cars are notorious for not liking anything else but flat, smooth tarmac.
Smooth operator.
Let's see if he can.
Let's go to the rear, if we can.
He's a bit. It's still just above 3/10. It will be a bit too far for a maneuver into turn 1, I think.
Yeah.
Comes close. Let's see, maybe in the next chicane. Oh, I think Nicholas has gone out a bit far there. I've seen some marks in the gravel, but he gets a good exit. Covers the inside, I think. No. Oh no, he needs to get past the GT3. It's still 4/10. The DLR car, the number 23, can't get close. Oh, look at that. Another GT3 getting in the way.
Okay, gets around now. And look at that.
Again, but those
Hunting
are
him
again.
down.
Oh, that is a brilliant view there. Again goes past the GT3. Oh, I thought he was gonna try something there, but he doesn't. Thinks better of it.
Back on board, 23 car there of Jean-Paul. Trying desperately to get past the 13 car up the road there, the ATRS Esports 13 of Nicholas from Sweden, currently driving that car. And they're a lap down from our racing leader, but that's definitely keeping us entertained as we get around one of the GT3s. Once again, out there, guys, if there's anybody, guys and girls, of course, any particular team you would like us to check out for you, no problemos. We'll do that. At the moment, we'll focus on this action because that's probably one of the closest battles you can see on track.
Now he loses the slipstream. It's not gonna help with his overtaking chances.
Yeah, and the exit's might be compromising the LMP up the road.
But from what I can see, Nicholas, so the car in front, the number 13, is a bit faster, last lap.
Outside Curvabolica.
2/10. Or
no,
hundreds.
This is where you got to be cool, calm, and collective, isn't it? But you also got as we go on board the cockpit again, you can see closer you get, harder it is to spot your braking points as well. Even more difficult at night time. That's approaching very soon.
Yeah, we can see the sun getting
and
smaller
because all you get is brake lights and headlights. That's it. And so and of course you driving flat out, you see the braking markers to the right hand side as they approach into Ascari. That's what some of the drivers will be looking at. When you're tucked up on a gearbox, of course, you got that speed difference in the slipstream, and then of course all that. That's why it takes very good drivers. Can he tuck in here around?
Oh, he's going for it!
Contact!
That is... Ooh, that was a lunge. But they have played very nicely with each other there.
And they're going to be dragging into turn 1 now. Who's going to get the edge? He's going to tuck in behind. No, he's going for it. They are going for it.
Oh, he's now covering up the inside. Now it's close. He's trying it around
Max
the
Verstappen
outside.
and Lewis Hamilton moment.
Oh,
there it is. There's contact.
But that was, I think, ghost contact. That was netcode. I don't think they actually touched. It looked a bit far apart.
I don't know, mate. 2 into turn 1 and turn 2. To me, it's just worthwhile backing off more than anything.
Yeah, it was very close, of course, but I don't think that was actual contact there. We would have to look at the replay. Yeah.
Yep. Let's have a look.
Maybe
now,
like
I'll make
a chase cam or something.
Yeah.
If you got that.
I don't know if I have that. We'll chase. Let's have a look. Let's slow it down.
Yeah, I mean, so you can see braking. He does well on the braking there, Jean-Paul, on the left side there.
Yeah,
they are doing.
There's going to be a turn, and so he's got to use a lot of the chicane at the moment, Nicholas. So he has to allow the space.
That is really good. Nicholas is far on the right, and you can see that is not a contact.
Oh, that's netcode. That's netcode. You're right.
That was complete netcode. I think they could have made it. Very unfortunate there. iRacing again. That's just. I know how it feels, man. That is just so annoying when that happens because can't even talk. That's how mad I am at that.
You see the cars that are behind them at the moment. Just trying to see what they are and what. where they are so I can get an idea of that little battle. You can see the GT cars behind. You see them? Can you see a car number for me to see? I'm just trying to...
From the
17th place or something?
I
Can't see.
Couldn't tell you.
I've lost it. It's very, very difficult. There's our race leader, I believe, 77 car. Yep, going around this lap car there of Ricardo, who's a Tempest Sim Sport. That's 8 seconds change down the road there from the GT3 Pro leaders, the Euromaster Esports 122 car. Now, I will see if I can show you a little bit of a track map here for a second. Now, this is probably better to do this. I'm going to show the track map. Of course, it's going to have a million dots on it. Okay, there'll be a million dots. But what we'll do is that we'll isolate it down a little bit so we can kind of see an idea of the battles that are occurring. And I will see about showing the classes in a second, maybe. We can do car numbers. And not really doing classes, unfortunately, for us.
Maybe if we're looking at if we're looking at the times at the moment while you are trying to get the track map to look the way you want it. If we're looking at the times for P1 and P2 in the GT3 Pro class, because we are right now looking at Ricardo at P2, last laps were very close, just 2/10 between them, but Pedro in P1, so the Euromaster Esports car, is 2/10 faster, or was 2/10 faster in the last lap than Ricardo in P2. So at the moment, P1 doing a great job, is also, I think, the fastest GT3 car out at the moment, if I'm not overlooking anybody. No, we got actually in P3. Yeah.
So I just pulled it up on the map there to show you everybody at the moment. So that's the 122 car that's leading this, and there's the 103. So you got an idea of the track map. I've just isolated them, of course, for now, because I have my keyboard is definitely broken. My 123 key doesn't work, but thankfully I have a number pad key, so I've still got those numbers there.
That's because I think there are hotkeys mapped to it in SDK. That's why they're not working.
Okay, we won't worry about that one for. Thankfully, my keyboard might be okay. But this is the battle, of course. He wants to get the 122 car up the road. Very soon, you're going to be almost spotting him, wouldn't he? Let's have a look.
Yeah, last lap. Actually, as I was talking about it, last lap he was about 7/10 faster than P1 actually. I don't know if P1 just had a bit of bad luck with the traffic, of course, which is always a factor in those multi-class races, or if Ricardo is stepping it up. At the moment, let's see. I'm trying to keep an eye on it, how that one works out in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, and that's the key, isn't it? You got to be putting your delta lights out and keep an eye on those times. So the last laps were 147.5. It's actually the best. Sorry, 148s. Actually, 148.6 for Pedro in the 122 car up the road, and they did a 147.9. So a little bit quicker here.
They were a bit quicker, yeah. So maybe if they can keep it up. Let's see, they are about to cross the finish line again. Let's see what Pedro does. Should be up any second now. 148.5 it was for Pedro. Let's see what Ricardo does on this lap. Has he caught up again? 148.2. So again, 3/10 quicker. Also Ricardo, so he is catching up slowly but surely.
And have a look, you can see there now as they make their way through turn one. Now, which car is it up the road there? It's the one, not these two cars. I believe it's just around the corner now. Is it the first one up there, just ahead between us and the car between them, or not? Can't see.
No, I don't think you can see it at the moment.
Okay.
It's just a bit too far, because 122 we can see on the track map is just turning into the second chicane now, so he's just out of sight.
Let's have a look. This is the one. This is the one. Here it is, right here. That's the 122 car.
We can see, we can see the 122 car in the background. Just a short while.
And then there's the further back there of Ricardo, of course.
Just entering Lesmo 1.
Yep. So this is one of the closest battles on track at the moment, which is great. We need to show the GT3 Pros a little bit of their battles, because we've been focusing a lot obviously on the LMP2s, but There's a 26 gap between Loose Screw Racing and Tempest. That's interesting if they're going to be continuing that. We have a crash of Clemens Smith. Let's see, have a look at what happened here at the moment. This is one of the LMP cars. That's the 63 car, that livery I liked. What's going on?
Scary.
Lost it out of there. Ooh, it keeps it. Keeps it. Yes, but on the racing line, backs up. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Okay, so he kept it out of the walls, so
yeah, got it.
no damage.
Ooh, that's a hard
there.
turn.
But he's made it. He has lost a bit of time up there, of course, but
right.
I guess whenever you're not hitting the wall, you're probably happy with how that ended up.
Like, subscribe, and turn the bell on if you like that one. I did actually give that one a like because he was on the racing line, he did back it up a little bit. Remember, reversed it immediately to make sure he got off the racing line. A brilliant strategy. Otherwise, it could have been all pole shaped. Live to see another day. That's what I say. In a race of endurance, of course, where you're just getting close to the halfway point.
And if we're talking about battles, that one between P1 and P2 in the GT3 Pro class gets hotter by the second. Last lap 154 only for Pedro and 48.1 for Ricardo. So 2 seconds, over 2 seconds, what Ricardo has caught up to Pedro in front of him.
Yeah, and they are reeling them in, aren't they? They are reeling
them in.
I just want to see the pit stops recently. Here we go. So, well, that's not correct actually because I've reloaded the SDK.
Yeah, we
I wanted to see, let's have a look at pit lap. The last pit lap will be the one that's important, won't it? Because
yeah, that would be.
Here we go. Oh, I don't have the information once again because I've
okay,
reloaded.
But we are. How long are we back on the stream? About half an hour. So the Euromaster has already pitted since we are back, and the Tempest has not. So
that is correct. You're right. Look.
Yeah. So we can see there is a bit of a gap there. That will update. That information will become more interesting. As soon as everybody has pitted again. Yeah. Then we can really...
I'll turn off this track map at the moment because we know where they are.
Yeah, they are getting closer at the moment. So probably Pedro still with a bit of a heavier car, with a bit more fuel on board. Ricardo now probably coming to the end of his stint, I'm guessing. I don't know, we can't tell at the moment, sadly. Let's see, last laps. Not as big of a gap, but still Ricardo is faster. Almost 6/10 that Ricardo has caught up in the last lap.
Ricardo is faster than you, confirmed. Now you're going to have this sector time thing that's over top of it. Let me see if I can focus it obviously on
you need to
the other drivers.
Exactly, perfect.
Yep, that's Pedro Valencia. So there it is. We're on board the 2 car.
Oh, look how much time he's losing in 1 and 3. That is quite a gap actually in just those sectors. Sector 1 again also loses 3.5 tenths. That is not good. Not good.
Yeah, I'll switch it around the other way. I like it the other way around. No, that's this one I want to focus on, of course. Or is it this one? Nah, we'll keep it like that. I'm messing around a little bit. Keep it like that.
Yeah, so now you can see Duarte again faster in the first sector. P3 is also faster than P1 in the first sector. So P1 actually at the moment not very quick. Second sector he's good. He was faster than Duarte, and third sector again Duarte faster than Valencia. So you can see where
it's getting dark out there, and I wonder if they had their Halloween decorations on these cars. We'll see them turn them on later on. Of course, Halloween is approaching. Well, it's not just Halloween approaching, is it? It's that Tempest Simsport approaching and Ricardo approaching.
Oh yeah, that is very scary for Pedro in P1. The way he has been gaining on him the last couple of laps. I mean, just look at that. Almost everything green for Duarte. And also, oh no, he's been a bit slower, but again, overall, 3/10 faster. I'm hoping. Is that correct? Yeah.
We have another crash. We might have a multiple car crash here at the moment. We're going to check this one out in a second because something has gone on. And that is Leonard. Right, what's happened here?
Lloyd
all by himself. It looks like 444 car.
But it is the chicane.
He's lucky, Axel!
Oh,
wow!
He's hit
airborne.
the curb. Oh, he's hit the curb very, very badly there.
I don't have to watch that again from on board. I want to see how that would feel.
That was, yeah. You don't want to hit the curb like that, of course.
Yeah, all right. So, well, here it feels to be in a car. And I wonder how your back feels from Lloyd.
Oh, yeah,
His back's
that
gonna
must
hurt,
hurt.
So he
So you
decides,
can see
okay, that's
it
good.
goes.
And then here we go.
And then
Boom!
that's not the way to hit that. Look at that. Just
Wow.
a face full of tarmac.
And then he's actually crashed again, I believe. That's probably the second time around. We've got a few crashes
look
to
at that.
actually
Yep.
update on. So let's have a look what's happened here as well. Stanley Deboo has done a boo-boo. Dude, let's have a look.
Oh, he's
Under the
gone wide enough.
grass. That's high speed. Bang! Ooh.
Oh, he's come back on track.
On the racing line. It's caused
Yeah,
another
just
accident
hold the
too.
brake.
We'll keep an eye here. I think somebody's hit on.
Hold the brake. Yeah, he's just trying to get out of the way.
Because Clement has
that's
also
good.
crashed, so I wonder if he turns around here, if somebody hits him or not.
But he's done.
Ooh.
Oof. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't
I
that
think
one.
that was a, yeah.
So
was a
here's
bit
another
scary.
here's
Heavy
another
hit.
crash. And obviously this is the part of the 444. That was the 444 car before we saw. I think that was it the one that went skyboard? No.
Yeah. Has he?
That's another one.
I mean, that was a heavy
on.
hit.
We'll get back to our racing entertainment. So
Yeah,
that
I
was
think
that.
that is
a lot of
getting
action, mate.
Closer by the second. It's only
Yeah.
3.5 seconds between P2 and P1. So that is getting closer every time. Every lap there.
It's getting a nice tow here from. This is the 103 car.
The 103 car
that
is.
Yep, that is the one. Yeah, of course, as you mentioned. So it's game on.
Look, again, Duarte. 0.18 seconds faster. So he's reeling him in.
Let's go on board the cockpit and have a look at how it feels to be. Why is it showing me that 103 car? As you said, the gap is? Where are they?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
think, that's just him up the
That's
road, so he
Pedro
can
there.
see him already.
And there's, yeah.
Can see
right
him
there.
already. Look
Just
at
see
that.
him there. Yep.
Yeah, there he is, just gone behind the wall. And there he is again. So, of course, that's always a great motivation for the driver inside the car. If you can see the guy up ahead, that's something you can, you can relate to. You can see how he's driving. You can start to build the pressure on him, because if you can see him in front, he can see you in your mirrors, and in his mirrors, of course. So that's always a great motivation for the driver, I think, when that happens, when he finally gets to see his opponent.
Dan says to mind the replays. I like the replays, but yeah, we can't go too crazy with them.
So again, last lap, again a bit faster, Ricardo. Not too much this time around, only 2/10, but faster is faster, and every 10th is a step forward for Ricardo. And
Ricardo. It's Pedro. It's like, Pedro, Ricardo is faster than you. Confirm. Go back to the Formula 1 days, of course, with Fernando Alonso. And
I'm hoping that his team isn't saying that to him right now. That's not going to be a confidence boost for him. But
Absolutely not.
yeah, at the moment, Ricardo is faster than Pedro. There's not much, it seems like, that Pedro can do about it at the moment. 2.7 seconds. So again, he's cut a big chunk of time out there. Now he's got the LMP2 just staying on the inside. Yeah, just goes past. Easy as that. Gets a bit of a draft now from him if he's smart.
yes, it's the
he
traffic, of
does.
course. That's going to help him out. Traffic can be your best friend or your arch enemy.
Yeah, I mean that's always something I really enjoyed in those multi-class races. Is the traffic, is how to manage it, where to go past, and trying to get it as good as you can with the traffic. That's always a big factor, I think, and one I enjoyed always very much.
Dan says he likes me, but he can't cast me every day. Yeah, I can imagine. I can't put up with me every day either. Let's have a look. 5 hours and 35 into this one, and this is one of the closest battles, of course, that have been brewing on track. There's also another little bit of a battle brewing, but that's between the top 2 leaders are on, you know, about 25 seconds or 28 seconds. You can see and change there. So Tempest Sim Sport.
That 2.1 seconds. That is so close. That is so close. It's going fast, down really fast at the moment. 1.9.
And we don't know the fuel. That's the thing.
I hope he doesn't run out at the. But I mean, then the number 122 car has been in the pits already, so it can't be the fuel for him. Look at that now. The LMP2 is going past. I think that shouldn't be too much. But look how fast the gap is going down. What is going on with the 122 car?
I don't know. Let's have a look at the 122 car of Pedro.
That is, I mean, he's just lost like already half a second in this lap alone.
Sitting on board there over the rear wing, of course. And this is Pedro at the moment. Valencia that's leading this class. And he's going to see a whole bunch of headlights in his mirror soon.
I mean, he's really got to step on it at the moment.
How do you think he's handling it? Let's go on board the cockpit. I think he's struggling a little bit with time. I think you don't know what pit stops that they have boxed a little earlier, right?
Oh, look, yeah, he's struggling big time actually. What is going on there? Are the tires really that bad? Probably a miscalculation.
Yeah, he also
from the
had
team.
that was the race leader, of course, that went through Loose Grid Racing. So he probably was trying to maybe get out of the way a little bit through.
But that was
Parabolica.
very uncontrolled, actually. Look at that, 1.4 seconds.
You can see the car just further down the road there. That's the one that's really a man, of course, for this driver.
Oh, now
right here.
Really
there
close.
he is. Yep.
Now he is, I think he's starting to get into slipstream territory. 1.1 seconds. Not a huge factor at the moment, but I think a bit of slipstream should be coming his way soon.
Yeah, Kevin, this is the reason why you love this endurance racing, because you got to realize we're 5 hours, almost 6 hours into this event. And we've got 2 cars separated by a second. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? To see this level of racing.
Unbelievable, unbelievable.
And I bet you they'll probably still be separated by a second towards the end of the 12-hour stint, which we hope
in another 6 hours time. Yeah, of course. I mean, we want that all the way up until the finishing line. But for now, let's see how this one goes. Right now, I think Ricciardo probably must be hitting sometime soon. But we have seen, of course, Pedro in front struggling a bit.
You can
Maybe
see
they
that
have gambled a bit too much on the tires.
The GT3s, it looks like they've been overtaken. They actually had to pit. Sorry, it looks like that. Sorry for the bias. But you can see how it looks like this car's driving so much smoother, hasn't it, for Ricciardo? And we saw the oversteer moments.
He's doing great.
No, I like that sometimes they dummy it into the pit lane, pretending to go in there. But I don't think you're going to trick these guys in there. Probably in a similar strategy, but no doubt a few laps. But the difference, and anybody in chat is aware of when they did box between both of these twos, the 122 car and the 103, please let us know. We'd love to.
Look, now he's got the LMP2 that's gonna maybe... Look, he had to brake just a tiny bit into the first corner of the chicane. So he's lost again. Look, 5/10 only at the moment separating those 2 cars. Now it's definitely slipstream for Ricciardo. Brilliant. You gotta love those night shots. But look how much traffic there is, and look how close they are at the moment. P1 and P2. Now I love to see how the drivers are going on about this. There are of course the drivers that want to get past as soon as possible, but of course maybe he's trying to smart him, put him under pressure. Maybe he's trying to force him into a mistake. Let's see how Ricciardo goes on about overtaking, or trying to overtake at least Pedro. Because at the moment he's faster. I think there's no denying that. Let's see how he goes.
Also another battle brewing right here, of course, and this is for the LMP challenge as well. And that's the 505 endurance car right now are about 20 seconds off the pace there, I think, of the trackside esports team here. But we're going to go back to that other battle. Sorry to cut you off that one because it's still brewing.
Yeah, look, there's an LMP2 between them, but it's still so close. Let's see. Yeah, now slipstream. Now, of course, Pedro in front has the benefit of a bit of a slipstream from the LMP2 car, but look, a lot of LMP2's cars behind coming through. He's flashed him already, saying, okay, I'm going to overtake now. And he does, of course. Really frustrating for the GT3 drivers, of course, in a situation like that.
They're trying to race like mad, of course. It's going to be difficult when they get side by side at that point, if they can, and then these LMPs are going to be like, beep, beep, let me through. Hey, you're lucky that horns on in here every 5 seconds. Loose Screw Racing is now boxing. So I think that'll bring 046 Racing into the lead of this one for now, but we'll keep an eye on this because Ricardo's been doing so much here for the Tempest Simsport Racing team to reel him in after laps and laps and laps.
A bit close there. 63 going through again, still just half a second. Now, of course, I think Pedro in front has been benefiting from the traffic at the moment. Ricardo and P2 can't come too close at the moment because there's always an LMP2 trying to get through right now.
Absolutely. And that battle is occurring, and guess what? Because the leaders had boxed, go up the road here, the LMPs are right there, separated. Well, that's because they are. It's a battle at the moment between P2 and P3. Currently,
that's also very close.
I think that is. Yes.
Yep.
Look at that.
But look at that. That's also unbelievably close.
It's 46 in the number one car. That's because, yeah, there was... So that's very, very interesting. We'll keep an eye on those times.
Tempest Simsport, the P2 in the Pro class has come into the pit lane, so
yeah,
there will be no fight there at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if they're not going to come out 22 seconds down the road there, so they're going to drop a few places. But yes, let's have a look at the pit stops, I think, between the last LMPs that we're looking at right now. What lap did they box on?
Let's see. 204, 204. So on the same lap.
Wow, all right. So this is heating up.
A straight fight. Both on the same fuel. Maybe on the same tires. We don't know that, of course. So that should be interesting.
That's true. Oh, thank you very much for that great timing between Tempest. The Tempest Simsport, of course, it's been everywhere, haven't they? That we just watched the Tempest Simsport in the GT3s.
Course, yeah.
And now we're back watching them here with the 046 Racing just up the road. So hey, they timed it perfectly, haven't they? So when one battle's finished, another battle resumes.
Thank you very much, Tempest, there. Making our job a bit easier. So we can focus on one at a time.
How dark it gets. I mean, soon at the moment, all you're going to see is headlights and brakes. You won't even see the liveries of the cars, but you will see at the moment this battle brewing. And look at the traffic here in Monza.
Unbelievable.
But they're not flashing their lights. So they're very patiently, you can see drivers at the moment that flash their lights and let the other slower cars to know, get out of our way. But so far they've been polite about it. I mean, they know that they got to get out of the way anyway. I don't think you need to be flashing your lights and rampaging every single time.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably most of the time just telling them, hey, I'm gonna overtake now, like into a corner or anything, just for a little heads up. I mean, that's good. They are doing a good job. I haven't seen any big, or I don't know how it was in the first couple of hours, but from what I have seen, there have been no like real clashes between the classes. Everybody's really fair. You gotta give credit to that. Don't see that every day. Everybody's doing a great job, not interfering needlessly. Let's say it like that. Into the other races.
And on top of it as well there, Kevin, you got to think this is actually also great because once again we're almost 6 hours into this, and look at the top 4 cars down to the GazX Racing team, 51 seconds on the lead lap still. Yeah, and we're talking about the other drivers are only a lap or 2 down, which is not bad at all. But look how it's just close. I mean, you're talking about 31 seconds of separating the top 3 in this race.
They're doing a great job. I mean, we have seen how close it can get in the GT3 Pro class. We're seeing it right now in the LMP2s with P2 and P3. unbelievable after 5.5 hours. This much consistency from those drivers that is staying focused all of that time. Now it's getting dark. We will start to see a few more mistakes. I am very sure of that.
Well, they got a really good run on their turn one. I think they did it's close. They had a good exit and entry and exit here because of George Augusto there for the Portuguese driver for the Tempest SimSport LMP car. So we had the GT3 Pro before. Look at this, taking it through the turns, obviously the regatta. Now the Lesmos, lots of fun. First Lesmo here. And the second Lesmo is a little bit more tied up, but you can get on the power because you need to get on power here because you've got the straightaway down here. Get your DRS activated. Beep. No, I haven't it here in the LMPs.
Sadly not. Of course, the Lesmos, especially Ascari coming up. Very fun corners to drive with those LMP2 cars. Lots of downforce. You can just really race them through there so quick. Have so much downforce that is brilliant fun to drive them there.
Well, that's what they say, my friend. It's Monza is downforce. It's a temple of speed. That's what it's all about. Speed, speed, speed. It's all about your exits, isn't it? Like out of here, out of Curva, Parabolic, or out of Alboreto, whatever. You want to get it on. You can just feel it. 5th gear now. You know, he's going to be climbing up to 6th gear almost as he goes crossing the line and start another lap. Will he go to 7th? I don't think they have 7th gear, do they? I don't think you can get there in time.
I don't think they have.
Yeah, it's redlining right now at 6. And then spot your heavy braking point, of course, to the turn 1. Very easy to make huge mistakes here, as drivers do. He can barely see the corner, isn't he? He's turning in it. That's how much of a turning angle you need to run board the cockpit view, of course, of George or Jose.
But the gap isn't really getting smaller at the moment. Let's look at the last times. Yeah, just a 10th. On the
this
last
is the
lap,
traffic right now, isn't it?
two.
This is what it's all about. It's all about timing the traffic perfectly.
As you can see, he got past that one. Now he
Where's
has
he gonna
to
go here?
stay behind
Yeah.
the first Lesmo. So he loses a bit of time there now.
But so with the other driver. Oh, he got a great exit actually up the road there out of the second Lesmo.
And even though he had that BMW to contend with, but he's done great, as you can see.
I do like the onboard cameras. I'm going to use more of these onboard cameras at nighttime because it's very, very difficult to see these cars when you see just headlights and they're all like black liveries essentially. Steve Bird has crashed. That's for the Platinum Racing team. And I'm going to go back and have a look at this for everybody to wonder what has happened, unfortunately. Hopefully we won't miss any of the action of anything else. Let's have a look at this. Now, where is Stephen Bird? He's in the pit lane. It's a pit lane crash, I think. Anyway, I'm not even looking at the right car. My apologies. This one here. Let's have a look. Can't see anything at all because I'm on the wrong camera. Here we go.
That is turn 1.
1. Might be going straight on turn 1. Let's have a look. Yep.
Yeah, he's just completely missed the braking.
Okay. Yeah, that happens. All right. Manages to get around the boards. It's clever to do that. And look at this. George is flashing the other LMP. He wants him out of the way. Jose says, hey, I'm on a race here for P1. For P2, sorry.
Get out of my way. That's, of course,
I'm sure he's shouting something in Portuguese right now like this.
Probably. That's, of course, the most annoying part. You know, the GT3s, they are so much slower than you that you can just quickly get by them.
But of course, if you're dealing, didn't it?
Yeah, he's lost. Yeah, because you know, if you're dealing with a lapped car from your own class, they have the same top speed and pretty much the same cornering speed. So it's much harder, of course, to get past those guys.
We do have another crash, but I don't want to change the cameras around too much. We'll get that back to that one in a second, but we'll keep an eye on this because look at this four-way battle.
So many headlights coming up to the last corner.
It's so bright when you're in the car, isn't it? It's not very bright when you're outside the car.
Look, they're really just trying to get each other's slipstream.
There's a couple of more crashes that have occurred. We haven't seen it from their point of view, and just to let everybody know, these guys are on the last lap that they boxed. Completely the same. Look at that. 204. and the leader 205. So this three-way battle is very, very, very tight. And you can imagine Gazx probably will lose out a little bit because they boxed a little bit early on at 191.
Yeah, they've also had that little spin that we've looked at before. So, of course, they've probably lost a good chunk of time there. They could have been probably in the fight here at the moment as well. Sadly.
And he's got another LMP car now between them, so he's got to get past this one clearly as possible. But remember, they just don't zoom by him at an extra 30 kilometers an hour like they do the GTs. You can see they're even on pace. And of course, that car up the road, which we're not 100% sure who it is, but they are also in their own race. They're also probably even trying to unlap themselves or not get lapped. Actually keeping up the leader, getting a nice tow, aren't they?
Yeah, of course, that's always something that you can use for yourself. When you're getting lapped, at least
try
and
to
get
have a look
the
at a
most
crash
out of it.
that happened a little bit earlier here, right now, while we have a little bit of a moment.
Go ahead.
And this is the Octopus Racing Team.
In
That's
the BMW.
Is this a Scari?
Yeah, that's a Scari. Yeah. Probably hitting the last curb too much. He did. Oh, that's heavy. That's
out of the pit lane exit as well. Luckily nobody's going there. That's No,
that's a Scari. That's.
Oh, you're right.
So
yeah, sorry.
No worries there, but that was a hard hit. That was a very hard hit.
Yeah, where were they running to? I think the Octopus Racing Team's now in the pit lane getting some repairs done. Well, they were only a few corners away from the pit lane entrance, so it's not the worst place you could possibly crash. Look at the traffic right now.
Oh my god. That is, especially when it's getting dark, that is no fun there. Straight concentration. You probably couldn't even talk to the driver at the moment because he has to focus so much. He's finally got past that LMP2 car.
Yeah.
That was between them. But look, he's the 046 Racing. They have opened up the gap again. It's just now a bit under 2 seconds, so he's lost about a second there.
Oh, that flag marshal that's sitting there on that fence there must be like blinded by all those flashlights at 300 kilometers an hour. Yeah, wear your sunglasses at night around here. He's trying. This is the ultimate key of man versus machine versus concentration, as you know, because one little slip up right now, and that chance of winning this race, of course, because we're at the 6-hour mark, and these top 3 cars are all separated by 30 seconds. Can't afford to make mistakes now. Just stay on board here for a second while I check some messages that are coming in for now.
I mean, you gotta say these two guys, 046 Racing and Tempest Simsport, they are absolutely on it at the moment. 046 Racing is at the moment the fastest car on track with a 36.9 in the last lap. And Tempest is just behind them, the second fastest car. So they are absolutely giving it their all at the moment.
They realize it's a hurry up, isn't it? Hurry up award for the Dutch driving team.
Yeah, look at that. Looks like he's got a bit of free air in front of him. Doesn't seem like. Yeah, there is another GT3 car, but.
I'll pull up the track map in a second, and let's have a look at the battle, obviously, for 1, 2, and 3. And you can get an idea where they are currently on the track. And there they are. So the race leader making their way down in to start another lap, and these guys are that close as they're approaching a curve up Parabolica.
Oh, and the leader must have heard me. He's put down 36-1. Almost the best lap of the race.
Oh, that was twitchy, going out a bit wide there.
Yeah, he's gone a bit wide.
Let's go back to have a look at the Tempest Simsport. They're going to take advantage of this little bit of a slip-up moment.
But yeah, I think the track is getting faster now. It's getting cooler. Tires aren't overheating as quickly. The drivers are getting quicker by the second. So again, the P1 car 36.1. P2 just drove a 36.7. P3.
There was a
36.8,
crash a little bit
they
before
are getting
for
free count.
Jean-Paul, so let's go back and have a look at what happened
Yeah,
here.
let's see what happens there.
This is, remember, one of the other LMPs, and I think this is turn 1, right? I think this is
turn
go
1,
straight
yes.
on.
Oh, he's...
Oh,
Oh, he spun it a bit too heavy braking.
very lucky there's no traffic there.
Style.
Yeah, good burnout.
But yeah, lucky that he's got no traffic there so that he can do that. But yeah, that's not gonna be great for your rear tires. They're not gonna be happy about that.
That's okay, you got two of them. You don't need any more. He's getting close now. You can see him. I mean, this is probably the closest that he's been in at least half a dozen laps.
Yeah, that's not even a second anymore between those guys. 6/10. It is close.
The other Tempest Motorsport team in the GT3 is running in currently in P2, but maybe very much in P3. I don't know. Because the Euro Master Esports team just exiting pit lane, as you can see on your left-hand side telemetry. And look at that gap. Actually, it's going to go down to, look at that. It's dropping. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Are they going to be almost passing each other? I actually want to go and have a look at this one.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, let's look at
Where
that.
is it? Give me a car number. Quickly. It's car number.
122, 122, 103.
Okay, you're right. Here it is. There it is.
There you go. That's the P2 car. So that's just P1 ahead of him. The black Porsche we see that
go around
easily,
exactly.
and now they are going past.
How's
so
that for
everything is happening here in the
we have to go back to this spot.
Let's see.
You have to go back to this battle.
Ooh,
Rowing big time.
that was not a brilliant braking line there, but he's made it work. Now it's all heating up here.
Yeah, two very close battles. And one thing guaranteed, there's a team called Tempest Simsport. They're in this. Both teams, both classes.
Yeah, unbelievable. Great job from them here at the moment. They are fighting for podiums in 2 of the 3 classes at the moment. So
this is going to be difficult because he's going to be approaching through a scurry right now, and there is a slow car of a GT there. Got to get a good exit out of here. As the GT is going to be on the racing line, going to get switched on the inside. There it is, and the toe a little bit from. See, Jose used that toe to his advantage. Now Curva Parabolica.
braking hard again, down into 3rd gear and back on the power. That's
crashes have
that
occurred.
is very close at the moment.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Oh, there is a GT3 up there that could become. Oh, look how close it is.
This is it.
Covers up the inside, but
the
he's
GT3
so
got to
much
get
faster.
out of the way. Otherwise, it's going to be dangerous side by side. We see what happened before when you try
Oh,
it.
let's. Okay, this time no contact at least.
Oh, he's not
But
flashing for some
okay.
reason.
Yeah, I mean he's not happy with that, but of course I don't see I don't think there was anything wrong with that. I'm
well,
not sure
it's
at the
turn
moment.
1, mate. I mean, it's always bold and brave to try that through there.
Yeah, I mean he was in the
Caught
outside.
up to the
Hell,
braking.
now he's got to calm down.
Yeah, angry, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what happens. You get a little fueled up there and you make silly
Yeah, but
mistakes.
look how much time he's lost again. Look how much time, almost down to a second again. Or
You
he's
got to
down a
remind the
second.
driver, don't you, if you're on a team, like, mate, we are 6 hours
down.
into this race.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, calm down. You're only separated by a second or two. It's a long race. You don't want to throw it away this early.
Yeah, look, take a page out of your teammate's book. He's done that. He's been a bit more calm. He's still close to the guy in front. Look how much time he's lost. Look how much time he's lost now.
Yeah,
That
and he's
was
going to have to
definitely
fight
not
this
worth
around
it.
the exit of, yeah, that cost you a little bit of speed. He has a short shift.
Look at that, 1.5 seconds already. He's lost massive. So that was probably not a great idea, that attack before.
And further back,
in
let's have a
turn
look at
one.
the other team. Of course, the other
Yeah,
teammate in the other class. They're just
they've
half
also
a second down the road.
Yep, they're not far away from the road, but also they have lost a bit. Also 1.5 seconds now. So both Tempest teams a bit dropping off from their opponents.
Temper for the Tempest teams, isn't it? Control the temper.
Yeah.
There you go,
Yeah.
Dan. That was a pun for you. I've been a bit rusty on my puns tonight. It's okay. Now, do we have a pit lane? Did they jump into the pit lane entrance on that one? Are they still pretty close? They are up the road there, of course, for the LMPs. Now, this is also, remember, they boxed on the same lap, so who's going to jump first? 04 Racing, or do you think Tempest will follow him in and copy their pit stop strategy?
No, I mean, I think in the endurance races, you try and stretch them out as far as you can. So if they have to pit on the same lap,
yeah,
they will do it. But if they have one more lap left in the tank, they are gonna keep driving.
Ooh, traffic as well.
Oh, look at that! Just driving all over the place right now. Flashing lights, just telling him, "Hey, I'm gonna go past now." And
we'll go back to this accident here. I wonder if this is a two-car accident that's occurred. I'm just having a look here because it's a 70 car. Oh, and that's Nicole. This is traffic coming out. I'm wondering if there's anything that's happened here.
Probably again a bit
that's
of
just a twitch.
Bad braking there. But he's smart enough to not drive just straight. Yeah. We've seen what happens if you just go straight over the curbs that are in there. That's not a good idea.
Here we go. Once again, are we going to see a repeat of turn one? He's using his windscreen wiper. You are correct. They do have him.
He's again on the outside, but now he's way further ahead. Oh. But he's just outbraked himself. He's just outbraked himself once again. He's just trying too hard. And
the 50 car's going to look to unlap themselves.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, I don't see why.
I've said again flashing. I don't understand
yeah, but I don't
why.
See, I don't see it. I don't see it as well. He's just outbraked himself, to be honest.
Oh, this is going to be dangerous.
Way too deep.
Look at this Ascari car. Oh, sorry, turn 4. And they're going to go into the first Lesmo.
Follow him through for the first Lesmo, but he's got a very bad angle there now. As you can see, not a great exit there. Car ahead has been a bit better. Lesmo 2, now it's all about the exit. Now it's got a long straight, a lot of time to catch up on slipstream.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Kevin, mate, I mean, since I've been casting for a couple of hours now, it's always been entertainment, action-packed. We've barely even had that much of a gap when there's not much to the action that's happened. So this has been fantastic here, of course, for Platinum Racing League, for the VPG Racing, 12 hours in Monza.
You're absolutely right. It's been very entertaining so far. Let's hope it stays like that. We are, of course, halfway through now. 6 hours, 3 minutes have passed.
Are they boxing?
He's hit the grass a bit there. No, but they're not boxing. He's just trying to get away from his toe, or he's not trying to give him any toe. So again, repeat. Slipstream going on the outside. Can he do it now? Is he a bit... Look, he's a bit more careful on the braking.
Same thing.
But it doesn't work. He just can't get past on the outside. And now the 50 car behind him, he's probably like, hey.
Doing it again, isn't he? Not happy. That's not the place, obviously, getting it done. The 50 car, I think the 50 car's backed off a little bit here because he has elected not to take the opportunity of overtaking. He's like, I don't want to be a part of this party right now, my friends. I still have 6 hours to go.
It's probably a wise decision. Just stay behind. I mean, those guys are the fastest cars on track pretty much, except for P1. He's just doing madness up in front.
Well, the 50 car too is the Australian team and the 505 Endurance. So once again, they have Endurance in their name, so they realize this is an endurance race. So let's not risk it for the biscuit this early.
No, I mean, it's not a bad tactic. Just if you got to realize where your place is in the standings. I mean, they probably have come to terms that they're probably not gonna win this one anymore. But then you just take what you get, and if you got cars in front of you that are faster, or from which you know that they are faster, because they are great drivers.
Yeah, Kevin, I'd also be really careful. If I'd be in the team right there, the Aussie guys, I'd be saying, mate, make sure you back off a little bit more out of turn 1 and 2, because there's chances these guys are going to come together at this rate.
Of course, yeah.
And you don't want to be slamming into a car spun, right? So if you back off a little bit, you'll give yourself a little bit of breathing space. But we'll see right now. He's closest than he's even been.
Now he's close. That one should be it. He's probably now going to get past even before the chicane, I would say. But let's see how it works. He's still got the outside now.
Oh, that's a little sneaky.
That was very close there. But of course, he's seen what happens when you give him the...
Oh, there it is.
That's the contact.
We knew it was going to happen. It was inevitable at that point. Oh no. That is something that we knew. He was not going to be happy at all. And we're going to have to show that replay, of course. I'm sure they're not going to want to see that replay, but let's have a look. Now,
let's
the
see
car
what I'm
is he cut in front? I think that was a little bit of a move.
It was close. That was very close, but
They are side by side here.
He's turned in too early. I think he's turned in too early. He's trying to get the apex, but I mean the car is to the left of him.
This is it.
Let's see how close they were side by side. Of course, that was very close. That was a bit dangerous in my opinion, but I mean it has worked out. So yeah, all good. Let's see. So of course there are still like enough side by side, so I think that he has to give him space. Still there. He's still there.
Carbon copy we saw before, isn't it?
He's not. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's a tap.
Yeah, of course, that's a tap. I don't know if you can rule it as still side by side, or if he was ahead at that point. But I don't think that at this point in time the car on the left can do much about it. So he should have probably been a bit more careful with turning in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not the steward. We've got people to do this down in the race control room. They will look at this and hand out penalties if needed. I'm not sure. And I'm happy that I don't have to decide. Let's say it like that.
Here's a battle that's brewing up the moment there between P9 and P10 there. SR Technique and Platinum Racing Team Orange there for the GT3 Pros. They are there. So there's the 1-2-3 car just up the road currently from Stephen Bird that you're on board with.
Right now, I think we've got in every class, we've got a bit of a battle going on. Also at the front, I mean, if we're looking at the GT3 AMs, just at the timing tower, we see YS Motorsports Blue and Platinum Racing Team Red just 10 seconds apart, so not too far, considering we're 6 hours in.
And there's a little bit of a difference here between, obviously, lap 182, that the team
just not too big of a gap, I'd say.
Yeah, because the GTs, of course, are not as drastically different fuel-wise, are they, as the LMPs?
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, again at the top, we've got a good battle. The pros,
and you know that battle that had brewed, obviously, between 04 and Tempest Simsport Racing Team. It actually has purchased Loose Screw Racing Team a little bit more time because they got it down to about 28, I think they were, from the leader. And that that fighting has dropped them now down to, 32 seconds almost to P1, P2. So that's hurt them a little bit.
There it is, 42-1. Yeah, of course. I mean, Loose Screw Racing will have looked at this. And from looking at their times, they have used it to their advantage. They have been absolutely hammering it. They've put out best lap times after best lap times. So yeah, they've used the battle behind them to get away from the pack a bit perfectly. They've done a great job there.
Amazing. Once again, when you see teams close after the 6-hour mark that we are officially over halfway through, so when the LMPs will come back out of the pit lane. And look at that right now. Those top three are just in a league of their own, aren't they? Because everybody else has been lapped, and they're on the lead lap. And Tempest is going to just calm that temper down, obviously, at the moment. They're going to be fuming, but just do what they're doing. Reel them back in again. By lap, by lap, by lap. Just gain a 1/10 or so. Get it done.
Yeah,
it's a long endurance race, right? So you've got time on your side. It's not like you've got 3 laps to go and you have to pull off a miracle. And this is obviously where it's even more fun, isn't it? Because not only are these guys having to just overtake cars like in the LMP class, they're getting overtaken by the LMPs as they're trying to race. Stephen Bird very much knows it. Hunting down your prey, isn't it? As they're both going to go off the racing line to allow the LMP through as they're going to make their way into one of the famous corners of all motor racing, Gowrie. And this track's been around since what, 1933, I believe it was. I have my notes. I am a Wikipedia. I'll have to look my notes on that one. 1922. But they've been racing here since 1922, and they've been racing Formula One since 1950. Yes.
100-year anniversary. So
yeah.
This year.
That's right. Royal Park of Monza. And it took 110 days to build this permanent circuit as well. Of course, the first one, as you know, was the oval, not the one that we are racing on right now. Absolutely. And then you imagine these cars at that speed on that oval because it's a heavily banked oval. Wow.
But of course, the oval still not only standing. I guess you could say with the bridge just before Ascari, still lives on as a part of a track.
Yeah, I wonder if we can't really see it. I don't think at the scenic view.
No, I don't.
Sometimes not at night time. You're going to see it anyway. Because I don't think they're going to illuminate it.
No, I don't. It would be a bit weird to do that. I'd say. But look
how difficult it is to see the cars as they fly their way over.
Look how close that is. P9, P10, just. How much is it? 9
Somebody's had a crash. I think Robin's had a crash. Let's have a look at this. And let's have a look. This is probably a turn 1, maybe straight on, mate. What do you reckon? Let's have a look. This is the 046 Racing team. Have they gone on? Yeah. They gone straight on. Oh, there's a collision. Oh, yes, they have.
Okay, yeah, but
that's going to cost a bit of time now. That's actually going to bring back into play, of course, the Tempest Racing team now.
2.5 seconds.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds right here.
Oh, so, he's gonna be smelling them already.
See what happens? One tiny little mistake at the moment, and on either sides and only teams, you're back in it. Just like that, you're back in it.
1.6. Oh, it's going down quick.
You wonder if it got any damage on the car. I mean, let us know out there in the chat. Just being quiet, but these are pretty fragile cars, these LMPs. And
they are, yes.
Hey, bumpy. Yeah, there's a bit of a knock on your suspension.
No, they are.
Let's go on board. I mean, have a look for the 046. We'll see the steering wheel. If anything's knocked out of alignment, you can tell me as a driver. How is it from Robin's point of view?
Well, it doesn't look too bad at the moment, but those LMPs, to be honest, I haven't driven them for quite a while now, but they definitely used to be very, very fragile on the floors, with the floor. You could easily lose a couple of kph down the straight just from floor damage. And an incident like that where you hit the curb too hard, that is one of those instances where you could get a bit of floor damage. You would have to have a look at the top speed to really compare it, but at the moment they are keeping the gap, so I don't think they have. I think they've got away with that one.
Excellent, thank you for that. I have no idea, but I can still tell you that they have not boxed since we've been watching this battle brewing. 204 slaps that they did box. Blue Screw Racing as well haven't boxed. So when do you think that they're going to be looking at going down to the old pit lane?
Well, let's see. We're now, luckily I can see it in the SDK. We're now in lap 224, so 20 laps since they have pitted. I mean, usually you get around an hour, maybe three quarters of an hour. Oh, he's got a bit of bad traffic there. The Tempest car. 3/4 of an hour, maybe something like that. You should get out of a full tank. So let me just.
Yeah, I'm gonna show this at the moment, if it will. It is. Lap 226. I'm gonna keep that up at the moment. Actually, I don't mind that up there if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Now we're in lap 2. Yeah, of course. Keep it. So I'm just gonna try. So in 3 minutes you get 2 laps. round with a 130.
Well, look at
time.
that. So TCR Racing and boxing on 201. They boxed on that lap. So that's about, what, three or so laps earlier
Yeah.
than these
Three-
guys
three
are. So
laps.
maybe in a couple more laps for sure. Right?
Yeah, it should. Yeah, then it shouldn't be too far from the pit stop now. So it's about what 22 laps, I guess, 23 maybe. If you're good on
and you know,
saving fuel.
like, they're going to take fuel on. You don't know if they're going to take little repairs. You don't know if they're going to take tires. And that's the thing. We don't know whether or not
Yeah,
Tempest are going to follow 04 Racing in there, or maybe eke out another lap or something like that, split the strategy up somewhere.
I mean, you never know how good they are in saving fuel, the drivers. That is really an effort you can put in as a driver yourself. The cars, of course, are all the same, but you know, driving styles. If you're very good on with that, you can definitely save another lap in fuel. If you're good enough, if you're quick enough that way. So, 04 is coming in. So let's see, Tempus is staying out. Tempus is staying out, so they have got a lap more in their tanks.
Yeah, interesting.
There you go.
You're absolutely right. So now it's up to, obviously, I'll put that track map back up, and that's going to be a good indication for us to see what's happening.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's going
Let's
to be
go.
brilliant. Yes.
Here they are.
please. There you go.
So
Number
they're
3,
parked
you can
inside
see.
the other team's pit box, but it's about your pit stop time as well, and I'll actually show you that in a second because I think that's going to be crucial, isn't it, for knowing what
Of course,
pit time
yeah.
is.
You've got pit stop time now.
Yep.
And then, of course,
So-
what Tempus now has to do is they've got to... I'm guessing they have to come in the next lap. So, like, when they finish up this lap, they probably have to come in. So now he's really got to nail it. Something like that, where he's got a slow LMP in front of him, that's going to be really, really annoying. Because you want
now.
to make the most of that.
Main straight away.
in-lap.
So how much of a time of a gap that they're going to get? That's the key. Because they're going to obviously go on to P2, but...
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they've got to catch up those 2 seconds. 046 Racing coming out of the pits, 55 seconds. So probably not a lot of repairs there. Maybe not even. I'm guessing. Maybe tires. I'm not sure. If you look at Gazix, they had a 33, so that's probably full. Yeah, so probably fuel and tires is what I'm guessing. They took on. Oh, look, that's close. You don't want that. You don't want that straight up.
No.
Straight
Yeah, because Tempest is in the pit lane right now. So here we go.
Yeah, Tempest
This is
in.
going to cost them every single bit. They are so close on track.
The worst start because
Yep.
of course for 04 it's now all about the outlap, but that has been a horrible start. I can't.
Here's Tempest. So they haven't hit the box yet. And now we'll keep an eye on that timer to your screen there.
Oh, he's hit the wall.
Oh, he's gone too far deep. It's all gone. So this is it. A little bit of a break for 04 Racing. A little bit of a break there,
definitely.
perhaps.
Because they probably wanna. I think he's hit the wall there, so they're gonna wanna repair that. So it's all gone wrong for both teams at the moment. It's all going wrong. Yeah, but let's look at the time. That's gonna hurt. Of course, overshooting the box. I think 04 did a great job with the pit itself, pit entry and everything. They haven't made a mistake there, and that of course is gonna cost badly.
Yes, it will. Pit exit. They are coming out on the pit exit. So they've decided
that's
to
what it
short
is.
fuel this.
No. I'm sorry. What we haven't noticed is another name driving the 046 Racing, so they have had a driver swap there actually.
Driver swap. That's Peter, exactly.
So that's why they've had such a longer stop. Tempus has stayed with Jorge. So
And
that's why
Lusker
he's
Racing
come
are
out through
boxing too.
earlier.
So our race leader, they're coming to
Yeah,
pit
but-
lane. So what are they going to elect to do? This is going to be very, very interesting because they obviously
Let's see.
can't
does the
afford to
name
lose too much
change?
time here. Very hard to see the car in the pit lane.
Very dark. It doesn't look like they're changing drivers or
Look
anything.
at the start of the pit lane entrance as well too. So you got to crank that steering wheel to the left to get out of there and not hit the wall.
Let's see, 33. Yeah, okay, just
Yeah.
also on fuel. So they will come out
Yeah, in the lead again. no
pretty
problems.
far ahead.
Yeah.
134.8, something like that says on my screen. Yeah, now look, it's been a bit. Now it's come apart a bit, the battle. 046, of course, with the driver swap. Dropped
Yeah,
a bit further behind.
it cost them a little bit of that time. So, not just a splash and dash, but it is what it is. But yeah, they're still on the lead lap, of course. It's actually bringing GazX back into play here because now they're not. They're actually.
They're pretty close behind, actually. Just 3 seconds, actually, behind Peter.
And when did they box
Let's look
last?
at the laps. Yeah, I mean, they've still got a bit of fuel in the tank, so it could become interesting the next couple of laps.
It certainly will. This top 3 hopefully are going to continue for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours left in this one. And there's a little bit of a battle brewing up. The Platinum Racing team further back here for the 318 car, and just up the road from them is this Muller there. So they're separated by about a second or so, if I'm not mistaken. We show that. Hey, it's getting close.
Yeah. Bremer has been faster the last couple of laps, but Müller has clawed a bit back in the last lap. So let's see where this is going. 1.3 seconds at the moment. It could
and of course traffic.
Also interesting soon. If we're looking at P8, 9,
oh yeah,
10.
exactly. That's brewing at the moment. They're between the Aussies squad there at the 505 Endurance, and that is exactly there. So there's a 3-way battle, if I'm not mistaken, brewing here. Yep. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Oh, look, they have to weave in between the cars. That's not... Oh, look, he's going for it. He's going for it into the last corner. The number 34. Oh, he's on the outside. Oh, that's gonna be tight into turn 1.
Yeah, all 3 of these cars,
traffic there
everybody.
is.
All 3 of these cars are together on track, believe it or not.
Oh, God. And just the orange car up ahead, that's also part of the battle.
Yep,
he's going past the GT3. That's gonna be a good break for...
That's not gonna work!
Into the GT3!
No! I was gonna say, there's a car in the middle of the track there, and you can't go 3 into 1. It's not gonna work.
No, you can't. I'm gonna have to give that one to the LMPs, I guess. They've just, I mean, he's there. He can't. That was way too late to do anything, so they just should have backed down. But of course, they are in a fight. Nobody wants to back down from the other. But they've taken out that poor GT3 car. That's gonna have
Sandwich the little GT3 car. What did the GT3 car do to you? GT3 car, of course, will be like, hey, my car's okay. I can take a few dents. How many crashes and bangs can your LMP take?
I think they've turned him around.
Look at this again. So. Where are they going to go? There's nowhere to go.
Yeah,
this
but
is battle between 9 and 10.
They aren't doing too great there. I don't know why they were driving side by side. Oh, look at that. Up into Ascari. Thinks better of it.
Wow. All of a sudden, just in the last couple of minutes, it's gone from DEFCON 4 to DEFCON 5 in motor racing in Monza.
Look at that. How many? Oh, he's touched the grass. Kicking up a bit of a smoke there. Now he's gone past him.
Of course, the 50 car, we'll watch on board of him because he is in this one. Let's go on board the 50 car. You can see this battle up ahead. That's all this. This is a battle at the moment for P9.
Unbelievable. Look at that. Now they are 3 wide up into turn 1. Look at that.
I'm closing my eyes. Tell me what's going to happen.
God. Oh, great job there from all of the drivers. They have come through safely.
Unbelievable.
And
amazing.
Brilliant stuff from the 505 guys. They've just taken 2 cars in 1 corner. Unbelievable. They are.
Yeah, there they are right there, the Aussies.
Yeah, they've done it. Just 2 cars in 1 corner. Easy as that. Calm as you like. That's what I like to see. But great awareness from all 3 drivers. That's how you do it, guys. That's how you do it. No need to. I don't know if you say that in English. We've got one in German, like a phrase that goes like, "No need to drive with the knife in between the teeth."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. But they're going for it here for the battle, obviously behind there. This ain't over yet, for sure, and they have plenty of hours to go, and they're going to continue to do it. And it's nice to remember That's the 70 car. That's another car in the background trying not to, or unless
Yeah, I
it's a
mean,
77 car. If it's a 77 car, then that's a race leader.
Is that the race leader? I thought it was the
think it-
78 car, wasn't it?
could be.
The,
I'm not
even
sure.
the number third? No. I'm not sure right now who's in the fight. So we got the 99, the 20, the 34 ahead, and the 505. Who is
I can't see
using
the
that
number,
to his
unfortunately.
advantage? He's going off
78
a
it
bit.
is.
Okay, 99 is
box.
coming into the pits.
Yeah,
Bit late on the brakes, but I think that should have been okay.
it is a 78 car. It's actually trying to unlap themselves. That's Nico currently running in P13. And this is the battle still brewing,
that's like
of course.
that's like right, the guy's just right in front of him, but a whole lap plus. So,
And
yeah.
on top of it, on top of this, my friend, as this battle's brewing, guess what? Peter, the 046 Racing is now closing in drastically on Jose and that battle that they had before. As the Thunder's now cracking over my head. That wasn't the Thunder, that was his cars going past, breaking the speed barrier. I don't know which battle to focus on, my friend, because there's two of them.
Yeah, let's jump ahead. Let's jump to Peter maybe for a second. We have looked at those guys for a bit. Peter has got the Gazix Racing team just right in his mirrors at the moment.
Yeah, remember they took that longer pit stop there for a driver swap.
Yeah, so that has dropped them back to the fight for P3 and not the fight for P2 anymore. But of course, everybody has to swap drivers and stuff.
Yeah, and they just got outside a second, so we'll go back to this. We'll see the Dutch Army versus the Thunder from Down Under.
Yeah.
Here they are. And are they going to be boxing soon? You'd think the other drivers did. No, let's just throw up those
let's see. Maybe
last
we've
pit
got
stops.
We've got the last pit stops for us.
Yep, there you go.
226. No, they've still got a bit of time. So we said 22, 23 laps. So they've still got around 10, 15 laps probably until they have to pit. So yeah.
it was the other team, right? Was it Trackside Esports that were involved on that one before? And I think it might have been a wise decision to elect to get out of that, because you saw the three-way battle was brewing. It's not going to work too well. But look at this exit speed right now for this team, the Dutch team.
He's just faked it. I like that. I like that. Just trying to get into the head of the driver ahead. Just trying to unnerve him, you know. Just trying to make him do mistakes and stuff. That's the way I like to drive, because I'm not as good in wheel-to-wheel fighting, so I just
psychological warfare, like my friend. Exactly.
Psychological, exactly. That's my type of game. Just sitting in the rearview mirror, just trying to stay behind, but showing him I'm close. I could do this every second, and just trying to get him to make this tiny mistake so he can go past. That's one tactic I really enjoy.
Yeah, you're
not
right.
Only for myself, but
it's perfect to do that.
Fantastic to watch.
Yeah, because you got to remember, because they just see a hell of mirrors. And look at this exit speed, entry speed. What is going on, Parabolica?
Look at that!
It's not over yet, and I see it. And this is the thing. Well, I don't know why they're flashing at the moment for Ben, the endurance team. Is that because he's happy at that move?
I'm guessing not.
Didn't look bad.
I think he feels he's been lunged a bit probably there. Look at that side by side.
Oh, here we go. We've
Ben
seen this
on
before.
The outside. Oh, he's pushing him right outside. That's really good there. Let's see, please, guys. You can see. You just have to leave the space there.
Yeah.
You just have to leave it a space. You always have to leave it a space.
Did you just say leave it a space in Italiano? In Italy. Yes, I like it. Grazie.
Fernando Alonso. You don't remember that one?
No, I don't actually.
You always have to leave it a space.
All the drivers say that, don't they?
Yeah. And they never leave it themselves.
And then Senna comes along, of course, years ago and say, if gap car.
Maybe go ahead to Peter. It's probably... yeah, that's the overtake.
Yep, you're right. Side by side now.
Side by side now. Clemens has gone past. Yeah. Just done it on the exit after the first chicane.
Yeah, the new driver swap has kind of paid off for them. Now, we can probably have a look at the replay of that one in a second.
Peter drops back now a bit. Clemens at the moment faster than Peter Dell'Arco.
Let's watch where the pass was.
Yeah, just
right there.
Yeah, Curva Grande. just had more speed, but Peter also, I think, realized that the fight was over and just left him.
It looked all too easy, didn't
Let
it?
him to go.
But still,
Yeah,
that's how
I
the
mean,
battle's brewing.
It's, I mean, it's as you said before, it's an endurance race. Sometimes you gotta pick your battles. You gotta say, okay, is it worth fighting and losing time over that, or am I just gonna, say, okay, he's at the moment faster. There's no need. I'm not gonna win this fight. Let's just let him pass, and just try and stay in a slipstream and try and get faster this way. We have talked about it before, the fight between Tempest and 046, that cost them a lot of time to lose crew racing. That hasn't worked out in the grand scheme of things for both of them, I think, very much. Because they were fighting too much, they were losing too much time. And sometimes you gotta say, okay, that's not worth it. Let's just fall back, try and stay in the slipstream, and just try to get forward together. Sometimes you gotta make those decisions. And maybe they have said, okay, it's not worth it. Let's just let them go past.
It's going to be an overtake at the moment here. You're right. Between these two guys, Gladiators have been battling it out for 26th and 27th place overall. But they, in their class, of course, leading it. Platinum Mania and YS Motorsports going for it. This is for that lead of the GT3 into turn 1.
Oh, he's on the inside. He's given up the... Oh, he's tried. That looked like he was trying to touch him a bit out of the way, but it doesn't work anyways. But there was no need to turn in there.
He's
I don't know why he's flashing.
Maybe.
From my point of view, it looked like he was driving into him and not the other way around. So I don't know. He's given up the inside. We have seen that it's pretty much impossible to keep it, to overtake from the outside. So, yeah, he's messed it up in my opinion a bit. He should have covered up the inside there.
Yeah, but luckily, nobody in the fence, so yeah, you're gonna live to see
No,
another
I mean,
day.
yeah.
Of course, yeah, she said. But
I mean, that's like the minimum requirement, I think, that nobody ends up in the fence. Let's be honest. So.
Yeah, especially of course when you're 6 hours and change into this one, and then you got your other teams, of course, your other drivers. They're waiting, eager to get back and control the car. They don't want to be back and control the car when the car's not even there to control. That's the thing, isn't it? So. Yeah, always got to try to play it safe like that. Further back, of course, this battle's still brewing, of course, between the great overtake you saw there from Milo for the Lithium Motorsports. But of course, there's the 505 Endurance. And who was that? Yeah, Mercedes. Good.
I don't know who that was. He's kept it under control. I don't think too much has happened there. So,
yeah, and I don't have a report about that one because they didn't go off track to get an off-track excursion. Just a little twirly-murly moment. But look at this, mate. It's got a GT in the mix here as they go through Ascari. Got to clear it as much as possible for the 50 car, of course, there for the endurance team, the Aussies.
Oh, they have to weave in, and again the Mercedes in the background. I don't think if you caught that, but if you saw that on the stream, he was again just drifting out of Ascari there. A bit tail heavy, the Mercedes, in the hands of whatever driver that is. We
Gas
don't know.
tank full of fuel. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
I think the Australians are a little bit too far back here, Ben, to try a gamble into turn 1.
But look how much the slipstream does actually. They have come back quite a bit there now on the braking, and now all in the exit. Who got the better exit there?
Yeah.
Looks like
to tell.
Lithium car. I'm not sure.
I wonder if the chopper cam works. Just let me know. Here we go. Chopper cam is working, so that's great. I didn't realize I had that one. This is also a fan. We need to get up on the chopper, of course, there. Get to the chopper. Arnold Schwarzenegger comes from your neck of the woods. Because this gives us a good indication, a bird's eye view of how close they are and the speed difference. And of course, guess what's approaching? Couple of GTs.
Once again, the GTs. A bit of a... Ooh, look into Lesmo 2. That's very close there.
Yeah.
And cutting it very finely there. Whew. And there we get a little look of the oval. And now up into Ascari. This is at the moment the closest battle we've got on track.
I'm having a lot of fun. I will have to leave soon as well too, because I got a tournament to cast for a completely different game. But I would actually be enjoying to watch this one. I'll have to watch it back later, of course. But it is a lot of fun. Action all around the track, almost everywhere, isn't it? I mean, we had a battle brewing between P2 and P3 for the LMPs. We had a battle brewing, of course, between GT3 pros. Put it this way: Tempest SimSport has been in wars a lot today.
Yeah,
keeping a lot of good marketing advertising for them.
A lot of screen time, yes, a lot of screen time.
This one's still an interesting battle, of course, that you're seeing there between Lithium and
now
Motorsports.
he's
Remember,
close.
Trackside Esports were in part of this party, right? And they boxed a few laps earlier, so we'll see. I'm liking this helicopter camera because it gives us a little bit more light as well, rather than just seeing headlights, isn't it? On the main
it's
streets.
a bit more, as long as the trees
We'll go back
in
into the
Lesmos
cockpit for a second. Yeah, let's get
great.
All right, I'll give you the chainsaw, mate, and get to chop them down for us in between. I'm going to kill the poor trees. I'm sure the Italians would not be happy with that. I wouldn't be happy with that either. Anyway, lift a lot there. Huge lift.
Yeah, but so he's but he shifted down into first. That seems a bit overzealous.
Yeah. And you got to remember out there, this is esports racing. Some people sometimes, and you've seen it before too, mate. Like, unfortunately, something disconnects for a second.
Yeah,
of course. You have no control over your car, and you pray that it happens down straight, not into a corner at 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been happening something. First corner, first gear for Ascari just doesn't feel right, and he's dropped off massively. Yeah, he's dropped off massively.
Let's show that the time will drop there, and in a second it should update. So,
yeah, you can see. I mean, the last lap,
1 second almost.
7 tenths.
Wow.
7. Yeah, he's lost a huge chunk of time there. Good for the Aussies. Not good. They were very close.
It's all right, mate. I got a couple of cans of Vegemite waiting for them in the pit lane when they do a driver swap, because Ben's been driving for a while now. So I imagine. Oh, that's the spin car. Now that is this one. That is Rune. We'll keep an eye on this, but we'll see if it doesn't affects Ben exiting out of the corner there. Yeah, I believe that was Rune.
Oh, there
had that crash.
Was there a crash? Because there was a LMP2 going slowly. Maybe there was a crash on the overtake.
I'll check because we've got a few little messages coming up at the moment. Let's have a look. This is Rune. This could have been the GT3 car. No, this is the LMP car you're mentioning. Let's have a look what's happened here.
Yeah, maybe they have
it's the GT3, sorry. This is a spin out of Lesmo.
Maybe he's gone very wide, and
collected. There it is. That's the LMP.
Yeah, and that's what happened to the LMP there.
And then they come around wheel watching. Now the cars we were on board with were coming around here soon.
Coming here. Yeah, there they are. So that's what we have been seeing in the background.
And this is a difficult place, isn't it, where Rune is, because Rune has to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait for some gaps.
Got to look at the relative. Oh, he's going a bit far back, but yeah, better safe than sorry.
Good spotting, good awareness. I'd like to see that. You could have done something silly and destroyed.
Now he needs to go back.
No!
Oh, no! Oh, God.
That's Dennis, I think, that might have been the one that's, not a happy camper there at all. I think that's Dennis, if we go have a look at Dennis, if we go. No, this is the LMP that got
that was a Ferrari.
Before. What's happened here? He's going damaged,
Yeah, that's right. That was from the crash. He hit him right at the rear left, so... Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how quickly it can happen.
Yep. And the nighttime, so nighttime driving, and GazX is going in the pit lane, and nighttime endurance is difficult, and as you said, like and that's the second Lesmo, isn't it? That's really been catching people off guard. Was it the second Lesmo? I believe it was.
The GT3 was in the first Lesmo.
Okay. Yeah.
He's just gone wide and then touched the gravel and then just spins out.
And on top of that, my friend, I've been in the F1 game recently. This week I've actually been in Italy for a lot of F1, the F1 game. This is not a simulation like iRacing, but in the 2022 cars, they were losing it in the second Lesmo. A lot.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah, of course, I mean,
surprised.
you're trying to get it out as far as you can, but I mean the F1 cars especially, they are much wider and longer than the LMP2s, for instance. They are huge actually compared.
Go again? Is it going to be another turn one movement?
Ooh, that was close. But he's done good. He's done good there.
Stays out, yeah. We'll live to see another day. There's a crack of lightning went precisely as they made their way here. My crack of lightning, of course. Precisely as they made their way through turn one. So the heavens are opening up on them and agreeing or disagreeing with that pass, but not a pass.
Oh, that's... He's missed the braking there.
It's caught him off
Watch
there.
out for the... Yeah, he's done good. Not driving too harshly over the curbs. There a lot of pit stop action happening in the GT3 Pro class. Platinum Racing Team Blue Tempest is coming in, and the second place has been coming in. So yeah, bit of stuff happening there as well.
Yes. What are we looking at? 6 hours and 41 minutes into this race. We're on a helicopter cam at the moment on that little battle that has been brewing for some time. Further up at the field, well, George and Peter, what are they for a gap? There's quite a bit of a gap there now.
Yeah,
about a minute
still,
really, mate, because of that
And
moment.
look how much faster Augusto is driving. Takes away seconds from him, lap by lap.
Right. They must
So
have
Peter,
damage, right? No.
Yeah, Peter at the moment not driving too quickly. 37.9 in the last lap. That is really not good pace. That is actually, I'm sorry to say this, the worst pace at the moment, I think.
But what is actually starting to brew, of course, is Tempest Sport there, because look at that, Jose is starting to getting closer to reeling in our race leader. And what's happened as well, too, further back, is that the 505 Endurance car team have elected to box. So in that battle that was brewing, of course, for the Australians, further back here, they, I think it said that he went into the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken. I saw somebody go in the pit lane. Getting all confused in the moment while the telemetry catches itself up. Let's have a look at, obviously, at the pit lap.
Yeah, let's see where everybody is. 20,
yeah, it was.
24.
Oh, no, that was earlier.
No, nobody actually
Yeah.
at the moment. Yeah, so.
Further back, there's a little bit of a battling going on between P9 and P10. And once again, SR Technic having a car behind them. And this is Dennis for the Chicane Online Racing Red Team for P10. In the GT3s, just to remind us, of course, there, the GT3s are saying, hey guys, we're here, we're racing. To focus on everything in the LMP2s. Well, we're focusing on anything that is close on track.
I gotta really love the LED strips on the map.
Oh yeah, yeah, you can see them right now on the back of it.
Absolutely brilliant.
And they're
orange are
multicolored. So
out.
Sorry,
from chat, ASR orange is out, sadly.
Oh yeah, and this is a great way. It's like plane lights, isn't it? So you know which is left and which is right. It's purple to the left and blue to the right, depending.
Or not? Are they driving?
Unless you're looking through your mirrors, my friend, then it would be reversed.
Yeah.
This is a battle for P10, currently in the GT3 Pro class.
Is it?
Yes, sir. And it looks like Dennis gets past Daniel into turn one. There they are.
Ah, okay.
Oh no, that's weird. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah,
They're overtaking a GT3.
Yeah. I was a bit
Sorry.
confused also by the numbers in the car.
My
So-
telemetry is playing tricks
Yeah,
on me.
It wasn't quite right on screen as well, I think.
Is it? Yeah, it's all right. I just wonder if they're missing an LED strip on that side. They are missing an LED strip. Look at that. On the
Yeah, maybe they've turned one off.
Turned one
maybe
off? Can you do that?
I'm guessing. So we've
Anyway,
got,
at least it wasn't
yeah.
overtaken. It was a battle, so it was fun. While it lasted, because we have a bit of a gap. But I tell you
Yeah.
what, after coming out of Remember how this team here for the Trackside Esports, remember how they were in that three-way battle? Because you can't miss this orange car obviously. They were battling it out, remember, with Ben in the 505 and the Lithium Motorsports. Now, they boxed earlier. Remember, I'll show you those pit laps. And to get avoiding that, you can see 229 that they boxed on. And that you can see that Lithium Motorsports and a 505 at 224 and 226. So they got a little bit more fuel advantage here. And they are starting to put the lap times in, I imagine, mate. You'll see in a second. To start to catch up to the 505 endurance team because they're about 50 seconds to change down the road.
Yeah, but at the moment they are last laps. If we're looking at them, they are quite a bit slower.
True.
39.3 for Trackside Esports and 505 in front, 38.6. So, and I think they are they separated by even a lap? I see.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. They are a lap down and need to unlap themselves, but there is a bit of a brewing behind them right here. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is a give or take 4-second gap. That's interesting. They might even be close to seeing them on track soon. Yeah, see the orange car go through the turn there?
Yeah, there
turn
it
one,
is.
turn
There
two.
it is.
That's exactly what they're going. They're going to get a couple of GT cars to get past first, because there is Tectonic that was in battling their class. Look at that livery. I haven't seen that one when he just passed. Oh, it's quite purplish. That's a term.
That was.
Let's get to the chopper and have a look.
Oh, look.
Yeah, the marbles
Bit of a
outside of
drift.
there.
Don't want to do that if you're trying to catch up to the guys ahead. Let's see, let's compare times. They are quite a bit quicker, as you can see also in the bottom of the screen right now.
You're trying to reel them in, inches by inches,
They are
milliseconds by
doing a good job.
milliseconds.
It's 4 seconds is the gap at the moment. So
Ooh, there's an LMP car up the road. That's not the one they're battling, but that one had to try to get out of the gallery without slamming to the back of this car that they're approaching at high speeds now. And they're going to go into Parabolica in a really, really bad angle too.
they've got luckily enough space there to really let the car go wide and accelerate nicely. But again, they were quicker. 3/10 last lap.
Why are they slowing here to allow? There we go. Up to car
Yeah,
through.
that's one of the leaders, I think, or one of the top drivers. So
Yep.
they would be letting them past. Just, you know, again, no need to do anything stupid there.
Well, that
It's
might
easier
actually
to
help
just
them,
let
of
them
course,
pass.
isn't it? Because
Of course,
Trackside
yeah.
Esports up the road will have to do the same thing soon.
And they have got like the slipstream now from them. So they can gain 1 or 2 kilometers an hour down the straights from that maybe. So not a bad tactic there to just try and stay behind one of the very fast guys to improve your lap times.
Rapido, rapido. They'd be shouting in Espanol, but whatever they'd be shouting it in Dutch, perhaps.
Maybe Dan can tell us that when he returns.
Absolutely. So all the 9s, 99 for the Dutch army. And there, behind him, right there, is, well, that's obviously a car ready to lap them. But it's obviously up to these guys. Down to 3 seconds right now for the DRL rotary industry. I don't think these cars have rotary engines in them, and that's, once again, gets held a little bit out of Parabolica by a GT car.
We got the answer to what they would say in Dutch. Snel.
Snell, of course, Snell. That's
Snell.
German as well.
It's Dutch for fast. Thank you, Xen. Snell.
Snell. That's
All right.
Austrian. I presume you'd say the same thing, right?
It's not far apart actually. So
Okay.
yeah.
is Dutch for fast. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. For that
They are
information.
listening out there, and they are chatting. It's good. I like it.
Good to know that you guys are here.
Don't you be dare watching Formula One qualifying or anything like that when this is on. I don't even know when the Formula One qualifying is. Look at the speed. He had to lift off big time, didn't he? Did want to hit the back there.
That was the perfect example of how traffic can cost you. And it's those how you say, like, those split-second decisions that you've got to make also, like, from the perspective of the LMP, like, how do I approach this next corner? Am I close enough to overtake him? If I'm not close enough, how can I get through this without losing too much speed? You can see he wasn't close enough, but I think he wasn't quite sure if he could make it. And then just at the last second just has to hit the brakes or crashes into the guy in front of him. So that was not such a good approach, let's say it like that, to try and get past the GT3. Just, if you back off earlier, you can take a bit more speed through the corner and then take him into the next Lesmo. But it's such a quick decision you have to make, and you have to, like, really contemplate everything that's happening to make the right decision there, because it can cost you very quickly. As we can see another LMP car.
Yeah, that was the LMP car that was, I think, we just lapped him before we go straight on through the corner there. And this is another thing you mentioned about that too. If you're going to be bold and brave and you go on the outside and stuff like that, you got to remember, you could see that from the chopper cam. There's a ton of marbles out in these tracks, so you get slippery on those marbles, and all of a sudden you're pointing in the wrong direction. So you can see the marbles. I mean, it's also a gamble, isn't it, when you do go off the racing line to try to avoid them. There's lots of them. Thousands of little tiny bits of rubber. Almost in circle shapes, aren't they? And we've all stepped on marbles before, haven't we? You can easily slip over as a person, let alone a motor car.
No, of course.
Yeah, Dan, when are you coming in, mate? Because I do have to go cast a competition event soon. Need you in here to help me out a minute.
Getting on the brakes there.
I got 100 messages at me going, when are you coming in, Biggles? And I don't obviously want to leave the entertainment here as well. It's fun. See, they're reeling. It's not the battle, of course, that you're seeing at the moment there. We're on board with Mark. We're watching Mark from the chopper. That's not the car he's battling with. The car's up the road, the orange one. You just see go through Parabolic and now up the road. That's the one that he's chasing down. Ooh, see, you almost get on those marbles too, mate, out of Parabolic here. And the rear end starts to get loosey-goosey.
And the battle is getting closer and closer. If you remember last time around when I talked about the gap between those cars, it was 4 seconds. We are down to 2 seconds of a gap. So it could get very close very soon.
He's getting a nice tow, obviously, from the car that lapped him. And that's going to help him pull that gap in.
Of course, of course.
Should be happy to stay behind this car for a bit, unless you get to a point where you're a little too quick. You can see. Looks like he just lifted a tiny bit there, didn't he? Just to make sure he's going to safely follow him through Regatta.
Yeah, that's a good, again, a good strategy. Just get the tow. Let yourself be pulled from the car in front, and it has worked for him up until now.
Till the second Lesmo right now. This is.
I think the car in front has lost a bit in traffic.
There you go. So very lucky they got a good exit out of there. So the GT3, it's almost camouflaged GT3 car got out of the way. Here we go.
Not that one.
Can you get the braking for Ascari? Yes, gets back on the racing line. That's going to help.
Shouldn't be a big problem there. Goes through. Yeah, good job there. Now he's timed perfectly with the traffic, and it has helped him massively. 1.3 seconds is the gap to the car in front. Let's see. That could be close. Let's see.
He's going to lift again for Parabolic car.
Yeah, but now he can really focus on the exit. If he's done it right, he can really gain it back here. Let's see how well he's done. Oh, he's going in. Okay, he's boxing.
Pit limiter on. Beep, beep,
so much for that.
Beep. Sometimes I have those sounds, of course, in the pit lane, but not here.
If I'm all...
So there was the car he was trying to reel down. And just to get an idea when those pit stops were recently, my friend, so we can have a look at that one.
Yes, please. But he shouldn't be too far from a pit stop now as well. So I'm guessing he's gonna come in any lap now as well.
Yeah. Which would all be about that pit stops, isn't it? To come back out ahead, of course, of the DRL Rotor Industry team. This is like the Michael Schumacher S days. Remember that Michael Schumacher used to really win a lot of races because the pit stops, get into the pit stops there, and he would put those flying laps in one after the other, didn't it, Michael Schumacher back in the day? It's part of his fantastic strategy of winning races, and that's what you got to do, isn't it? When your team, the opposition teams are in the pit lane, it's when you put your banker laps in, and then hopefully, of course, you come back out, he's there in your rearview mirror.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's especially like in those endurance races, really everything has to come together. You have to have good drivers, putting in consistent laps, fast, consistent laps. You gotta get the strategy down right. Know when to switch tires. Know when to swap drivers. All of that stuff. And I know it from my team, how much time we always take preparing not only ourselves, our racing lines, our braking points, etc., but also preparing our strategies. When do we switch drivers? When do we switch tires? How many laps do we want to drive in a stint? Do we need to fuel save? Can we go flat out? There's so much thinking that goes into these strategies, and they really have to be perfect. And they can make or break your race. You can, even with a bit slower drivers, like not massively slower, but just you can you can still outperform yourself if you got the strategy and everything bang on and manage to stay out of trouble and everything. So those are really those things that are a bit overlooked when we are watching, especially because we don't know the strategies, we don't know what the drivers and the teams are planning, but they can really make or break a race, and that's what's one of the, for me especially, one of the most exciting things about endurance racing is those little nuances that the teams put into their planning. You can see them just slashing through the field. Going past the GT3 is very tidy. Driving there by Matisse. Trackside Esports number 99. It has calmed down a bit, everything. It has calmed down. We have had a lot of action in the last couple of hours that I can remember since I came on the broadcast.
Right.
So good, also for my voice probably, that it has calmed down a bit. But those are those night laps. People are getting tired. I mean, we are driving 7 hours already. The teams are...
We have an accident, of course, here at the moment. That's Urs Müller. That's what's happened here.
Let's see what's happened.
Urs
Müller, of course, one of the top drivers in the GTE3 AM class. So let's see what has happened there. Oh, he spun it and hit the wall.
But now he's got to wait a little bit. Can he get a full turn? No.
No,
that's costing, isn't it? Ooh,
yeah, that costs. Again, what the thing I'm seeing is the contact with the wall. iRacing is just so unpredictable.
We'll have a look at the cockpit. Tell me if the steering's okay. Not too bad.
Yeah, steering looks... We gotta wait for straight, if you can hold it straight. Yeah, that looks fine. But iRacing is just so unpredictable sometimes, I feel, with the damage on the car. You never know how much it's gonna cost you time-wise on the straights, with speed or with downforce or anything. So
Yeah, in that temple of speed. But look at this battle brewing right now, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at about 6 seconds and change here. Well, I'm just having a look here. What's going on here? Nico.
yeah, 6.7 seconds. Nico away from Mark in P11. So Gleiter Engineering against DLR Rotary Industry.
Who boxed before, and it's interesting. Yeah, that's the pit stop time because so
it's the pit stop times. Yeah.
We're still waiting for a couple of teams to come in, aren't we? Let's have a look. Who was it? It was a pit lap, of course, we're looking at. We're expecting to come in.
The guys that are 3 laps down are pretty much on the same strategy at the moment. Oh, he's had to avoid that one.
Yeah. Oof. Look at that focus. He's like, I can't turn the steering wheel any more to the left. It almost break it.
That was good reactions there.
And mind you too, if you guys are obviously a lot of race drivers out there, and thank you for tuning in. I mean, that force feedback, heavy force feedbacks, on some of these, different steering wheels, they can hurt.
Yes.
They can actually really hurt you. I mean, people have fractured fingers before. I remember watching Nicholas Longate, one of the F1 drivers, really hurt one of his hands one time when I was watching his stream, and that's just in the Formula 1 game. So, and we got to feel every little bit marble and every little part of the track, of course, in iRacing. So, yeah, it can hurt you a little bit. I think we have another crash moment that might have happened. We'll just see if we can overtake this car into Ascari. No, it's back. Wise maneuver there, and then get him out of Ascari. Good job. All right, so let's have a look what's happened to Nick further down the field here. The trackside endurance team, orange. Now he's looking lonely here. Is this Lesmo? He's lost it in Lesmo? Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. Does he keep it? Yeah, that's lucky. Off the racing line. Yeah, and out of the wall. Oof. Happy. And remember too, his team, his drivers. You got to remember you also, because you're representing your racing team and your other racing peers as drivers. You don't want to let them down, do you? 7 hours into a race, you don't want to have a damaged car, so your teammate jumps in there, and you feel gutted, don't you? Not just for yourself, but for your team.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those things. It happens to everybody. Everybody has crashed a car in a team race, and has let down his teammates. So everybody knows the feeling, and if you have a good team spirit, I think within the team, and the crash wasn't like a really stupid one, like where you could say, like, why have you done that? But like if you just lose it or something, teammates aren't mad at you because
they're not. You're right.
Of course,
in endurance racing,
you still feel really bad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gutted as well. I've casted 24-hour, endurance races with Spa and Le Mans and all that as for teams, for the actual team streams and stuff. And of course, I'm gutted. I'm just as gutted because I've also put in, say, 12 hours of casting, and you want the team to perform well, and then something happens, and I feel bad for the drivers. And as you said, that's something about sportsmanship in endurance races that people don't get upset like that. They're not mad at the driver. They're just, it happens. But it's just nice sportsmanship to see. They get mad at other drivers, of course. If there's an accident, that happens. You can't get
Don't worry about
that. That's motorsports. That happens everywhere.
Yeah. No, that definitely. But in the team, it's again, I feel like that the guy is gutted, so
we might have to
need
feel for
get
Nick, my friend, because it looks like Nicholas has had another little moment here.
Oh god.
And that's the first. Remember, he spun just before one of the Lesmos.
Yeah, now it's the first Lesmo, and now maybe the second.
Oh,
he spun it again. Oh, that's not a good place. Oh, no. Yeah, good reaction there to turn it out of the way.
360 flip, hopefully. Oh, he's backing up.
That's also not a bad.
But you got to turn soon.
Yeah,
wait for a gap.
Just going a bit further back.
Wait for your spotter to tell you. Yeah, got to wait for your spotter to tell you. Can't turn. All right, he's going to play the safe game.
Now he's... He'll love tap
Oh.
into the wall, but he's doing it very safely. So
Yeah. He's also backing it up for the tractor to pick the car
and
up.
he's
like,
trying to
"No,
stay very far to the right. So very a good
patience, I would have to say, isn't it?
yeah, patience and a good role model for everybody else. If you because of course you lose it, you want to get back on track as quickly as possible, but yeah, you gotta just take the time penalty, let's say it like that, if you lost it, and just go out slowly. And he's done very well there. So I feel something like that is a bit underappreciated because we have seen it tonight as well. A lot of drivers don't take the time to join back safely.
No, they don't, and it's frustrating because you're sitting there and you're just waiting. Cars are going boom, 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 1, 2. You don't know if they're cars that you just lapped before or the cars are lapping you or whatever. You're just sitting there just going, oh, it's all just going, and then you want to get on the pedal and you want to get back in there. You can be greedy with it, but greed costs, as you know, mistakes. And you try to flip it, you accelerate, you spin out there, you're back on the racing line, cars are flying around, bang, all of a sudden you're in a collision and killed a couple of cars.
Yes,
that's when and as well as yourself, of course. So
exactly.
So that's by losing a few places or whatever a lot of time. All right, so be it. You're still in a race, an endurance race.
Yeah. So that's why I think we gotta applaud when somebody does it the right way, the correct way. Shouldn't go unnoticed. So very well done there. Good sportsmanship. Also, it's just a matter of sportsmanship in the end.
Let's go back up to the lead of this race. You're right, and because we haven't really, it's been quiet up here for a little bit up the top end for the LMPs. And but that gap is Tempest is still in that hovering in the 30s away from Blue Screw.
It's not going either way. I think it's not going down. It's not going up.
Lucky to get through there. Sorry, I saw there's two cars there. I thought, but yeah,
he's done good. But yeah, but I think you can see how much in control at the moment Blue Screw Racing are. They've just got their gap. They're just holding that gap. No need to push any further. They're just driving their pace. It's well enough, well fast enough to stay in the lead easily, and that's such a like special point. When you're just driving, you've got nothing on your mind. You're just churning out your laps, lap after lap after lap, consistent times. That's just brilliant. When you're in the car at that moment, that's just fun. That's just really fun. You can just drive and just not have to think about anything, but just driving it safe and clean.
Yeah, Hugo's. They've had a driver swap. Jose Augusto is still racing in the second team there for the Tempest Sim Sport. He's been doing a few stints, so I'd imagine soon in the next pit stops they'll swap him and give him a bit of a breather because driving it into the night time and concentration levels, and once again they're doing good concentration levels because they're keeping about 32 and change away from Blue Screw Racing. We've had a bit of a crash here from Mark, so let's have a look what's happened. This is an LMP2 car, and this is Mark. It's actually, remember that battle between 505 Endurance? What's going on here then?
Maybe missed the braking. It's my guess.
It's in the marbles, missed it, and that has to go. Oh, luckily avoids actually the. And well, it does show a little bit of time, but not the end of the world.
Nothing wrong for that, I'd say.
And well, this is this team, the Portuguese team. Now remember the top 4 drivers, and that's good for the GazX team. They get back onto the lead lap. Well, you'd have to say still in the top 6 can win it, but realistically, the top 4 are the ones that very, very capable of having enough time. Because anything can happen, can't you? Like Hugo can make a little bit of a mistake, and all of a sudden, then again, once again, in endurance racing, it might not actually be you making a mistake. It might be a car that's made a mistake off the road. We've seen drivers spin, haven't we, out of Lesmos? And if you're approaching the Lesmos and somebody's just spun onto the racing line and it's a blind corner, of course, bang, you're out, or you're severely damaged. That's what fears. That's a fear that's in the back of your mind, isn't it? Endurance racing.
Yeah, it's one you've got to turn off eventually, because at the end what you have to do is just look after yourself. You can't do anything about the other drivers anyway, I think. So Just try and drive your own race, try and drive your own pace. That's the way I've always gone into these endurance races. Just at the end, if I'm staying clean, if I'm staying out of the walls and out of the other cars, of course, my pace will get me where I can be in the end, I think. So, not to leave the thinking about the other guys for the crew sitting and watching you and spotting you. And when you're in the car, really just focus on your driving, I'd say.
It's the spotting as well you mentioned, of course, because they got to let you know, try to be as aware as quickly, but sometimes there's not enough time to be as aware. Here we are aware at the moment. It's at the MRP by Fields Academy are leading the GT3 Pro class. And look at that, he's almost thinking about overtaking an LMP. That's how much pace that they have. 43 seconds up the road there from the Astro Racing Cellular Ode team. And once again, this is another thing, isn't it? We're looking at those 4 cars on the lead lap, of course, for the GT3 Pros. We know there's 4 cars on the lead lap for the LMPs. And if we go down to the GT3s, which have 3 cars, of course, on the lead lap, because I've looked at Platinum Racing Team Red. They are the ones leading the GT3 AM class. Just to give you a bit of an update, because we're just over 7 hours into the race. Dan's going to come back in here a second and relieve me, so I can go on and destroy my voice for another couple of hours. Okay. So, yeah. So this is the quietish stage, I was going to say, of course, that you get in the endurance racing, where things start to calm down and chill a little bit. Not for the drivers, of course, but for us, for the actual racing, for cars that are close together. But that's an endurance, mate. You're never a dull moment, because there's always a car to overtake, or you have to let one pass you. You got to be sharp on your toes. You certainly won't fall asleep at the wheel, put it that way.
No, definitely not. It can come close sometimes, but only like in very bad situations, let's say it like that.
How is this? We're going on board with Ivan. And how do you feel driving a GT3 car at the moment? It's cool, calm, right, collective?
Yeah, it should be. At the moment, if we're looking Ivan at the top, he's got a good gap behind. Let's look at the times.
I'll pull them up for you. Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look at the last lap history there and show you between him and the other. And it's showing Simmons at the moment. I'm showing
Simmons, yeah.
Is it? It is.
Yeah, it should be Urs Müller. That should
it's
be.
It's showing the car up the road that he's battling it against. Let's have a look.
Well, that's.
Yeah, it's Müller there.
Better. So you can see there, sometimes Müller is faster, sometimes Bremer is faster. So, I'm gonna ignore Simmons now, because P10 he's not very interesting at the moment. Let's say it like that. So they're not much in between them, I'd say. So again, just it's 2 different types of races, I'd say. When you have like the battles that we have seen just a couple of or 1.5 hours ago or something like that, where you got to really be focused, because there's a different mindset you've got. You're fighting for position. The guy next to you or behind you or in front of you is the guy you're really fighting on track. So that's a different mindset to now, when now he's coming up to a lap GT3 or the LMPs. You don't have to. You just know, okay, we just need to get by them, or they need to get by me. You can just focus on your own pace. I think that's like the main thing. No need to get overexcited. Just try and hit your fuel. The fuel. Fuck's sake.
I mean, I know you mean.
You know what
fuel.
you mean? The fuel for the lap, so you don't use too much, so you can drive enough laps from what you have planned out in the strategy beforehand. And then just try and hit the times you want to drive. We are in the night right now. The track is very cold. Is relatively cold, so it's faster than in daytime, than under the daytime, during the daytime.
Yeah,
And,
well, I appreciate, and on top, I have to run, but I appreciate you, Kevin. Thank you very much, my friend, for spending hours and hours with the casting box with me.
Was a lot of fun.
It's an endurance alone to handle a casting box with a kangaroo wombat Australian for that long, but it's been a lot of fun. We're going to hand it over, of course. Dan, the man's back.
Good evening,
So,
everyone. Wherever
that's
you may be in the
courage.
world. Good morning,
Welcome.
good evening, good afternoon.
So thank you, guys. I'm out. Good on you, Dan.
Big
Let me know how
first of all,
tune in
before,
later. Yes.
before you get out, do not get away from me, because I want to say a big thank you for helping us out once again. Biggles, yeah, once again.
Round of applause.
Biggles, a big thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much, guys. It's always fun, and I'm looking forward to watching the race back later. Take care.
It was great fun.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Kevin, tell me, what have I missed?
Oh, Dan, what haven't you missed? Let me tell you, it's been an exciting, what was it, 3.5 hours since you were gone, or let's say 3 hours since you were going. It's been absolutely thrilling. We've had a lot of fights, very close fights between P2 and P3 in the LMP2 class, GT3 Pro class at the top. Again, 2 and 3 were fighting. GT3 M class at the top, Platinum Team Racing Red, the guys we are watching right now, and YS Motorsports, they were fighting for the top position. So a lot of fighting, especially at the top, unbelievable stuff. But we have seen a lot of contact as well, especially between Tempest Simsport LMP2 and 046 Racing, P2 and P3 in the LMP2 class. They have been fighting for like 6-7 laps, I think. Yeah, very spicy, end on end. And then it came to a bigger contact in the first chicane, which am not sure who I would give blame to, or if I would say it was a racing incident. But luckily that's not on me to decide. So we've had some brilliant racing, I can say. And it's perfect timing, as you've done, as you've changed there to Peter, who is about to have a fight with Clemens Schmidt.
True. Well, before we get to that, could you give us a quick rundown of the grid at the moment? Have you kept up with the race rundown? Well, while I was away, or did you guys forget?
Yeah.
You guys
we had too much to do with what was happening on screen, because there was really, I really then, up until like 20-30 minutes ago, it was just absolute madness.
Yeah, we got into
what was happening on the track.
Yeah, I think we got into like the slow phase of the race, but
yeah,
well, we're gonna go
definitely.
into a race rundown now, sponsored by our very own sponsor, Apex Tech Racing Supply.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning sim racer.
Well then, we're back here at the Temple of Speed with the race rundown done by our very own Kevin.
So, at the top, we have in the LMP2 class, not only at the top of the LMP2 class, but of course at the top of the race altogether, we've got Loose Crew Racing with Hugo Preto at the steering wheel at the moment. It's been, I don't want to say it's been a quiet race for them, but they have been leading very comfortably the last couple of hours. They have managed their gap up to P2. They have kept it in that 30 seconds mark. They have done a great job up to this point to defend their P1 position. And there we have P2 Tempest Simsport LMP2. They have had an incredible fight with the car we're coming up to in a second. 046 Racing, those two guys have been battling to the nail and to the teeth. Unbelievably close between them. They've had a bit of a contact going into or coming out of the first chicane, I'd say. And yeah, it has cost both of them quite a bit up to Loose Screw Racing. Bazinga Motorsports at the moment in P4. Also not a lot of happening there for them. I'm actually a bit surprised they are in P4. Gazix Racing Team are in the pits right now. Okay, that's the explanation for that. Danny Giusa stepping into the Gazix Racing Team car for them. Gazix. Yeah, Danny Giusa, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're from Austria, so you speak German. So that may be a piece of cake for you, but I was just interested how you pronounced it, because I've never heard a Dutch name pronounced that way. So I'm sure it's correct, but I've just never heard it pronounced that way.
I don't know. Giusa maybe. If I'm speaking so much English, I'm trying.
I'm sure you're correct.
I'm having a lot of trouble switching to German again, even with with one of the other cars. We are coming to later in this rundown. I'm having problems when I'm talking in English. But yeah, that's Gazix on P5. In the GT3 Pro class, we've got Martin Rabe, MRP by Fields Academy. GT3 Pro class at the top, it's pretty much the same story as we've had in the LMP2s. MRP leading very comfortably. They have been leading now for pretty much hours on end, and they have managed their gap absolutely perfectly. In P2, we've got Astro Racing Cellular Mode, Fernando Alcolea. Again, P2, P3, P4, very, very hard fought over in the GT3 Pro class. Astro Racing also gained quite a bit in the last couple of hours, I'd say, to be now in P2. Euromaster Esports in P3, Fran Parada, they have just in the last pit stop have changed the drivers, I think, so he's just come in more or less. He's just driving his first stint. Euromaster again very much in the fight for P2 again, now at the moment not even 10 seconds behind P2, and if they can keep their pace up, this will be a great fight for the podium positions, because P4 Platinum Racing Team Blue is also still in the mix. They are now a bit further behind than P2 and P3. But they are still in the lead lap, and that's what's really what it boils down to. So every chance for them to still come out on the podium. Tempest Simsport Blue, we have talked a lot of about Tempest Simsport, not only in the LMP2 class but also in the GT3 Pro class. They have fallen back a bit. They were very much further up the field. They were fighting for P2 at some point in time, but now only let's say like that, down in P5. But they've got the pace. Let's see where they can go from there. GT3 AM Platinum Racing Team Red in the lead. Unbelievable. We have just it feels like we have just witnessed them going past YS Motorsports, but they are already 37 seconds in the lead. They've done a great job. Ivan Bremer, great pace he's showing at the moment, and they are very well far ahead in the lead. YS Motorsports, we just said Urs Müller. Now I can bring it out correctly. Yeah, they were fighting for P1. I don't know what has happened. They've had a bit of contact with Platinum Racing Team Red, and I think Müller had a bit of an incident, if I remember correctly, so also a reason why he's dropped back a bit. But they have got the pace, and there's still a lot of time left in this race, so I wouldn't write them off at the moment. They still got the chance to take the race to Platinum Team Racing. Crips Racing, GT3 AM class is a bit further, the cars are a bit further away from each other. The fights aren't as big, so we haven't had the time, or we haven't had the chance really to focus on the AM cars. But it was Greg in the Crips Racing car in P3. DSA Sylvan Motorsports, Daniel Whitnell in the Mercedes Already 3 laps down, you gotta say. So not looking too hot for them. They are pretty much all on their own at the moment. They are 2 laps behind, let's say, Crips Racing, and they are 5 laps ahead of P5, which is Chicane Online Racing Orange. 8 laps down already, so we've had a bit of a stretch there from P1 to P5 already in the GT3 AM class, but also they are very far behind P4 at the moment, again, as we said, 5 laps, and already 1 lap ahead of P6, so also they are pretty much on their own at the moment.
Well, that was your race rundown here after 7 hours and 25 minutes. We are gonna get in a man from the car we're looking at right now, the 318, the Platinum Racing Team red car. Miles Owens, a man well known here on the Platinum Racing League channel, of course, won the MX-5 series. That's getting close up ahead between the Ferrari and the BMW of Platinum Racing League. But Miles, well known in the community. How's the race going for you so far?
Really well. We had a strategy, was keeping to it, and everything's looking rosy at the minute. So,
Tell us. Go on.
I was just going to say, yeah, it's looking rosy, and we've got a really nice gap. So just managing it.
It hasn't been looking rosy for the whole race. You were at some point, I think, down as well in P5. You've worked your way back up to P1. Are you comfortable that you now can keep that gap up to the YS Motorsport Europe 1 car?
Well, we qualified 7th, and we've only gone up from there. So yeah, everything's gone our way so far. We've kept it clean. We kept to our strategy, and I think we're a few laps in front of the guys behind as well on strategy.
Yeah, you pitted on lap 216 the last time, and they pitted on lap 211, overtaking the 117 car, I think, or the 114. That's actually the pro car of Platinum Racing Team at the moment. That car, I think, let me quickly take a look. The 114. Where is that placed?
Yeah, they've got damage. They had a disconnect and a crash earlier.
Aye. So the race not going to plan for them, but
no.
Yeah, for you, E1 doing a tremendous job in the car right now. What are you guys doing in terms of strategy? Are you triple stinting, double stinting? Because early in the race we heard that triple stinting was easily possible.
Oh, I'm not giving away our strategy. Not yet. No.
Not yet?
No.
That's a real racing driver there.
Yeah. No, don't give anything away what can give everyone else an advantage.
Okay, Miles, you're serious about it.
Yeah, well, we want to win.
Well, Miles, have you settled down yet from all the party festivities that have gone down after your PRL MX-5 AM Cup win?
I celebrated by getting the team a new livery. So we all went back into the club.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well,
yeah.
What are you looking forward now to for the next, 4.5 hours?
Well, I'm back in after I win, and then Merckx is back in the little rocket there. So he's the fastest of all of us.
Well, E1 not doing a terrible job either. No slouch in the car. You neither, Miles. Anything you want to ask him, Kevin?
They've done a great job. I can only congratulate them how well they were driving the last couple of hours. Great overtaking maneuver, of course, into turn 1. Was a bit tight there, wasn't it, with the YS Motorsports car?
Yeah, we look back at that, and it seems like Rem, he did turn into him to start under braking, but yeah, it was just a racing incident, I think, and everyone's still alive, so.
Yeah, I think nothing bigger happened from that, so
yeah.
No worries there, I guess. But yeah, great job. That's all I gotta say, to be honest. That was pretty amazing stuff there.
Well, thank you.
Miles, well, thank you for hopping in. If E1 is done with his stint, tell him he can get in as well, because we, of course, want to hear some from E1 as well when he got into the lead.
Roger that, boys. Thank you for the stream.
No worries, Miles. Keep on cracking, and yeah, good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you. See ya. Bye.
Well, that was Miles Owens from the Platinum Racing Team Red, and such an awesome guy, I have to say, Kevin, that Miles Owens. When you join the voice chat, of course, with him, you, of course, won't have any experience with that, but when you join the voice chat with him, always happy, always laughing, just those bunch of people, it's amazing to have them in our community. And yeah, he was happy with his victory in the AM class in the MX5 Cup. But we have someone else in as well, Kevin. And that's a man who we've had in the booth earlier with us here this race. I think at the beginning stages. How is it now at the moment in the stewards booth? Morning.
A whole lot better. Thanks all for commentary so far. Good to speak to you again, Kevin. Great to see you and hear your voice again. Well, the amount of reports has slowed down a lot. That's amazing. We can get a little bit of a rest and enjoy the show now. So that's great.
You were hoping Go on, Kevin. Go on.
I gotta ask something. The incident between the two LMPs, 046 and Tempest, how did that go? That wasn't great to look at, but can you tell us what happened there? Is there anything?
Tempest and which team?
046 Racing was that first
I
chicane?
think that was a chicane, yeah, exactly. Well, there was just no room. They didn't left any room. Tempest, I think it was, didn't left any room for the 04. And yeah, I think that was a warning given. Can't remember really. We've had 73 reports so far. So yeah, and there are also a lot of incidents we see but don't get reported. So
of course,
yeah.
of course.
I have an incident to report. It's an incident in chat calling Iwan a bald guy. How dare you, Marnix?
Iwan is a great guy. Unfortunately for him, he's bald, so something to pick on for him.
It looks nice. It looks absolutely nice on him, Marnix. Be nice to Iwan.
Unfortunately for him, he's bald, so that's something to pick for me on him. So
yeah. Well, yeah. Marnix, earlier on you were hoping that the Platinum Race Team Red Car was going to get into the groove. They've definitely done so now, up into the lead of the GT3 AM class.
Yes.
I have to say though, before there's going to be anything controversial in the chat, every team, it doesn't matter who it is, gets treated in the same way. No one has an advantage, so also no Platinum Race teams have an advantage here. It's just Marnix is a fan of who is in the team, not the team itself.
Exactly. I mean, they're all great guys, and yeah, no one else gets any benefits from the stewarding. We see them all as equals. I try to stay out of the reports that come in with Platinum Racing Team, and yeah, if I have to do something about any reports that are included with Platinum Racing Team, we try to see them as any other individual.
Which is of course what you need to do, because at the end of the day, the Platinum Racing BMW is exactly the same BMW as the BMW from any other team. And
yes.
I think that, is it difficult to do so, or do you take a step back when there's an incident between a Platinum Racing Team car and another car, or do you evaluate that as well?
Eventually we evaluate them as all as the other cars. It's not that we see them as any other car or team. So we just look at the car as a canvas or canvasless, I'd say. And we just look at the incident like any other incident, where we see them as an individual hitting another car or getting hit by another car. And we try to stay as professional as always.
Yeah, Marnix, don't you sometimes think when you're watching, like, oh man, would I have loved to be out there on the track with them?
100%, 100%. But I feel the guilt when I'm not around. I want to do it my way. I want to be in control of the pit. And unfortunately, we didn't have enough stewards this season. I mean, we have some, but sometimes or some races they are not able to attend full race or parts that we need them. So unfortunately, we're just not with enough, and I hope to have a little bit of change for that next season, that I am able to race. But still, I'm part of race control. I founded this organization with some guys, and I feel the responsibility to guide it in good ways. And yeah, just be the guy to talk to whenever it goes wrong. I
Are there
always want to
other-
have the
Go on.
controls.
Yeah. Monix, are there any other stewards that are available to come into the room? I know that one of the drivers is also one. I think isn't Papa? Isn't he in the?
We have Pepe, we have Nick, we have Thomas Burling, and we have Martin Hobson. Those are all drivers who help us out whenever they are not driving. And we have Hugo, Rob, and Peck, and Jesse Oost, who are really helpful, just spending their free time helping us out, which I'm really grateful for. Without any of these stewards, we were not able to provide good racing and live stewarding.
Well, Monix, a big thank you for you once again to join. You're free to join whenever you want. If you want to join back before the end of the race, like the last hour, you're always free to do so.
Thanks, guys.
Or to send someone else from the stewards room. We would love to have a chat with them as well. But yeah, amazing work from you guys in the stewards booth, and yeah, a big thank you, because without
Cheers.
you, we wouldn't been able to run such a great event.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And good luck, guys.
Thank you. Well, that was Monix, one of our stewards. Kevin, I think the time has come for you to bring this to an end. It's been amazing. Tell us what you've liked the most about commentating on PEC.
Oh no, I mean it was pretty much overall a very fun experience. It's I gotta say it's great driving standards actually in the PEC in PEC. People are really, I mean, of course there are fights where it gets a bit too close. That always happens, but especially like between the GT3s and the LMPs, there is a lot of respect given. I think, even if it gets close sometimes, I think it's really good how the guys are driving together, and also with like rejoins or anything or something like that. We haven't seen too much of that. We have seen 1 or 2 incidents where the rejoin wasn't that great. Let's be honest, but all in all, driving standards are amazing, and to be commentating after 6.5 hours on a fight between P2 and P3 in 3 different classes is of course always absolutely amazing.
I can imagine. Well, Kevin, you've done a tremendous job, as did Biggles. So once again, a big up to you two guys. Thanks for helping us out once again, Kevin. Of course, you're always free to get in once again. You can always use help. But yeah, big thank you and big ups. You did amazing, as did Biggles. And yeah, big thank you.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Is it not now my job to introduce?
It is.
The man that's going to replace me.
The
Joshua
man, the myth, the legend
is now taking over my spot in the commentary booth. And is he already here? Can he say hello?
Yeah.
There he is.
I'm here to take all of that excitement that you and Biggles produced right away. We're now transitioning into the chill phase.
Yeah, the race has done so as well, so I think that's a great timing for that.
Well, Kevin, once again, big thank you, and take care on the way out. And don't forget, there are 5 steps down, not 4, because you fell when you came in. I didn't forget.
All right, man. Yeah. I hope to hear you guys soon again. Everybody in the chat, thank you guys for watching from my side. Stay tuned. I'm gonna definitely be watching the stream now myself. So if you two guys are saying something, I can hear it. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so we can't speak bad about him, Joshua.
No, thank you guys very much. It was a lot of fun, and I hope to hear you guys soon.
Yeah.
Hear you guys soon.
Kevin, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, Joshua, into the chill phase of the race we go now. 7 hours and 40 minutes done. About 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. What are we expecting for those last couple of hours? It's gone dark now. The drivers are into a more zoned out mode. What can we expect?
I mean, the most exciting thing is gonna be that at some point soon, in about 4 hours, all of the different strategies will come together. As then it will unfold who saved the stop, who has a shorter last pit stop. And also now with probably even less cars on track, as far as I saw it, we are gonna have a lot more teams just running their pace.
There are, if I am looking at this correctly, there are 37 cars only, or no, yes, I was correct. 37 cars only running at the moment. The cars that are out of this race: 046 GT3, Austin Sim Races Orange, Octopus Racing Team Black, RFRO Orange, DLR Rotary Industry Orange, Bottom Split Heroes, Vitor Racing, MV Skin Lab DS Racing, Verve Racing Team Black, Vanity Racing Yellow, Octopus Racing Team LMP2, BWT Motorsports, PGZ Motorsports, Platinum Racing Team LMP2, Austrian Sim Races Orange, AVL Sim Racing, and Austrian Sim Races Yellow. A couple of drivers and teams out of this race. To be exact, there are 14 teams out of this race, which is quite a lot. This track has taken quite a lot of prisoners.
Yeah, that happens in multi-class. I mean, some of the incidents we did see, though, in the beginning of the race were, let's just call them conservatively avoidable. So...
I think...
But,
go on. Talking.
I think overall it has gotten, compared to, if you remember back at Spa, I think it has gotten better. A lot.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. If we take a look at the overall standing, here we have them. This is the standings as we have them at the moment. If we look at P1 in this class, this goes down to SR Technic. And SR Technic, where are they running? Let me quickly take a look. SR Technic running 25th overall. So there are at the moment about 13 cars that you cannot see. I don't know if that is a big issue for you guys. Let us know if it is. But otherwise, we can stay on this overall standing screen, so you can see who is fighting each other. I'm gonna try a risky thing here. Should I try a risky thing and go to the intervals instead of the gap?
I mean, we can do it. If
There we
you're
go.
feeling frisky.
There we go. It's running fine at the moment for me. So there we have the intervals between the drivers. And that has shown us, if you take a look here, a big battle going on here for P3 on the podium. 046 Racing dropping down into the clutches of Kazakh Racing Team. They've pitted a couple of laps earlier though, Kazakh Racing Team, and their non-pit stop strategy is now coming into play. Because I think in about 3-4 stints time, they will have a pit stop less.
Yeah, I think they will also now get the position as they have the draft of the Loose Screw Racing car pulling them along. Although now obviously Loose Screw Racing, being the overall leader, is defending.
Three car gets through there nicely. Past the Loose Screw Racing car and back into the lead lap. In P3 overall now, so go on with that name, you're German. Danny Quisa?
I have no idea, my friend. Danny Quisa, I would say, but...
That's what Kevin said, I think a couple of minutes ago. And I love that name. It's something different instead of all the German slang that we always used to. But back into the lead lap. He seems to be wringing the neck of that car. Last lap time, 2/10 quicker actually than Ricardo J. Ferreira. But now, of course, Ricardo J. Ferreira has the slipstream, so he's now going to gain some fuel and a couple of tenths, I think. But he seems to be wringing the neck of that thing, and that thing has really come alive here in the last a couple of stints when it's gone dark.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it earlier in the race, in the beginning. Some teams may set up their car more for the hot temperatures and some more for the cold. Maybe with the GasX team, we have a team that has decided to go a bit more for optimizing for the colder temperatures, as also the majority of the race is done here in the colder temps.
The track temp is still the same. Track temp is still 27 degrees.
Manatee Racing Black apparently had a big crash. I'm going to take a look
Who
now.
was in that car? Was that Marius Janke?
Yes.
Take a look. Is this now gonna glitch out? I think it is. I think.
Aye.
Take a look at it. Oh no. My SDK has gone pop again. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, guys, hang with us here because my SDK has gone pop. I don't know how this has happened. But SDK has been doing this the whole day, so I can't show you this now. Here we go. We're back with SDK. Gonna go back to live pictures.
I'm gonna give the stream a short rundown. Side by side on the main straight with the trackside esports orange car, and the trackside esports orange car has decided to run in the middle of the track.
We're back to live pictures.
And yeah.
Okay, so not gonna go to replay anymore.
No. That's again, in my opinion, a avoidable racing incident.
Indeed it is.
But yeah, I would put it down as a racing incident. Both parties. The trackside esports car could have just run the normal line on the left. The Manatee racing car did go too far left. And with one car going right and one car going left, it's going side by side. Eventually they will touch.
Yeah. That's what, of course, happens in the end. SDK is crashing a lot after the update. Yeah, true, Adi Kerstens, that's absolutely true. And it's not only to me where it's doing this, it's just closing down on you all of a sudden. And I think that's something that they're going to have to take a look at themselves at SDK. Because I don't know why this is happening. We do now have the intervals. It is going to take a second. Give SDK some time to get the intervals in correctly. But this is SDK. This is nothing where we can do anything about. So yeah, hopefully it's back now. But it's because SDK crashed. That is why the stream stopped for a second there, guys. So give it some time and all the gaps will be back with you. We're gonna go quickly to the gaps back again because they seem to be working. At least they were at some point. I think everyone just has to get across the finish line for SDK to pick them up correctly. We're gonna give it some time. Austin Sim Races Yellow though out of the race. Only 7, or actually 6 GT3 AM class cars running at the moment, which I'm quite surprised by.
Yeah. I think we're still gonna maybe see some battles. Gazek's racing team was able to pull a nice gap onto the 046 racing car. And lap time wise, they are spot on with the leader. So I think their strategy probably starting to pay off.
They've been really quick, I think, just throughout this whole race. And like you said, the strategy is now helping them. It's not only strategy, of course. Keep that in mind. It's not only strategy. You have to be quick in terms of just raw pace as well. Because only strategy is going to get you so far. And it's not going to get you to where you want to be at the top step of the podium in the end.
That is very much true.
So give it some time, guys. These are the intervals between all the cars. It's gonna get back to you in a second.
They will come back.
SDK just needs the time. It needs to run through all the race, which I think in itself is quite a weird system. But hey, here we have a battle on track. This is not for position. Keep that in mind. DLR Rotary Industry red. ahead of the Right Engineering Esports car, but they are trying to overtake. I think that's the 23. That's the white car, DLR Rodeo Industry White, and they are a lap ahead of them. They're in P6 overall. Here we see them, the white car. And, well, it seems like they're running way... Oh, they shot wide there. Way wide. Has gone the LMP2, I think, of Rights Are Racing. There they are, coming back on track. They shot way wide at the second chicane. And they almost careered into the back of the DLR Rotary Industry White car. Remember, that car had a drive-through at the beginning of the race.
No, it was a 30-second stop and hold.
A 30-second stop and hold, even worse. So they're back now into P6 overall. That's not a bad comeback from them.
No, not at all. Considering that they were quite far down. I mean, they are still a lap down from our leader, so I think realistically we only have 3 cars in contention if nothing catastrophic happens for the overall race win here.
That 1 minute gap to Tempest Simsport is going to come down quite drastically in the next couple of laps from GazX Racing Team, because they seem really, really quick. It is Dani Guisa ringing the neck of that machine. Like I said, really quick the last couple of laps. But the Tempest Simsport car itself also really, really quick. So not to take anything away from them. A 36.6 from Dani Guisa last lap. And a 37.7 from Rui Queiroz. And a 36.3 now this time round from Ricardo J. Ferreira. We're now getting into the window, I think, where the track is going to get faster and faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing we can't forget is that GazX Racing Team is still saving fuel. So they are probably still looking to extend that lead that they will have for the last pit stop as he goes wide in the last chicane because of saving fuel. It's the second chicane. So many chicanes.
Too many chicanes here. Ascari chicane, Variante della Roggia, Variante Rete Filio. There are basically a couple of corners on this track where 3 of them I actually see as real corners. That's the 2 Lesmos, and I think the last corner, that is Curva Parabolica. The rest of them are just chicanes and a kink in a straight, which I do not count as a corner. And we have Curva Grande, but I also count that as a straight corner.
Yeah, I think we should just go back to the historic layout with the oval.
I agree with that.
You know, really test the arm strength of these LMP2 drivers through the bumpy oval. Just see how they can do.
Yeah, that would be interesting to take a look at. They have lost some time with that. Rui Queiroz, though. I think that they're going to be up the back of that Loose Screw Racing car within a half a stint to a stint, because 21 seconds, don't forget, is quite a lot of time to catch up. So I think now almost every interval has been brought to you by SDK. It's only this one, and that is the gap from MRP by Fields Academy, or I think Digital Spirit DS Racing, to DCW PEC. But they don't seem to be running anymore. No, they are. They are running. Here we are. We're looking actually with them. Daniel Marquez in the Digital Spirit DS Racing. They've gone downhill quite a lot since we were last here together.
Yeah, it's an endurance race. Anything can happen, and apparently, sadly, bad things happen for them.
Also, not in the lead anymore is this Euromaster Esports car. What has exactly happened to them? I would love to hear from Kevin, maybe, if Kevin is in the chat. What has actually happened to that Euromaster Esports car? Because they are in third now. They had a pit stop of 1 minute 50 last time round. So that's quite big, actually.
Yeah, when we went, they were looking like the dominating GT3 team. And I think we probably already had them set as a very high contender for the win. they are still very close.
Indeed, they are.
43 seconds, 44 seconds. So anything can happen still.
At the end of the day, when you are there in the last hour, that's where you really can say, okay, this car is now in contention. Because before that, it can just be strategy that is working them up field this much. Also now on P4, just outside of the podium spot is Winston Eckel. 1 minute and 4 seconds behind the Euromaster Esports car. That car has gained a lot on the Euromaster Esports car. And remember, the Euromaster Esports car is gaining on all the cars ahead of it. So the fastest car on the track at the moment, in the hands of this man, Winston Eckel, is the Platinum Racing Team blue car.
Who would you bet money on for podium positions in each class?
Loose Crew Racing, of course. Gazax as well. I think they're really strong. I think Tempest as well, because they're the champions from last season. Last season, they were in the lead for, I think, at some point, 24 hours straight without getting out of the lead. Also with the strategies coming into play. That is how dominant they were last season. And they just show that they can be consistent, keep out of trouble, and they're at the moment in P2. So I think the podium how it is now in the LMP2 field is how it's going to stay in terms of who's going to get onto the podium. The order of the podium, yeah, I'm going to sit on the fence there because I don't know.
Yeah, I think for the LMP2s, I have to agree with you on that one. It's gonna be interesting to see how Gazek's fuel saving strategy will play out.
Well, they've gained 2 seconds again on Tempest Sim Sport. If they do not make any further mistakes, they've just done a 35.94 with this team. As long as they can eat into the lead of Loose Crew Racing, they're going to be gaining, because they're not only going to be gaining in terms of they have 1 pit stop less, which will be around a minute of gain time. They will also need to catch up a little bit, because at the moment they're 33 seconds behind Loose Crew Racing if we take that pit stop out of account, so that 1 minute that they're behind Tempest. The only 3 cars, though, in the lead lap are the Tempest Sim Sport car and the Gazax Racing Team car. Together, of course, with the leader itself, the Loose Crew Racing. In GT3 Pro, that's exactly the same. Only the top 3, Andrew Fields in the MRP by Fields Academy, Lucas Chaparro in the Astro Racing Cellular mode, and Fran Parada in the Euromasters Esports car in the lead lap. In GT3 Pro, it's exactly the same. Miles Owens in that car now, Platinum Racing Team. Timo Roda in P2 in the Wires Motorsport Europe 1, and Crips Racing with Louis Grake in it. Also the only ones in the lead lap at the moment. So not a lot of teams still in the lead lap.
Yeah. I mean, being in the lead lap doesn't mean everything, because obviously pit stops and different strategies can maneuver you somewhere else.
Of course it does. Yeah, but at the moment, that's how it's looking.
For GT3 AM, I mean, YS Motorsports and Crips Racing will be on the podium, I think. Silver Motorsports being 3 laps down. I think it's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, 3 laps down. I don't think they're going to be anywhere near the podium spots by the end of the race. If nothing crazy happens, which we all know, with 4 hours to go, that can definitely happen. So don't take anything for granted here, because it will be a race to the finish. Also the last hour. If you're in the last hour and you're within the lead lap, then you have a chance, because anything can happen, basically. Anything.
Yeah, of course we don't wish for anything to happen.
No, of course, but we all know that is endurance racing and it can happen. I think we have.
Yeah, penalty-wise, not much. has happened ever since we went away. The
No, not at
only
all.
team that received a penalty was the RFO orange car, which received a drive-through, but they are out of the race anyway.
So nothing to drive through for them. Well, they drove into the pit lane, but they sadly never came out of it again. And they're not out of the race. We're here with the MRP Biofields Academy. And if we take a look at the gap, that's a car that is out of the race, I think. It is. Don't know why I clicked on that then. But yeah, car that's out of the race. If we take a look at just the gaps between all the cars, that's quite big as well. 7 laps down is the Digital Spirit DS Racing. I think also out with a chance at anything. All the cars that I think are more than 2 laps down are out with a chance.
Yeah, unless we get anything crazy like all leaders getting taken out, I don't think that much will be happening.
Especially not when a lot of cars have already dropped out of the race. Can you tell us something about the light that the LMP2 drivers have to the steering wheel? Because it must be distracting. If I at night drive with my car light on in the car, I can't see clearly outside of the car. So why do they then, in such high speeds, have a light in the car?
I mean, first it's purple, so it's not that disturbing to your eyes. And second, you still need to be able to see your switches and everything. And if they are only illuminated from the back, they will be more of an eyesore than just having this gentle purple light. And you're not looking at that much anyway. You should be looking out of the windscreen.
Well, easy said, and that is exactly the reason why they have it. And that's also exactly the reason why it's purple, because it doesn't interfere with your eyesight as much as all the other lights do, or all the other colors do. The gaps at the moment out on track. The closest gap we have is actually this one, between the 505 Endurance and the Lithium Motorsports car just ahead of us. Now we can see 3 seconds is the gap. The 505 Endurance has been bringing the neck of that machine, so I do think that it'll come down to when they are going to overtake them. Lithium Motorsports, of course, were a lap ahead when we left, about 3.5 hours ago. And now they're on the same lap and 2 seconds behind them, and fuel saving. So I think at some point the 505 Endurance is going to overtake.
Yeah, 505 Endurance. Probably running solidly since the beginning of the race. I don't think they've moved that much since we were last looking at them in terms of position.
I think it's Biggles' favorite team because there's one Australian.
A single one.
What do you mean, Biggles? That is why I was fine. Oh, you mean that way? Okay. Yeah, indeed. The update from SDK, it's... Oh man, it's terrible. It's closing down on you all of a sudden. We've had it happen with the stream PC from Audrey Kerstens. So big thank you once again to Audrey for providing us with the opportunity to use his PC. That gap is coming down rapidly though with 505 Endurance, but I think that this Biggles 505 Endurance is your favorite team because there's an Australian in it. Am I right with that, Biggles? Can you confirm this? Meanwhile, while we're waiting on his confirmation, let's take a look on board with Milo Speelman in the Lithium Motorsports car. Milo Speelman, no slouch either. The gap now is down as we look here underneath the second. I think it's a matter of time before this car is going to get passed.
Yeah, it's not looking like the Lithium Motorsports car has the pace to match, so it's probably best for them to not fight, let them by, sit in a slipstream, get pulled along, and save some fuel.
Best thing to do anyways, if you ask me, oh, that's a bit wide, and he now gets that aero wash, and he was in clean air for quite a long while. And getting that aero wash now from an LMP2 in front of you is quite big, isn't it? The difference you lose in terms of front aero.
Yeah, I mean, you can even feel it in the GT3s. And it's GT3 to LMP2, so LMP2 to LMP2, it's gonna be even more. Do we have anything else exciting happening? No, I don't think so. So we will just stay in with Dennis' show and see how this battle unfolds.
We have this battle as well. This gap is at... No, this gap is 1.5 seconds. Yeah, this is a Silver Motorsports car ahead of the K9 Racing red car. That gap is about 1.2 seconds. So quite close. Here we see the DSA Silver Motorsports car ahead of us. And it's going to overtake that 4th position in a second. I don't know why it's showing 7 minutes to the next car, but that's probably to the next car in the Pro class, which is this car.
Very
That's
well
quite
possible.
Here we go, DSA Silver. I don't think they're going to fight it. I don't think DSA Silver is going to fight this, being in the AM class. 2 laps down at P4, they just want to keep their nose clean, I think.
Yeah, they just want to finish the race, I think, from this spot.
We go down the inside. We'll see that position is going to be given up, I think, once we get to the braking zone. Yes, it is. That is Alex Gal up a position in the chicane on our racing red car now, going to be chasing down the Crips racing car, but that is 2 laps ahead of him. That's going to be a tough job for him. Get back to this fight for P7 or P8 in the LMP2 class of P8 overall. This gap has now come down less than 2 tenths, and we're now back up to the front stretch. So I think, Joshua, this is going to be job done once we get to the braking zone.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be passed before that.
Not yet. He's still there. Oh, he leaves him no space at all. Gives him a nose job. And luckily for him, he survives that. But wow. He just cut off his nose there and said, no, you're not going to fight this. I am way faster. And you are going to let me pass if you do want it or not. And that almost resulted in a big, big crash at the first chicane.
A bit close. I have to agree with that, but it worked out in the end. So good for him. Now the main objective is just get the Lithium Motorsports car out of the draft so they can't follow you. And then you're gonna have a good time.
The Lithium Motorsports car already dropping down 8 tenths only on this lap, and it's going to drop down even more because we have some GT traffic to contend with for the Lithium Motorsports car. There we go, outside of a second, and the Lithium Motorsports car is officially out of the slipstream range of the 505 Endurance. And now it can work towards Mika Shahak in the TSR racing car for 7th overall. That gap, 42 seconds. How quickly is he going to close down that one?
With his current pace, it's not gonna take long.
There on it, he could actually jump up to P. Let me tell you something. That team could actually jump up as far as P4, if I get this right, because from TSR Racing on, it's all 30 seconds, 21 seconds, 28 seconds, 38 seconds, but that's then to P3. So to P4, it's actually about a lap, which they can catch up, of course, in 4 hours' time. Don't get me wrong here. Everyone else is quick as well, but this 505 Endurance car has just been ringing the neck of that LMP2 car, that Dallara P2 car, and has been rapid throughout this whole race.
Yeah, but obviously they will have to keep up the pace. And we don't know their strategy, so
It's difficult at this point, isn't it, Joshua, to kind of guess what kind of strategies the teams are running. We, of course, know from the GazX Racing team that was quite apparent from early on in this race that they were going to be saving fuel. When you commit to a strategy like that, you have to also execute it, because you cannot halfway through that say, okay, well, now we're going to convert back to just pushing. You have to stay on that strategy as well now.
yeah. Unless you want to go for saving a lot of fuel in the beginning of the race and then running flat out for the end, but then you could have just, on average, probably gone faster, just saving less fuel over the entire race. So once you decide to go as the GazX team 2 laps longer than anyone else, you're quite committed on that.
I think they've actually overtaken already on the other guys, because they've pitted quite early and the guys ahead of them haven't pitted yet. So I think they've already overtook them and they're now working on another 2 laps longer time.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the time, 8 hours, we can take a look.
They should be about pit in 30 minutes time. If they pit before that, we know that they're quite close to overtaking without a pit stop to do.
Yeah, we're nearing the 12 laps in the 12 stints. So with how long the LMP2 stints have been, I would say about 20, 22, 23 laps. They probably have already saved an entire pit stop.
They have. Now, of course, it's going to be a case of they're now going to pit on the same lap as all the others, and they're going to have to save again, but they're not going to be able to save 12 stints again. So this is just saving for a shorter pit stop at the end, if they are going to save now.
Unless they save too much and have an extra pit stop because of that. Which I don't think. If they... No, that doesn't make sense. I will scrap that thought and erase it from my mind.
Oh, I love it, Joshua, man. Absolutely amazing. We see now Loose Screw racing into the pit lane. 10 laps later than Dani Guisa and Rui Queiroz, though. Still going out on track. Never mind, he's coming to the pit lane now as well. So GazX Racing team, once they're going to get past start-finish now, they're going to overtake them once again. Last time round for the GazX Racing team, only fuel, no tires. So they still have to lose tires at some point in this race.
Yeah, I think all of the LMP2s have to. I guess that the 4 stints on one set of tires now in the cold is very feasible. So if we project 4 stints to be 2 hours 40 minutes, they will for sure take tires. At a minimum once more, probably twice.
I expect about 6 more stops for everyone else, except Dani Guisa, who I expect 5 stops.
Yeah, we're gonna see. It's gonna be interesting.
Because if you take 4 hours, you divide that by 40 minutes, then you get 6. A rough calculation, that is. Then you get 6 hours, which will mean that they will need to do or then you get 6 stints, which will mean that they will have to pit 6 times. As down the inside now goes Dani Guisa off the 78. That is not for position. That is a lap car. That's the Ryder Engineering P11. Also, with a fastest lap time for that team last time round, Timo Roda in the YS Motorsports Europe car, gaining now on the Platinum Racing Team red car with Miles Owen in that car. He said that Thijs, the absolute rocket, is going to be in that car in a few minutes' time again. I don't know where E1 is. I don't think Miles has given the memo to E1 to come into the commentary booth once he's done with the stint, or he's just eating some lovely dinner of course, after such a long stint. And we're getting to the time where you have to eat. So he might have done it before, he might have done it after, and he's doing that right now while he's watching this stream. So if you are E1, let us know in the chat and come in when you're done eating your dinner. If not, I've just embarrassed me.
Consequences will be there.
I have to say, during the break when I was off, the time flew by. Now when I'm here, the time's going way slower again. Because I'm looking at the clock on top of your screen.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be exhausting. Another 6 hours till 2 a.m. At least Central European. What is it called? Central European summertime. Yes, we are still in summertime. We are special.
We are weird. Then looking at the 5:05 endurance, 38 seconds gap. Now he's closed that down quite a lot. They have made their pit stop as well, as did the TSR car. 2 seconds longer though was the pit stop from 5:05 endurance team. Don't know what happened there, but 2 seconds, not too much.
No, I think he can make it up over the next few laps.
This could be a battle brewing. The DLR Rotor Industry red car behind the Reiter engineering car. 5.8 second gap there. When do you think is he going to catch up? Because the closest battles though, and this has surprised me, are in the LMP2 field, and I expected them to be in the GT field.
Yeah. I mean, five seconds, that's 2 or 3 laps of bad traffic.
When is he gonna be within striking distance?
I think it depends too much on traffic. He was 9/10 faster that lap alone. So if he keeps that up, it's gonna be 6 laps. But as said, one bad traffic through Les Mo's or Ascari can easily cost you over a second here, so it can fluctuate so much.
See the gap now back up to 6 seconds because he had some traffic in the first chicane while Joshua was talking about that. Perfect example. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. DLR Rotary White now, they were in P4, they have pitted there into the pit stop. Or into their pit box. They're going to be here for, I guess, another 15 seconds, and then they're going to go out. Going to stay on board with that car. It is Matthijs Weten in that car at the moment, 12 positions up. Like I said, they were down in the last positions in qualifying, but they always come alive in the race.
Yeah, for some teams, qualifying maybe is their weak spot, but if you know what's your weak spot, you can easily improve it.
Well, easily is a bit easily said, but you can improve it at least, and I agree with that. But easily might be a bit too much.
Well, it obviously depends where you are. If you qualify 500s between the pole sitter, yes, it's gonna be harder. It always depends on how much you need to improve, obviously.
Wouldn't you say that it's then easier to, because the gap is closer to them. You don't have to gain as much time. Whereas you're down in P10, 2.5 seconds behind the leader. It's more difficult because you need to find 2.5 seconds somewhere. And if you're already on your limit, finding those seconds is going to be difficult.
Yeah, but if you're 2.5 seconds off the pace, that's coming from some major issues. Smaller gaps, like a 10 for 500ths of a second, can be down to maybe going 3 or 4 kilometers an hour slower through a corner.
Yeah, but then you say just go quicker through that corner.
Yeah, and then you try, and then you count, and then you need to hot lap. I mean, you can say the same to someone that is further off. Just drive quicker, but drive quicker usually is not a very good advice.
Because usually that results in going off into the barrier at that point.
More often than not.
have to say though, only 2 cars now in the lead lap, and that is this car, even though they have pitted now, because the gas has lost quite a lot there in the last pit stop, it seems like. It is only Rui Quares in the Tempest Sim Sport and the Loose Crew Racing car, which we're looking with now in the lead lap. The closest battle out on track at the moment is this one, 4 seconds from Euromasters Esports to Astro Racing Cellular Mode. And I don't think that this is going to be a gap that is going to be easily gained by the Euromasters Esports car, because all the guys that are ahead of them now are unbelievably good.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. One thing that hasn't changed is what car is in the top 3, what manufacturer is still, yeah, it's still the Porsche.
Well, the Porsche is really good track. We've said it before. That is amazing. Blue, the first of all the other cars in the BMW. Ringing the neck of that car is Winston Eckel. He has lost some time now, but he is gaining time there, as you can see. He gained 1.3 seconds on MRP by Fields Academy. So he's gaining together with the Euromasters Esports car. So he could, if they keep this pace up, they could actually jump up onto the podium. Because that could actually be a fight for P3 at the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Euromasters Esports when they catch the car in front. And DLR Rotary Industry Red has now catched up to the Right Engineering Esports car.
We go, looking at another DLR Rotary Industry Red car. Down the main straight they come, having a tow. Pascal Haas is Kev done already. He did almost 4 hours. He's finally done. He's finally relieved of the pain that is commentating for 4 hours long. So yeah, he is done now. He did an amazing job, as did Biggles. Absolutely amazing for those guys to help us out. But back to the battle on track. The DLR Rotary Industry Red car, 3 tenths now behind the Right Engineering Esports. That's going to be a gap that's going to be closed down, and I think he's going to be able to chance into the second.
Yeah, I think he's probably, no, he's not. Right Engineering, they're closing the door, telling him he's not going to have it easy.
Beautiful switchback. Sorry to cut you off, but that is a beautiful switchback by the DLR Rotary Industry Red car. He is still on the outside though, so it has to give him room. Now he's ahead. And what a switchback. Well driven there. And that is just smart driving by Jens de Rooij. Really smart driving. But now the Right Engineering car is going to have that slipstream down to Ascari. Look at it, gaining. Is he going to go down the inside, or is he going to stay behind? He's going to choose to go down the inside. They're going to go side by side through Ascari. Is it going to end well? Or do they touch? It's going to end well. He slots in behind once again. That's beautiful battling by these two. But now into Curva Parabolica. It's once again going to be the Right Engineering Esports car who's going to benefit from that. So he's going to pull out to the left. A late reaction from the DLR Rotary Industry Red car. That is normally what you don't like to see, a reaction to a car going to the inside. You normally go to the inside earlier than the car behind does. To avoid incidents, but yeah, now finally it looks like the Yellow Rotary Industry Red car has settled and is up at P10 because the tracks on Esports back number 2 is into the pit lane.
Yeah. And Right Engineering going by again.
Wow, he broke way later. That was a big dive. I don't know what that exactly happened. That was a big dive by the Right Engineering Esports car, the number 78. Now down into the second chicane once again. He's going to try and go around the outside. Now he's going to try and get it. Number 22, DLR Rotary Red around the outside. Is this going to be contact? No, it's not. Beautiful fighting from these guys. Absolutely amazing. We're coming to, of course, more to the end phase of the race here. And there you can see behind that, I think it's the number 1 Tempest Sim Sport car losing some time behind them. But they are not going to let anyone through because they are in a fight of their own. And they do not want to let anyone pass. The Tempest Sim Sport car maybe not going to break up this battle. It's going to try and go around the outside, box him in maybe. No, he leaves in the room. 78 is going to get out of the way and let him pass. The best decision to make there, I think. But that does now mean that he has lost the advantage that he had of that slipstream on DLR Road Industry Red.
Yeah, I think the Tempest Sim Sport car will still keep him in the slipstream. And if they go and overtake the DLR red car, they're gonna lose time. So right engineering is not out of this.
Not at all. Up 3 positions is Tim Holtz from his starting position. I'm just asking Ewan if he can get into the comms booth. Oh, I got him. Here we are. We're gonna hear from Ivan Bremer in a second. Just have to wait until he gets into the waiting room. Joshua, should I tell him about the fact that Marnix called him bold?
I mean, it depends. What consequences will you get from it?
Well, he's probably going to drive angry and quicker, so they will increase their lead. Pattern Racing Team Red, though, at the moment in the lead by 20 seconds in that class. The Rights Racing car now way behind the DLR Rotor Industry car, not within the slipstream anymore. And here we have our good old man who had a good party last evening and is now racing here with us in PEC. Ewan, welcome.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good. First of all, Ewan, how was the hangover?
It's a good one.
Well, that means that the party was amazing as well. Ewan, just tell us, how was your stint in the car?
The car went good, actually. I was practicing it this week and I couldn't get like 2 laps together. So I was really afraid of going in, but I got in and I actually got quite a few good laps in. I think got us up to P1 in the AM standings.
Yeah, you do. Still, team is there.
Yep. So good going, yeah. It was good fun.
Well, what is the difficulty about driving in the night? Of course, you drove into the night, I think. You didn't enter the car when it was nighttime, did you?
No, yeah, it was already getting dark. Let's put it that way.
But it wasn't completely dark. So how was it driving into the darkness? Is it easier for you to drive into the darkness and just continue than it is jumping in when it's dark?
It's always difficult. That it's easier to make the transition, I think, especially if you haven't done a stint yet. So if you your first stint starts in the dark, that'll be difficult. But no, it went all right actually, and you can put your settings up a little bit, so it's not that dark when you drive. But, yeah, it's driving in the dark. And sometimes it's easier because you try to focus on, or you can only focus on the things you see and only the most important things. But that's always difficult, of course.
Does it get you into a different zone though if you are in the dark? Because we hear drivers saying that you get into the zone easier because there's not as much distraction around you.
Yeah, could be. Normally I would say yeah, but today the hangover and all, I was already in a different zone. So. Oh yeah.
well, guys, that's Ewan for you. Lovely guy, always. Like I said, Ewan. By the way, I have to tell you something. Marnix called you bold in the chat earlier.
I know.
I don't know when you were driving that was. So he chose his moment tactically when you couldn't look at the chat, but he called you bold there.
I saw it. But he made up for it for putting like the fire mark, the fire emote behind it. I took it as a compliment.
Well, yeah, it's how you look at it, of course, and I think just truly, Ewan, that just tells you how we, I think, as Platinum Racing team look at it, we always look at things in a positive way. Of course, there are negative things that you have to take into account, but from the negative things, we try to make positive things. We try to take a look at them and arrange what happened, and I think that's what sets us apart from all the other teams.
Well, it could very well be done. True. Yeah, like you say, man, I totally agree.
Well, Iwan, it was a bit of a hustle to get you into the commentary booth, but it was amazing to hear you again. Iwan, go and rest now because you were really tired. And yeah, thank you for coming in after me asking it 10 times.
I'll try to keep watching the stream. Good luck with it. All the other commentators as well. Keep going. Good job, man.
Well, Iwan, good luck to the team. And yeah, go and take your deserved rest. Okay?
I will, man. Thank you. Cheers.
Well, that was Iwan Bremer from the Platinum Racing Team Red. That team ahead of the YS Motorsport 01, and it is, I think, still Miles Owens in that car. Joshua, what do you think? Driving while you have a big hangover, is it a good idea?
I've never done that. I don't drink, so...
Me neither. Well, it's never a good idea to drive and drink. But if you have a hangover and the alcohol is already out of your body, then I think for me it should be fine. The only thing that I can imagine is that you get a little bit more angry easier. But while that was going on, yeah, you don't get angry, of course. Just listen to Joshua, and you can just hear that man just never gets angry. He doesn't know what anger is. But while we were looking at that, Joshua, or while I was talking to Iwan, Joshua, we had a big fight between DLR Rotor Industry Red and Writer Engineering Esports, where I think at one point, Writer Engineering Esports had to cut the second chicane.
Yeah, I saw that live.
I think everyone did.
I don't think much came from it.
Was there contact? Because that's the part I didn't see.
Only a bit, not much.
Hopefully all teams got out of that unscathed. It's a brilliant battle in just all classes. The 505 endurance though, look at this then. Gap has come down to 21 seconds to the TSR racing car. But the gap to P6 though has opened up quite a lot from that TSR racing car though. DLR Rotor Industry wide. Really quick.
Yeah, they made up for a lot of time they lost, mainly just from their penalties. So we're gonna see what they can manage.
By the way, Pascal Haas, if you're in the chat and you're here with us, yeah, well, let us know. We would love to have a chat with you. This is a battle though, side by side though. Here, No Limits Racing on the outside. Platinum Racing Team slotting in behind, 3/10 the gap here. We're gonna go on board with Chris Simmons. This is a battle for P7 in that class, and P7 overall in the GT3 field. What do you think is Chris Simmons gonna be able to do about this? Because No Limits does look a little bit slower than the Platinum Racing Team car. But of course, catching up is one thing, as we always say, and overtaking is another.
Yeah, you just have to be careful that you don't start to copy the guy ahead too much, because if he's slower, that's just gonna slow you down. So it's gonna be interesting.
Gap between these guys is not too different. I think it's gonna be Chris Simmons' job now to keep up with the No Limits car. And maybe if he wants to save some fuel in the slipstream, could that be something that they want to do as well?
I mean, if they are like really closely matched, so he doesn't think that he can get ahead and the end of the stint is close, he can just save fuel, overtake him in the pits and gain the position that way.
I have to remind you all, guys, if you are here and you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel and push that bell, and yeah, give us a like on the live stream. It helps to push the live stream out there and create a bigger platform for these drivers, because they deserve it. Look at the battles, look at how close the racing was, look at how good the quality of the racing was today, and I think they deserve definitely a bigger podium that they now have. Everyone who is here, big thank you for watching and staying with us here this evening and this whole day throughout 12 hours of Monza. We're 8.5 hours in, 3.5 hours to go. We're getting to the end of this race now. We're almost getting to the end of a new day. Or to the beginning of a new day for us in Central European summertime.
Yeah. Still another 2 hours, 2.25 hours actually.
Guys, just remember, it's not only exhausting for the drivers out on track, but for me and Joshua, we've done, I think at the end of this, about 8 or 9 hours. Yeah, 9 hours of the 50
9.
we
Yeah.
have covered. Yeah, that's quite a big amount of time.
I think also Dan later is probably gonna need a short break, so I think then you guys are left with me for the night podcast, PEC Endurance. Where
Yeah.
we're gonna have very quiet,
part.
monotone, and distinguished conversations.
I just love the fact how just easy you talk about things. As if it's the most normal thing there is. I love it.
What did you have for dinner, Dan? I think, let's be honest, we're not gonna have any big fights now. We're gonna have to find some fillers. We are
does
no
look
real
like
racing
it.
drivers, so we can't tell you any good stories. I can tell the story of how Adam Christodoulou nearly broke my hand once, but that's about it.
Adam Christodoulou, isn't that a real racing driver?
Yeah.
Okay, go on, tell us. That could be an interesting story. Martin
Oh.
Opson says, "Come on, Orange." Martin Opson, jump into the waiting room because we would love a chat about with you.
Oh, it was a good while back. In a GT3 league we did. Season finale, Daytona, end of the race. You know, I was just happy cruising back. And some people decided to run full speed the other direction of the track. And, well, one of them was a Mercedes GT3 which hit me right spot on in the front left axle. And I can tell you, direct drive wheels, no joke.
No, not at all. We have Martin's in chat. Oh no, this man here, Winston Eckel, had a. Oh man, he had a big drop back. Winston was driving and ran out of fuel. We were chatting and he forgot to check it. No, Winston. You get notifications by our racing as well. You're gonna have to box this lap for fuel. Oh, man, how can you forget such things? You need fuel to drive around the track.
In GSR Masters, a GSR Sprint it's now called, Masters anymore. It was, I think, GSR Masters, then GSR Masters Sprint, and now it's just GSR Sprint. From German Sim Racing, Govent Kini from PGZ sadly had about the same experience running out of fuel right because he forgot to pit. Although that, of course, is a 1 hour sprint race. So...
It's less costly there. When you've done...
Oh no, it's way more costly if you have to tow.
Yeah, but, I mean, not as much time goes to waste because you're 8.5 hours into the race, you forget to fuel up, and all your progress goes into the bin.
Directly into the bin. So Dan, you are still dodging the question, what did you have for dinner? Or are you afraid?
I am not afraid. I had spaghetti. Which, I am not saying because we're in Italy. I actually had spaghetti. I heard you laughing there in the background. No, I actually had spaghetti for dinner, and it was amazing. And when I had spaghetti, I was like, okay, this is typical. We're at Monza, I'm eating spaghetti, amazing.
Now you're just missing some of the real Monza fan experience. You should have queued 2 hours for that to buy a ticket, to queue another 2 hours to buy that spaghetti. Then you should have noticed that you didn't have any drink. Should have queued another 2 hours to get something to drink, and then someone ditches you right at the entrance sitting around. Of course, I reference to all the fan experiences that were broadcasted into the internet from the Italian Grand Prix.
Did you really have to wait 2 hours before you actually got to the line? To the front of the queue?
As far as I understood it, you weren't allowed to bring drinks inside, and you had to wait in a line to get in, then wait in a line to buy a food voucher, and then wait in a line to actually get some food.
Interesting. Want to make money, I think, at some point. It's the same thing if I go to I don't know what event, and they say you cannot take any drinks with you from your own, and I'm like, well, no, I'm not gonna listen to that. I'm just gonna bring a drink because I do not want to wait in the queues. But then they are, no, we want to make money. We need to make money of you, and we need you to not bring your own food. But we have a beautiful filler at the moment with us in the broadcast chat. Martin Hobson from the Orange team. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm on holiday. I'm enjoying myself.
Are you on holiday? So you're not driving today?
Nope.
Well,
I'm in Jersey.
Where are you?
Jersey, Channel Islands.
Okay, it's amazing. How are you enjoying your time?
I'm loving it, mate. I'm loving it. So
Well,
yeah.
Have you been in contact with the drivers of the Orange?
Yes, they are keeping me updated. They've had a little bit of a mishap and stuff like that. So it's like they've got a bit of damage, which they're losing about 6/10 of the lap. So they're kind of losing a lot of time with damage, but at the end of the day, it's like this: finish the race and we get decent points.
You're in P8, 1.2 seconds behind P7.
Well, it's all coming into play then, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, but P7 has a lap down on P6, so from there on in, you're basically the first car a lap down on the cars ahead of you. So it's gonna be difficult, I think, at that point to catch up to the Platinum Racing Team blue car. But yeah, all the brown cars are doing at the moment very well.
Yeah, it's going to be last few hours of race. It's like everybody's going to be a bit sketchy, going for risky overtakes and stuff like that. So I'm expecting a few people to drop out.
Well, we have the standings from the MX-5 here, and you basically got second in that division there in the pro class. Tell us, how did you party it? By booking a vacation?
Yeah, I went to the pub. I got drunk. You know, I was a little bit surprised, to be honest. It was just like, yeah, I just didn't. I expected third. You know, I know all battling for third, but if it wouldn't have been for that little mishap with John and Iwan, yeah, John had just bet me, like, but it's just one of those things, like, I was happy with third, and yes, so I'm very, very happy with second now.
Yeah. Well, for the people who don't know Martin races himself. Is a very competitive racer, but also is, well, the chief of, or the manager at the moment of Platinum Racing League. We of course all know Marnix Heister. He started that, and at some point he said, "Now I want to focus on PEC. Here you go, you get PRL from me." So now, the man in charge is Martin Hobson. And Martin, tell us what we have on the way.
Well, we've got a new GT3 Endurance, which is just about to start next month, the 26th of the week, I think. Week beginning 26th, I think it is. Yep, 20. Well, it's on that weekend anyway, so it's on the 29th, I guess. So yeah, we've got that, which will be running each week, running alongside the VRS schedule. So obviously all the tracks will be there. the setup to be there from people from BRS, PDS, or if you're making yourself, etc. And yeah, hopefully we get that filled up and have some great racing.
Yeah. The races are 3 hours long, if I'm correct, and it'll be a team race.
Yep.
How many drivers can a team exist out of? I think a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 6?
Minimum of 2 and maximum of 5, I think it is.
Okay.
5. And obviously they don't have to drive all in one race, they can drive separate races, you know, if unless they just want to sign up 2 teams, and yeah, then they've got 2 teams in it. You know, if you've got four drivers, sign 2 teams up, and then you've got more of a chance of winning, you know, so that's how I see it.
Yeah, it's exactly how I see it. It's the same with Platinum Racing Team Blue and Orange.
Yep.
2 teams in that class, of course. No car in the top 3, but the top 3 has been mighty fast, Martin. We've all seen that. A minimum of 1. Marnik says a minimum of 1. I don't think that it's a minimum of 1, because then it wouldn't be a team race, would it?
No, but we are talking about it. We are on about it in the background.
Okay, so Marnix here, revealing things that shouldn't be revealed. Marnix! Well, watch out what you say, please. But yeah, Martin.
Good.
Go on.
It's all good. Leave him to it.
Well, Martin, I'm gonna let you enjoy your lovely time off on an island somewhere. Please don't drown. That's the only tip I have to give you. And so yeah, keep an eye out, because we will try and talk with you in chat as well.
Yep. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Have a good one, mate.
Well, that was Martin Hobson, at the moment the man who's in charge of all the PRL things. Of course, founder in the chat as well, Marnix Heister. Marnix, excuse me, Marnix. Watch the language, please. You're not allowed to say that as well. Nightbot, jump on him, ban him. Well, jumping back to the action, this is about the closest battle we get on track. This has been going up and down below the second, but like Martin said, they are carrying so damage that it's costing them 6/10 a lap. And that at the moment is, I think, the barrier, Joshua, that they need to get into that toe.
Yeah, it's probably also what would keep them from overtaking.
Could that be a reason why you think they stick behind?
I mean, if they can't get into the draft and can't overtake, then they have to stick behind. They don't have that many choices at that point.
Well, if they can overtake, but they know they're going to be overtaken again, what would you do at that point? Would you say, well, I'm going to stick behind then?
I would say it heavily depends when they have the pit stop. If their pit stop is closed, they just, you know, sit in the draft, save fuel, overtake the other car in the pits, and they're fine.
Well, 20 of you here now at the moment. Everyone, welcome once again. We're in the last 3 hours almost of 12 hours of Monza. If you haven't yet, smash that like button. Be sure you subscribe to the channel. Blimey, I almost didn't get that out. And be sure you smash that bell, because you don't want to miss all the rest of PRL that we have coming up. Like Martin just said, those 3-hour races running along with the VRS calendar. The Platinum Racing Team Orange car now finally into the slipstream, and I think finally going to be able to gain some time down this main straight. And I think this is what Chris Simmons, God me, has been working up to for this whole stint.
It's gonna be interesting now. He's definitely deep inside the draft. So we're gonna see what his plan is. Is he gonna save fuel and just overtake him in the pits? Or not?
Traffic coming into play though. I don't know why for me the stream is showing black. That shouldn't be the case. It's not good. It was just on my end.
But the way that he's driving, I think he wants to go by.
Yeah, I think they're getting to the end of their stint now. Their last pit lap, when was it? It was lap 254. They're now on lap 230 or 283. So they're getting to the end of their pit stop now. 30 laps. I think we're going to expect them in this lap or next lap.
Yeah, so saving fuel probably his best shot. But for that he has saved quite a bit.
If you were wondering who's that ahead of him, that is Dylan van der Lans in the No Limits racing car. He's now overtaking the Crips racing Mercedes AMG. He's gonna have to slot back in behind because he's not gonna be that passed by the Austin Sim Racing or the Crips racing car, excuse me. And I do think we now see them into the pit lane. They're holding on to the tight line. Here we go into the pit lane, like I said. At the end of the stint, here we go, down into pit lane comes Chris Simmons. He's going to hand over that car probably to someone else. And what a stint it was for him.
Yeah, I mean, now also being offset in his strategy from the No Limits car, they can also just now overtake them in the clean air.
But it looked like at some point that they needed the draft. Without the draft, they were about the same pace. And with a heavier car, that's not going to help them in any way, I think.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's difficult to make
So
that work.
many things to consider.
Yeah, it's difficult to make it work, you know. It's a lot of things to take into account when you're watching it. It's not clean cut, well, pit stop faster as it is in F1. Because the tires aren't too much of an advantage here, apart from when you've driven already a couple of stints on them. We're looking with Winston Eckel now from the other Platinum Racing Team car. The closest battle on track now, now we've gone past that, is this battle. It's the DLR Rotor Industry White. And that car, never mind, 42 seconds behind. It's the 046 Racing, which is behind the DLR Rotor Industry White. And you can see Just Thor going into Ascari now. Some GT traffic to take into account from Michael Vesta. So he's going to try and work his way past that as quickly as possible. 3.6 seconds is the gap. And it looks like that 046 car is really, really quick. Oh, big snap
traction
there.
not looking that good.
Not at all. This might be old tires for him. Let's see what the lap time is going to say for us. Last time round, a 37. This time round, going to be a 38.3. Not too good of a lap from him. So that gap probably increased. No, it actually decreased still by 7/10. DLR Rotor Industry wide on the end of the stint probably as well. And also not having the best traction or just traffic coming into play. Also a battle that I think is going to be brewing in the next couple of laps is the 505 Endurance finally caught up to the TSR Racing LMP2. 2.8 seconds is the gap. I think it's a matter of 1 or 2 laps before they get past.
Yeah, we are. I said it's going to be an interesting race.
Well, don't get me wrong, it's already been an interesting race. It's just going to be more interesting towards the end because I think now we're actually 2 hours away of it becoming really interesting when all the strategies are going to come into play. But yeah, it's going to be a great one to look forward to. And the strategies for us now at the moment are, well, we can't string them together, but at the end of the next 2 hours, it'll be stringed together for us. If you know what I mean.
It will even be strung together for us if we want to go right by the English language handbook.
Say that again, please.
No, it's all good.
Difficult word. No, say it again. I want to hear it.
Strung.
Okay.
It's gonna be strung for us.
Yeah, agree with that. I was just thinking about the viewers not using too many difficult words. I definitely
That's the only thing that makes me mad. Double past tense in English. That's
Agreed.
the one thing that I cannot stand at any point. I don't know why. Maybe it's my history as an English tutor, but
I don't know. That could be the case, but this gap now closing up 2 seconds is the gap. The gap for the lead in the GT3 AM class from Miles Owens to Timo Roda is also 4.8 seconds, so that gap has come down quite considerably as well.
yeah, but why is Motorsport still owes us a pit? Oh, do they? No, both of them pitted. This is actually just how it is.
This is how it is at the moment on track. .505 endurance, almost within a second of the TSR racing car. There we go. Within a second, it's going to get held up here by the Silver Motorsports car. It's going to lose some time down this straight, but 6/10. They're well into the slipstream range now. They're going to try and make this work. Coming down, I think the next straight, that will be the best opportunity for them to catch them. And overtake them. Just catching them, they've basically already done. Well then, just 3 hours to go at this point, and it is actually a TSR car going into the... No. Oh, they flashed me there for a second. I thought they were going into the pit lane, but they just took a really tight line over the over start finish. Now gaining. Look at that. They're going to clutch in, and they still gain some time on the TSR racing car, so they might have actually be able to go for the launch there, but yeah. On the exit then of the first chicane, the Variante Retefilio. Coming out of there, the exit, a really good exit into the Variante de la Roja. Is he going to defend the inside? No, he's not. It's going to be dropped down for the 505 endurance, then the TSR racing car slots in behind.
He misses the corner.
He misses the corner though, like you said, indeed. A little bit too hot into the corner. It's going to be slow down, but it will be one. But it doesn't have to serve it immediately. He can serve it whenever he wants. He might slow him down into a corner or something. That could be the case.
Well, that would just be dangerous, so I hope he doesn't.
Not slam on the brakes, just go to the corner a little bit slower. I mean, if you have a slowdown to serve, if you do it on a straight or on a corner, it's not different for me. As long as you don't stamp on the brake, it will be predictable.
So
at least
you've
that's how I look at it.
gotten a lot of slowdowns from what you say. Do you have some experience with that iRacing mechanic?
Yes, is that wrong or something?
Well, I mean, normally it's faster to not get them.
Well, I do want to have a chat about those off tracks because and those slowdowns, because I think they're at some point they're ridiculous, because it should be a zero loss or gain thing, right? But if you go off track and you have to serve a slowdown, you're always losing time compared to if you would serve it to where you were before.
That just sounds like a skill issue to me, because if you serve a slowdown correctly, you don't lose time. There are some tracks where you can actually gain time with slowdowns, notably turn 1 at the Red Bull Ring.
Look at this then.
We have the TSR car going for the inside with the GT3s ahead, so Dennis Cho probably over driving a bit. But now they're gonna have a few moments behind these GT3s to calm down. Okay, or they just dive into less mode 2.
Oh, that was a really late dive from Dennis Cho. He's going to be gutted that he lost that position once again. That's going to slow his progression down a little bit, or that's going to slow down his progression a little bit. He will be looking to try and get past him before they get to the next braking zone. Also behind that is the LMP2 coming through. Don't know which LMP2 that was, but it seemed to have forced wide the GT car. But they're now side by side going on to the back straight into the I can't remember the name now.
Parabolica.
Parabolica, yes. Dennis Cho retakes that position.
It's Tempest Sim Sport coming up to lap them. to assert their dominance once again.
Indeed, once again coming through, and the 505 Endurance wouldn't want to lose a lap here to the Tampa Sim Sport car, because that car is a P2.
Sometimes
that was close. That's wide into the first corner from TSR car, and that's going to be that fight done. I think the 505 Endurance car is going to try and look to overtake the Tampa Sim Sport car again, if it can do so cleanly. Or is it going to stay behind? I think it's going to stay behind. Yeah, it is. So Dennis Cho staying behind the P2 in that class. Not doing anything stupid, not trying to overtake it when he can't. And that is battle done there. The other closest battle out on track is this battle for the lead in the GT3 Abfield. I want to quickly go to this because 1.2 seconds between Platinum Racing Team Reds, Miles Owens and Tim Roorda as YS Motorsport 0 BMW. This is the fight for the lead in the GT3 AM class after 9 hours.
And he is in the draft, even though with the new aero model and the superior IMSA data that we have. I hope the kappa was big enough on that statement. The draft all the way out to a second isn't that much, but he just gained half a second in the braking zone, so I guess it doesn't matter. Also, was that a car standing there in the background that we just saw?
I think it is. It looks like it. I don't know who that is. Looking to who is standing still at the moment.
No, I think it was just...
That might just be track lighting, but here we go. Tim Roorda coming up to the back of the Platinum Racing Team Red car. Is he going to be able to overtake them is the question. I don't think he is. Or is he? Down the inside he goes. Oh, the Variante Della Roja. Here we go, and that is position done. And that is YS Motorsport Europe 1 once again up into the lead. So a lead change after 9 hours in the GT3 Pro class. Or in the GT3 AM class, excuse me. And YS Motorsports up into the lead.
Yeah. Now, of course, sadly, the BMW doesn't have those in-car lights, so if you want to switch into the Platinum Racing Team Reds onboard, I think you can see what I meant with the purple light actually being quite nice.
Yeah, this
compared
is...
to just having everything backlit.
Yeah, this is how it looks in terms of the GT cars where Miles Owens is driving into that, and we're going to go on board with an LMP2. Well, for me, it isn't too much different, but yeah, well, no, it is better. I have to say, it is better.
Yeah, it is better. Another reason why LMPs are superior. Now we're just gonna switch into the Audi R18 LMP1 e-tron to have a fantastic time. Who needs steering wheel displays? All of this fancy stuff, all of these fancy buttons, we do not need them.
No, we're gonna
we
look
hit the
on
zoom,
board.
zoom, and then we go.
Indeed. Well, go on.
To be honest, it made me really sad that PEC got rid of the LMP. Oh no, it was ISRC got rid of the LMP1.
Well,
yeah,
it's
Marnix, please bring back LMP1. Thank you
the
very
same,
much.
I think, as GTE. Not a lot of people drive it, and it's a class that's very vulnerable. If you do have a lot of people out of it, then immediately it doesn't become interesting anymore. So a lap over P3 does has Platinum Sim Racing Red though, but I think it's going to be Miles Owens' job now to keep as close to Tim Roorda, to give that car in as best possible of position to Thijs Merckx to try and chase down that YS Motorsport Europe 1 car again.
Yeah, but he is out of the draft. That obviously hurts. So we are gonna see what he can do. He lost half a second through Lesmo 1, so that doesn't feel good.
Well, and he lost half a second here into the braking zone of Ascari. I think a lap earlier where he actually got overtaken. So let's take a look at how that goes now. Does he lose half a second again? about that time, yeah. So half a second lost in the braking zone. But knowing Miles is just all about keeping the car clean, bringing it back in one piece, and making sure that his teammates can hunt the others down. If we look now a little bit further up the field, the Bazinga Motorsports car is close behind the 046 Racing LMP2.
Yeah, I think into turn 1 we will see some action.
Pascal
It
says
would be beneficial. Oh, he's flashing. Someone is angry.
he just wants to get past or distract the driver. Pascal says LMP1 class will be dead before it has even started. I agree with that.
Care. I would drive it alone. I would do all the
12
races
hours?
solo and alone. I don't care.
12 hours.
Easy.
Well, I would love to do exactly the same. He's going to go down the inside, though. Zinga Motorsports up the inside. He's going to be able to make that one stick. There we go.
But now he has to fend him off into the second chicane.
I think he has big enough of a gap, half a second. He's not going to be able to gain that in the slipstream.
No. But he's quite far back. The Kazakh racing team coming onto start-finish line now, so he has a bit of a gap to close.
Yeah, quite a big one. 54 seconds, so almost a whole lap. This gap, though, not about that. It's about 4 tenths. TSR Racing. They've been closely matching 505 Endurance since that they've actually been together with them. Because before that, remember, 505 Endurance has closed down a gap of 40 seconds, but is now not able to get away.
Yeah, maybe they, overheated their tires and just can't get them back now. Or they've now just finally dropped off. Obviously, because we weren't here, we couldn't keep track of the tire strategies for these LMP2s. Which I think also would have been interesting.
Oh no, this is the pit strategy from their beginning lap. That is because we've joined a little bit later. Let's get rid of that. The 046 racing car. Not dropping, like I said, on the Bazinga Motorsports as well. So it looks like they're gonna take advantage of that juicy slipstream.
Yeah, I mean, getting the suck is always good.
It not only helps with pace usually, but also with fuel. If you have the pace to normally just keep up with them or just be overtaken by them, then in the slipstream you have the pace to fuel save a little bit, and that can help you with fuel in terms of fuel as well.
Yeah, but now they have to get back because they were held up by a GT3 got traffic, and now the 505 Endurance, the Bazinga Motorsports car, we're not with 505 Endurance right now, is probably starting to pull away.
Yeah, this car, the SR Technic, getting close to the Platinum Racing Team Orange car. That car has dropped quite a lot of time to the No Limits Racing car. If you look at their last pit stop, Chris Simmons, their last pit stop was actually quicker than the No Limits car. So I don't know how that has exactly happened. But yeah, Chris Simmons losing quite a lot of time to Dylan van der Lans. And that gap now 1 minute and 14 seconds.
You know, right as I thought it's all gonna calm down and we have some time to talk about some arbitrary things, well, it's not happening. Tempest Sim Sport is closing in quite rapidly onto Loose Screw Racing now. That gap down to probably under 10 seconds after the end of this lap, which would be 8 tenths gained in this one lap alone. 36.0 for Tempest Sim Sport with 36.966 for the Loose Screw Racing car.
What a camera. This is up in the air with The Platinum Racing League blimp cam, Platinum Racing League blimp, and well, now the only thing we see is trees. So now this is not as good of a camera anymore, but gave us a great view of how long that straight actually is. Rui Queiroz closing in rapidly on Loose Screw Racing. We can talk about some other things. Joshua, what did you have for dinner?
I had a cheese board with some thick mustard.
Cheeseburger.
Yes, it's a board of different cheeses.
Okay. Well, I actually like cheese, so I'm jealous now. I'm jealous of you because I like cheese.
Well, then why don't you get some?
Say again?
Why don't you just get some cheese then?
Because I'm casting at the moment and I can't.
The Dutch people haven't invented the teleportation device that teleports stuff from your fridge to your desk.
No, we haven't yet. Is that
Oh,
something
yeah.
that you have in Germany?
Yeah, obviously, everyone has it. It's mandated by the government.
Okay, that's interesting. Does it malt or duplicate cheese as well, so we have more of it?
No. You know
What's
where
that?
you go if you want a lot of cheese? US.
Could also
Because
go-
the US has a insane surplus of cheese that they actually have issues storing somewhere. The US has
Why do you
entire
need it all?
caves full of cheese because they keep on making cheese because of their heavily subsidized dairy industry, but they also, because they think their cheese is trash, which might be true for most of it that hasn't seen the inside of a cow in its life, but they just keep on importing cheese. So they have the issue that they are making cheese and importing cheese, and both of them more than they actually consume cheese. So if you ever want to do a raid on some government place, how about the US cheese cave? As Platinum Racing Team Orange goes very wide into turn 1.
Yeah, that does allow the SR Technic car to catch up that gap now, 2.5 tenths with a great run. Nuno Vinagre, and he's going to think to try and get past by the first possible opportunity. And that's not going to be defended, I think, down the inside. Yeah, there he goes into the braking zone. They're still side by side though. Slotting in behind now is Platinum Racing Team Orange car. And it will be Chris Simmons slotting in P9 overall in the GT class. But he will try and keep the slipstream now from Nuno Vinagre in the SR Technic car. Trust me on that, because there wasn't too much in between those two.
Do you want to know how much cheese the US has stored?
Yes, I do.
1.4 billion pounds.
Oh my god. Heaven. Cheese heaven, that is.
I have read up on the backstory, and it is interesting.
Tell us more about it.
Well, during the 70s, they wanted to, well, give farmers more money. But instead of just raising the price of milk, they just bought cheese.
Okay.
But that resulted in farmers producing more cheese because they are buying the cheese, which led to they had a lot of cheese. Apparently, they already gave away 30 million pounds of it. So,
Wow.
I
What
would
a
say,
story about cheese.
if you're going to Missouri, break into the cheese cave. Get yourself some cheddar or something.
American cheddar, you have to say.
I think that in America that they also can make good cheese.
Oh yeah, of course.
Although you have to say, for sandwiches, American is still the best.
Agree,
Unless
definitely.
you get Swiss. Swiss is obviously even better, but you cannot have everything in life.
Well, What we can have now is a hourly update sponsored by our lovely sponsor, Apex Tech Racing Supply.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the
Well then, welcome everyone. We're back at the Temple of Speed, and we're going to provide you with an hourly update. Sponsored, of course, like I said, by our beautiful sponsor at Apex Tech Racing Supplies. Starting this time from the bottom on, and we'll start with the GT3 Anfield.
Yeah, in the lead, we do have... Oh, we're going all the way from the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. P5 in the GT3 Amfield, Chicane Online Racing Orange with a 5-lap gap. So it looks like they've cemented their place in the top 5.
Nothing crazy happened.
P4, DSA Silver Motorsports. P3, we have the Crips Racing Car, our pole sitter for GT3 AM, if I remember correctly. Then we have Platinum Racing Team Red following quite close to YS Motorsports Europe, which we saw them fighting earlier, but now they are dropping. For GT3 Pro, Platinum Racing Team Blue in P5, Tempest Sim Sport in P4, Astro Racing Cellular Mode in P3, about 10 seconds behind the Euromaster Esports car, which is in itself about 36 seconds behind the MRP by Fields Academy, which is our GT3 Pro leader. For LMP2, we have DLR Rotary Industry White in P5, 046 Racing in P4, GasX Racing Team, our Eco Warriors saving the planet by saving fuel, in P3, Tempest Sim Sport LMP1, last season's champions, closing in on Loose Screw Racing, our current leader.
Well, that was another hourly update brought to you by Apex Tech Racing Supplies. That was nicely done there, Joshua, once again. Ricardo J. Ferreira, like you said, in the lead of the class, being hunned down by our beautiful guys over at Tempest Sim Sport LMP2, Rui Queiroz. He's been on it, hasn't he?
Slowly but surely. GasX Racing Team in the pit lane, a exciting one. What will they do?
They will draw back, I think, behind Michael Vesta and 046 Racing. Here is Dadgar coming onto the back straight. Oh, no, it's going to be close. GasX Racing could stay in P3. Close one. Yeah, it's going to stay in P3, I think. Out of the pit lane right about now. Yeah, that's easily going to stay in P3. So that has consolidated his position in P3. And that is now going to save more fuel for his shortest stint at the end.
Yeah? I still think it's going to take some time until all of it pans out.
Yeah, about an hour and 40 minutes still, I think, until we know where everyone is going to be. So still quite far to go, but out of the pit lane, Dani Guiza is looking like he's going to put in another crazy quickly shift.
I am currently looking something up.
Well, we had a great story. Go
The
on.
race.
No, we had a great story about cheese going on before we went in.
No, I'm
Our
talking
update.
about. I found out when the F1 qualifying is.
Okay.
It's at midnight, so in 1.5 hours.
So everyone is awake until that point to watch us.
Yeah, obviously they're gonna watch us, and then in the last hour of the race, when it gets really, really exciting, they're gonna watch the F1 qualifying, and we can do collected commentary where Dan does not get excited at all.
Oh, that's going to be difficult for the end of the race. Basically, 1.5 hour time. We have 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. So maybe at the full end of the race, because quali normally takes about an hour with no red flags. Well, maybe then they are back to watch the last 10 minutes.
Gonna be close.
Maybe we've timed that to perfection. Sorry guys if you haven't switched as much between all the drivers, but it's dark, there are big gaps, so not a lot to take a look at really at the moment. The closest gap we have on track is this gap between Chris Simmons and Nuno Vinagre. That's the battle for P8 in the GT3 Pro class. And do you have another interesting story to tell us about?
An interesting story. I mean, there's a new mod for Assetto Corsa where you're racing office chairs.
Okay. And you've tried that already?
No.
Of course, the great thing with Sims, and I don't think iRacing is one of them, you can mod things. I don't think iRacing allows that. I don't think iRacing allows any external programs to run on it, but, well, the great thing with sim races is that you can mod it. And I think sometimes that brings with, or that comes with some amazing things like that, where you can race things that you normally would never race. And it sometimes comes also with some ludicrous things that will never happen in real life, as the thing that you've just said. But yeah, I think that's amazing. That's the amazing part about sim races. You can do whatever you like, and whenever you want. You can just pick a car, go out on track, and you don't have to even pay a thing for it. You only have to buy it once to buy the car.
Yeah, I mean, also some things like, for example, in Assetto Corsa, we have probably some of the highest quality representation of modern Formula 1 cars. If you forego the iRacing Mercedes W12.
But that's not a modern car anymore.
Yeah, and I don't think the series of that is so populated. I would be really interested in the sessions in the series stats for the Porsche Mission R. I think that's a hugely popular car.
Yes, agreed. Well, I haven't driven it yet, but I've seen a friend of mine drive it. And it looks like an absolutely terrible car to drive. Understeer everywhere you go.
Actually, people are doing it wrong. If you use the hyper quali mode, it's an absolute disgusting piece of machinery to drive. Horrible. But if you put it into the lower power race mode, it's actually a really nice car to drive and race.
Is that?
Yeah, just the qualifying mode is absolute trash. And obviously iRacing has again, in their infinite wisdom, decided to give you even less setup shop options. Because, I don't know, maybe we should just make everything fixed or something.
Is there a reason that they've given us less options then?
I don't know, probably because then people don't cry. that it's too complex. I mean, if you can't change anything, you can't say that someone else only wins because of the setup.
That's true. Just a fixed setup, then it's driver for its own.
I mean, fixed setup has its boom, but I'm personally am not a big fan of it.
This is a battle though for.
Oh, that was, I think, the 505 endurance car. Or there was some white car in the front getting, let's just say, bad treatment.
Oh, the Octopus Racing Team car has.
Yeah, it was the 505 endurance.
505 endurance. That car looks bad at the front as well.
Octopus Racing Team looking, I am gonna say, really sus.
What happened? Did they turn in on them?
Oh yeah, on the straight. Before the braking zone. I'm not gonna say it was intentional, but it very much looked the part.
Here we go.
Or it's just fatigue setting in. Which I'm not gonna put anything on anyone.
Oh no!
But luckily then, we are commentators. We do not have to care. We can just wait until the stewards have decided for us if it was bad or not.
Yeah, but that was, oh man, that was
Yeah,
terrible.
it was bad. It was bad.
The 505 endurance car had nothing to do with that, and just got kind of taken out by even. Let's just go out from the best scenario here, and it's not intentional, and it's a hardware failure, which I can't see happening because they've immediately towed back to the pit lane.
Yeah,
So
that's very well possible. I mean, if anyone has ever tried that, or hasn't tried it, just go out and drive without force feedback for a bit, and then try to go straight on a straight. Just saying.
Yeah, that's difficult, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't had. The only time I had a hardware failure was with my Funner-Kick equipment.
Funner-Kick?
Since I've gotten rid of. What?
Did I hear that correctly? Funner-Kick?
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. I never heard that before.
That's all it is. It's Funner-Kick. I had a hardware failure with my CSW base, and then when I wanted to sell it and pulled off my steering wheel, all of the pins from the steering wheel decided that they live inside the base now. And then I had the best customer service experience I've ever had with any company. Thank you, Fanatec, for being an incredible company.
Well, we're not going to put blame on any company here. But I have to say that it's annoying that you can't call them, because the customer service, if you do call them, and you can get in contact with them, you can say, well, this is my problem. What should I do? And what is the quickest way of getting it fixed? But you can't do that. You have to email them, wait a day before you get a response. And then you know what the quickest way is. While you've already waited a day, well, you could have just called them. And they have someone sitting there, and you would be completely fine and already up with the quickest possibility of doing it.
I was told that the pins of the wheels getting stuck in the CSW base is a construction error that I have been aware ever since developing of that base.
Oh, great. Well, I had a pin stuck in my base as well.
Well, yeah, now you know. We had someone hop into the waiting room and immediately leave.
Oh no, he was scared. He saw that you were in here again.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Pascal, they are like, I think, probably 60 to 70% of Fanatec users do not have an issue, which makes it even worse that the people that do. Yeah. On that note, if you want to get non-Fanatec equipment, you can open up the link in the description to apextechracing.supply.
Indeed.
We're gonna earn so much commission.
Well, Brad Racing Team Red now into the pit lane. I'm gonna take a look on board with them. Thijs Merckx is in that car now. So he has taken over Thijs Merckx. Now I think we're gonna see some quick lap times to catch up to that YS Motorsports blue car. They're gonna be in the pit lane for a little while longer. 13 seconds about that time. And the YS Motorsports car is gonna blast past, I think, before we get to the end of the pit lane. Let's see where that car is now. Urs Müller coming through Parabolica. Where is it already out? No, it's still in their pit box. There goes Urs Müller past, and Thijs Merckx will try and capitalize. He will get new tires. They have to come out in about a second time because otherwise it's going to take quite a long while.
Yeah, they're still not out.
It's taking quite a while for the Platinum Racing Team Red car. I don't know what has happened here. I'm going to take a look quickly. At this. Oh, does that car look correct to us? It does. Doesn't look too bad. Rear wing seems intact.
They are changing tires. That's it.
No. Then they should have been out already.
Oh. Maybe they decided to repair some damage.
That could be the case. If I go and look on board, it seems like a regular pit stop. If I go and look for a crash or if anyone has been off track. Oh yeah, I think that's a crash. That must have been a crash.
We want to try the futuristic replay technology.
No, I do not want to try that. What I do want to try is to get this issue fixed while there's a non-man in P5, and that is actually Diego de Sousa, not driving for any team.
Well, you know, he sneaks in, he drives, and then he goes.
I don't think that's the case. If we look for the 303 car. Here we go. Quickly trying to fix this. Here we go. It should be fixed right about now. Here we go. And it's fixed. There we go.
Superior technology. We do have a interview. Dan, you can talk again.
Yeah, we
with
can talk
Richard
again.
Simon.
Yeah, Richard from the number 48 car, the number 48 DCW Racing. This time, another guy from DCW in the chat, Richard Simner. Welcome.
Hello.
Well, Richard, tell us how your race has been going from, and I'm just going to say this because I love the name, Doc Cat and Wine Racing.
Yeah, we're with DCW Racing now. The origins was the Cat and Wine Racing, yeah. But no, we just shorten it to DCW now.
Well, I think, and it's still the same team. It's just another name.
True. But yeah, no, we decided to get a bit serious and cut out the actual meeting. So it's if you know, you know sort of thing. But yeah, we just go as DCW now. But yeah, races. Well, I mean, you know, it didn't start very well. I got tagged behind and we had a meatball, and that pretty much just put us so many laps down that the only thing that we can really do right now is hope that other competitors have misfortune and we pick up the pieces. The real sad thing about the whole thing is that our pace has been really top today. I mean, I was following P1 in his draft, just going, yeah, this is easy. We're obviously faster than these guys, so hey ho, onwards and upwards, really.
Yeah. Did the car get fully repaired when you came back out on track, or is there still some damage left? Because we know iRacing can be like that.
Yeah, so no, it's fine. Yeah, the car's been feeling fine. The pace has been there or thereabouts. We've been sort of mixing it up a bit. I've been doing the push stints, and Stu's been doing the fuel saving stints. And yeah, we've got Joost as our crew chief today, and he's so good on strategy. So letting him just tell us what to do really. We're down on numbers as well. We were supposed to have Rich Jepp, one of our star drivers, in today, but he wasn't able to make it, unfortunately. So I've had to pick up quite a lot of the driving, which is great. But I've been in the car since 10 in the morning GMT, so I'm a bit bit worse aware. But I'll be back in the car for the remainder of the race after this next fuel stint by Stu. So yeah, I mean. It's I don't know. I don't know how it's been from your guys. I know having watched the broadcast back a little bit that you've caught a couple of our incidents. We had the big one at the start, and then we got tagged by GT3 a bit later on, which gave us another minute and a half repair. Yeah, like I don't know if it's just a target on our back because we're so high up in the championship, or whether you know, we've just tried to be a bit too ambitious on moves or something, but I think we've been trying to race as clean as possible. And I'm certainly looking at the protest sheet, we've definitely been doing all right. So yeah, it's just one of those races. I think it's just one of those unfortunate things. We're so far back. The pace is is good, but everybody else's pace is good, so we're not really gaining anything. And yeah.
Well, in terms of strategy, the next car is a lap ahead. Do you think you can gain that? Because from that point on, there are quite a lot of cars in the same lap.
I think before we had the minute and a half repair, we were looking pretty good for catching them by the end. Then we had that extra lap down. I don't think we're really expecting anything now. We're sort of expecting that maybe we could get the guy in front, but it's not really a target at the moment. We're just sort of what we're trying to do at the moment is just avoid doing a splash and dash, so I can get back in the car and then just do I think it's a triple stint at the end and just absolutely nail it. But by this point I don't know what we'll gain. Probably not very much.
A triple stint will be then in about 20 minutes time that you will get back into the car.
Yeah, that's right. There's just looking at it now. There's another 21 laps. So I've got time to talk. You guys don't appear to be very busy, so
at the moment, though,
come on, chat.
Yeah, at the moment the race has slowed down quite a bit, I have to say. But yeah, man, a big stint from you and another triple coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we always sort of say as well, like once the fight's gone out of everybody, it tends to be a lot easier to race. I know a lot of the incidents that we've got involved in, and especially the ones that affected us adversely, the guys have just been racing like it's a sprint race, and I don't understand that mentality. I just think, if somebody's got you into turn one, don't try and do... I know there's a lot of Dutch guys here, but don't try and do the Max Verstappen and go around the outside of turn one, because turn two, it shuts down very quickly. And certainly, that's what happened to us. We got tagged at the rear and it broke our suspension. And we had an incident as well. My last go in the car, we had an incident with P3 where they were on our outside and they got net coded into the gravel a little bit. Yeah. But I don't know if you watched that live, but it was a bit weird because they were just coming out of the pits and we were going full chat. We were already in the braking zone. I think if it was me coming out of the pits, I would have just gone, oh no, it's all right. I'll let them do their thing and then I'll get them, in the remainder of the lap. It's that sort of weird mentality that people take where they just think, well, they're a lap down, so I have the right. No, you don't. You don't have the right. It's crazy, but.
I agree on that. Well, before we get on with the interview, we have some news. It's the Platinum Racing Team Red car, which seems to be back into the pit lane once again. Miles Owens in that car that is losing time and time and time. Here it is, back into the pit lane. Still in P3 though, that just tells you how big the gap is between those cars. But yeah, losing a lot of time in the pit lane, and that is not what they would have wanted. I think it was Thijs Merckx who crashed in that car. So yeah, just some information about them. But looking on then for the next couple of hours, a triple stint for you. Are you short on fuel, or why are you not making the triple?
No, the way we always plan our stints is we'll always work out what the final stint will be, and when we work it out early in the race, it's like an 8-lap stint. So what we try and do is we try and then fuel save to whittle that down so that we don't have to do the splash and dash. So that's what Stu's working on right now. He's working so that we don't have to do, effectively lose 25 seconds in the pits. We should hopefully be on target. And what it will mean is that I'll be able to just get in this car and absolutely just go hell for leather for 3 stints, which is what I like to do best. And we'll see where we end up. I doubt we'll gain any places at this point, but yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointing one. I mean, we knew from the start that the leaders, Rotary White, had this drive-through, and that we'd qualified P4, so we were thinking, oh, okay, our main championship rivals are going to suffer, so we'll be okay. And then, yeah, sure enough, it all just went south. But hey ho, that's motor racing at the end of the day. It's why we enjoy it. It's why we like watching it, and it's why we like competing in it. Races go your way, like the first 2 rounds went perfectly for us. We weren't expecting P2 in either rounds. We sort of inherited them very late on. Yeah, you just gotta stick with it,
Yeah. Well, Richard, you've talked a lot. I have to say, if you want to apply for a job at PEC or in the commentary booth, you're always welcome.
I can throw the hind legs off a donkey. I get told this a lot.
Yeah. Well, Richard, thank you for being here with us, and yeah, go and crack on for the last couple of laps, and hopefully you can gain some positions.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, that was Richard Simler, also back into the commentary booth with us, to cast with us, or to cast for me, Dean Biggles. Looks like he's on for another role.
For you, I am for another role, mate, because I had to go do a little bit of another casting thing, and then I didn't want to miss this because it was so exciting before. And I was watching whilst I was casting another thing. You shouldn't watch and cast things at the same time, but I did. I saw my Australian team get into a very nasty tangle with another team. Did you guys? I saw it on the replay. You guys caught that. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. But it's...
Yeah, loading in, of course. We'll find out. But
well,
anyway, what's been happening since I've been gone? Sorry, Dan.
Basically, it's slowed down quite a lot. We have the leaders in the GT3 AM class, the Platinum Racing Team Red, are now 5 minutes behind Crips Racing, and Crips Racing is a lap down on YS Motorsport Europe. So that has gone catastrophically wrong for Thijs Merckx. Miles Owens brought the car home safely, 10 seconds behind the YS Motorsport Europe one. And then Thijs Merckx had a little bit of an off, and at that point it was done for that car. So that car now trundling along in P3 still, 5.4 or 5 minutes and 45 seconds behind P2. So quite a big gap though, but still in P3. That just tells you, Biggles, how big the gap is between those teams. I also think that the DSA Sylvan Motorsports car, that is the number 5 in the AM class, is out of the race. No, that's not. That is just out of the pit lane.
All right, and who was just chatting? I've heard this fantastic voice before. Who was that you were just speaking to? In the
Joshua.
interview.
Oh,
That was
in the
Josh?
interview?
No, in the interview, the driver.
No, I don't know anymore.
Hey,
my God,
it's
short-term
the driver.
memory.
I just heard that. Joshua, do you know who it was? I mean, who was we were just chatting to?
I can find it out.
Yeah, because I've heard this driver's voice before. I was British. Maybe I just British people sound the same, like all Australian people sound the same, like all Dutch people sound the same. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, Biggles, if
He's
you are
probably
good,
not gonna enjoy it. If you say that, all British people sound the same. It
Mate,
was
you
Richard
how much they pick on
Seymour.
us. Richard,
yeah,
sorry?
yeah, indeed it was.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I cut you off.
Richard Seymour. I
Richard
think
Seymour.
we're gonna blame this on Dan, won't we?
Okay.
I'm in it for doing that.
Dan,
Biggles,
by
do
the
I
way,
need
did
to
you
send you
bring-
the new SDK file?
Okay. Did you bring me the what is it called again? The bit of what?
Yeah,
Bit of ball?
but
Did you
they're
bring
now
me one?
cooled down already. They're
Oh.
stone cold.
So what, are they microwavable kind of thing, or you just like a no-no to ever put it in a microwave and reheat?
They're microwavable, but they're
And-
not gonna taste the same.
Ah, okay.
And the
So it'd be a
texture's gonna go
no-no if
down.
I was to microwave that up right now. It'd be like,
Yeah. But
okay,
you
fair
will also get in trouble with the Dutch government because you're not allowed to do so.
I'm in trouble with the Italian government, mate. I'm surprised they even let me in there because I like pineapple on my pizza, and they go, "Yeah, you should see the reactions of the Italians."
Get out of here.
You know what
How
I'm gonna
can you
do?
like pineapple? No.
Whoever wins, I tell you what, if Loose Screw Racing Team do win the LMP2, I'm gonna go up on the podium with freshly out of the oven pineapple pizza. Give them. Other than a trophy, they're
At
getting
least
that
go up
pizza.
there with a bitter bun on pizza.
Yeah, why not? Isn't that like a meatball pizza anyway?
No, because there's
What?
meat inside of it, but it's
Yeah.
different. It's way different.
Okay. All right. I won't argue with the Dutch.
No,
I won't win.
you've said something really dangerous there.
I know. That's why I backed off. I backed off.
I hope you realize that.
I lifted and allow you to overtake me. All right, done.
Yes, I was
I
a lap
lifted
ahead.
So, but it's good, right? I mean, obviously, pitch black nighttime racing is difficult, obviously, to see the cars and even the fantastic liveries we saw earlier too, as well. But it's what are we down to at the moment? I'm just joining in. About we got 34 cars and change still in this race.
Yes, 34.
All right. So yeah, I haven't been gone too long.
I'm gonna give you time to load in,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna give the camera controls to you, Joshua.
Oh wait. So
Are
as I
you
come back
good?
in immediately, and then I'm like, all right, you got full control? What are you doing?
No,
to
no,
me?
no. I'm gonna give
Dan
you a
is
second.
just
to load in.
searching for an excuse
Yeah, man.
to go
You've
to
only been.
Wisconsin to raid the cheese cave.
Yes.
By the way, you said you're
Yes.
leaving, and you left, but you're still watching the whole race, so you didn't really go anywhere, mate. You're still here.
I
whole
can't go
time.
anywhere because I need to take a look if anything goes wrong. And I have
Ah.
PTSD. Oh, that's a big snap there for Shane White. These days, off a motorsports car. Actually, you know what, Biggles? I don't want to go anywhere. We're with 3 for the
No.
last 2 hours because this is exciting racing, and I don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah, good on you. See?
You know what? I'm just gonna do what I did in Spa. I'm gonna get my lawn chair and set up camp outside of the steward's office.
Oh, all
I'm
right.
gonna leave you alone for a bit.
No, you can hang around, mate. Don't make me jump on your ship.
Oh
'cause
no,
These are pit
I'm
recording.
gonna come back. I'm gonna
Ah.
come back.
Yeah, I
He's
need
a
your
pit
calming
reporter.
voice.
Go back into the pit lane where you belong.
Ooh.
I don't listen to you.
No, Joshua, our very own
If you
pit
guys
reporter.
wanna buy tickets for the fist fight,
Mate,
In
you're
the
going to be the one,
cheesecake.
you said camping outside the FIA stewards room. That's going to be, I'm sure you're going to be hearing some fist fighting in there later on. I don't know, that's the best place you want to be.
Josh asked what exactly is with the live timing. The live timing looks correct, doesn't it? And the
It
live
is.
timing looks correct on stream.
I just joined.
I was answering Pascal's question.
Oh, yeah. Because what
I think
happens,
the time
Dan,
is
that
getting to Dan.
they want to,
Yeah.
some of the people want this live timing link that you can have. Unfortunately, the problem we had before
Are you
is
Josh?
that,
Joshua, are you Josh in chat?
No,
Oh,
No.
okay.
it's my
it's the other,
clone.
it's the other Josh.
I'm,
Will the real Josh please stand up? Please stand up.
Josh stands up.
But yeah, some people want the live timing, Dan.
We cannot give it to them, sadly.
We can't because the thing is we lost control of cameras and stuff later on when we did do that, and it's
there are
unfortunate.
people who couldn't behave.
yeah.
say it like
Mate,
that.
wait, by the way, you should put a password on that so that they can't. But it is what it is. You can put a password on that, by the way.
Ah.
Yeah, maybe you can put a password on it. If there's a break in the action right now, maybe put a password on that, and then again you could. I'm not promising anything. Oh yes, you can, friend. What you need to do is you need to make commentators' names, I think, so only the commentators can actually do that.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we'll test it.
I'm not gonna test it right now.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna keep control of this, and probably no one will know the room name. We all know that. Unless some of you puts it out there.
It's A716667_5 capital X exclamation mark 7 _ 6.
Why?
And a percentage sign, I think. You got that one?
No, the percentage sign is before.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Well, why did I tell that?
Nobody was. If somebody remembers that right now, you are welcome to join.
They can watch it back. They can replay it.
Yeah, but they won't understand my Aussie accent. They'll be like, what is this guy saying?
I do have a question for our lovely pit reporter, Joshua. Is there already a penalty or something for the car that took? I think it was the Octopus Racing GT3 car that, well, can we say took out the 505 endurance car?
Yes.
Well, I've been looking around. We do not have a Joshua in the pit lane. I've been asking, but we do have a Joshua, it's me, and it's gonna be investigated after the race.
Okay.
So I think,
saw that.
So
that
I
was
think
they
the
looked like they were
allegation-
taking each other people out, weren't they? And that looked nasty.
No, but it also
think
looked
the
like
intentional aspect of it. It's gonna be investigated after the race if there is an intentional aspect to it.
So is anybody
Which,
going to time out
luckily,
for the
as a
naughty
pit
corner?
reporter, I can say
Yeah.
I think that it looked very suspicious.
It did, mate. I trust me. I was watching this in the street. I kept the YouTube channel up at the moment, and I saw that, and I saw two people coming in, like, you know, school kids having a bit of a fight and on school grounds in lunch hour. Yeah, that looked like. But then again, I didn't see what happened earlier to that. Like, I mean, really, was it? Just seems like. Put it this way, what is that? Lewis Hamilton and Sebastian Vettel moment in Baku, I think?
Yeah.
He just turned in on me? Kind of thing? I think it was like that?
Dennis says was fully intentional.
Yeah, that's still
Well,
debatable today, isn't it? About Sebastian Vettel and Lewis Hamilton moment. But yeah, it looked intentional to me, but I'm not sure.
It did, but we won't.
The thing is, they
Non-guilty
immediately brought
until
back the pit
proven
lane.
otherwise.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. But for me, it looked like a hardware failure. And that is, Marius Janke says he even turned into the car a second time. What I could argue to that is the fact that he turned into him and his steering wheel kept pointing left, and he got back to the car.
So
But
who
I-
were referring to turning into what? Because I couldn't remember who was who. I just remember seeing my Aussie guys
Octopus.
505.
The Octopus Racing Team car turned in
Okay.
to the 505 Endurance LMP2, was on the
Right.
left-hand side.
Okay.
Then it hit it. The car jumped back to the right and then turned in again. But you could also say that is just...
No, from the onboard he was turning in again. But luckily, as I said earlier, we are just a bunch of commentators. We do not need to worry about
Well, hang
it.
on, hang
We
on,
will
hang
just
on.
see what the,
I'm going to have to
what the
cut you off on
stewards
this
will
one.
decide.
They're messing with my Aussie boys, all right? So I'm going to have to be biased.
You cannot be
messing with the
biased as a
Aussies.
commentator.
You can't mess with the Aussies, all right? Simple as that. If my Aussie boys are
Oh,
at
you
fault,
can if you're
I will
evil.
be the first ones to. I'll put my hand up and say, "You guys, are a bunch of bloody." All right, if my Aussie boys did it wrong, if somebody else did, I'm gonna stick up for my Aussie boys. That's the 505 endurance team I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's all. But I don't know the full thing over and over again. But I just saw what I saw.
I told you Biggles was passionate about the 505 Endurance car.
The only Aussies on the bloody grid. Actually, no, there is another Aussies down there, and
You know what
bloody
would have
Shane
been?
White.
You know what would have been really funny? If it wouldn't have been Octopus Racing, but Emu Racing.
Oh yes, exactly. Oh mate, then there's fighting words. I mean, it's like, you know, going up in a boxing match against a kangaroo or an emu, of course. Yeah.
Isn't that pretty normal there?
Well, yeah, of course, mate. I mean, we ride kangaroos to school and work. Did you know that? That's our public transport in Australia.
Didn't.
I mean,
no,
to
mate.
be honest, an Australian
every-
kid that doesn't
yeah.
fight at least an emu or a kangaroo on its way to school, like.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
he's
that's if you
already
survive all
going.
the snakes and spiders and everything else that kills you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it already takes him 6.5 hours to get to school. Then, like, he can do something during that time.
Do you think we all live in the outback? I mean, generally 99% of the population lives right about less than 2 miles away from the beach.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Dennis says, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi to you, Dennis. Thank you very much for that, mate.
Well, a battle is brewing, everyone. A 47-7. 1.2 seconds gain by the Mad Sim Sports 111 on the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna.
We have a crash.
All of a sudden, it kicked up a notch again.
We have a crash from the German driver on the LMP in 69 car. If you want to look at that one in a second.
Who was in the 69 car? Let's take a look. In the
Leonard Zinger, I think, from Bazinga Motorsports. So it went off, well, it's in a crash. We're not 100% sure if it is.
Where was that?
At the 9:58 marker. I don't know if you can see it or not. No?
Nope.
What?
I know.
9 hours and 58 minutes and 35 seconds. Check that time.
I do, but there's nothing there for me.
Switch the camera to me and I'll show you.
No, I won't.
All right,
so I have
fine.
full control of it.
I'm going to look at it myself then. I'm going to check it out myself and I'll let you guys know what happened.
Exactly, explain us what happened. Or we can just get our pit lane reporter on it.
No, I think Biggles is doing it. A great
Oh, no,
job.
I just remembered you changed all the damn logistics things around. I'm going to look. What happened here?
Well, while Biggles is doing that, we look forward to a battle between the Astro Racing Agenza Moderna number 181 and the 111 car of Mad Sim Sport. That team is, I have to say, they've been closing up this whole race basically on the number 13 there ahead of them. And they're now, the gap is 1.5 seconds. They're in the tow of the Porsche. I think that's the Porsche of the Euromasters. They're going to go down the inside, so the Euromasters being overtaken. And the gap 1.3 seconds. I think next lap, when we come onto the front straight, there will be at least towing going on between those two cars.
Yeah, do you know that moment when you look at the team and you wonder how they got there? For me, that's Astro Racing Agencia Moderna. I'm quite surprised to see them that far back in the field, because from my memory, Astro Racing was always a front runner.
That's this
with
team,
both
Astro
of their
Racing
cars.
Mode.
So
I think Astro Racing Agenza Moderna has actually been down there for quite a while now. That happened at the beginning of the race. I think at the second chicane they had an incident. I can't really remember what it was again. But that has actually been a long while that they've been there, Joshua. So
time flies when you're having it fun.
yes, indeed. And there are almost 2 hours to go only. So we're getting close to the end now.
Really? Time flies when you're having fun? It does. So there you go. The GazX racing team are in the pit lane to get some fresh boots, fuel, and maybe a driver change. We don't know. They are a lap down now from the lead Tempest SimSport racing team and Loose Crew racing team. I tell you what, 15 seconds and 16 seconds is not too bad, I have to say, isn't it? And they were
Up to 10 hours.
The top three were really close earlier, mate. What we into the 7 hour range before, and we had 4 of the LMPs on the lead lap. Now, of course, they're down to 2, but hey, 16 seconds after 10 hours is not a bad way to go around Monza.
Not at all. And I think just the fact, if you look at F1, the gap usually after about, well, let's say 30 laps is already up to 15 seconds with Max Verstappen.
It depends if I was just about to, you read my mind. I was just about to say, it's depending if you're Max Verstappen or not, isn't it? Wouldn't it be like lapping everybody else if it went this long? Max Verstappen would be lapping everybody like 100 laps by now.
If you're Daniel Ricciardo, you're a 40-second gap in front.
Didn't you stick it up for Dan Rick for?
Oi. Oi.
Oi.
That's
I
dangerous.
Have done it if Biggles wasn't here,
mate. Yeah, it's if you're going back to the Australian thing, it's kind of like, you're not having much of a luck of a draw, are you? You had Mark Webber that could have almost won a championship and didn't, and had to retire in Formula One. Now you had replaced by
not
Daniel
good enough.
Ricciardo. And then Daniel Ricciardo has not really been doing what, close, of course, in a car that could win a championship, but didn't, got beaten by Max. And then now he's left. I don't think he's going to come back. Now you have Oscar, other Aussie coming in. So it's a tradition. Now Oscar has to break this damn tradition.
I like Oscar. He screwed over the French. Immediately makes him.
Hey, no. They just didn't check the damn contract. It was in the rules. It was in the contract. It's fine print. You got to read it. That's not screwing anybody over if it's in your contract. By the way, Daniel Ricciardo obviously, talked to Christian Horner, wasn't a happy camper when he left Red Bull. Mind you, but Daniel Ricciardo is still laughing all the way to the bank because how much did they pay him to buy out his racing contract? 23 million?
Oh my God!
I will take that
much.
One. And I will take that one any day of the week because he was still contracted to McLaren for next year, and they had to buy his contract out. Otherwise, you can't fire a driver. 046 Racing in the pit lane right now. But you can't just, if the contract, it's a contract, and the only way is either you get a team to buy it out. Usually that's what happens when you team swap, right? The team buy the contract out, or they negotiate terms, buy the contract out. But if you're clearly going to fire a driver that's in a contract, McLaren had to pay Daniel Ricciardo 23, or maybe they negotiate a bit cheaper, but trust me, he's getting cash. He's getting a nice check in the mail. And that smile on Daniel Ricciardo, it's probably even bigger.
Well, I have to say, one of the most lovely figures in the F1 paddock is Daniel Ricciardo. That laugh, no matter what happens, never gets smaller for him. It just never does.
I hope it goes to IndyCar, but that's just another conversation we'll talk about at the moment. It's still, Gazek's racing team now is 2 laps down because of that pit stop that they took. Well, Peter and the 046 racing team is now dropping down to the old P6 position. And that's for the LMPs. What else is focusing obviously in the battle at the moment? That's brewing between the Aston racing team and the Mad SimSport 111 car. That's the one just under a second and change, as you can see. What do you reckon? Mad Sport has been guiding him in. Can you put the sector times up if you don't mind there, please, Mr. Director Dan, so that we can kind of see how much they're gaining and losing? No, pit lane anyway. Forget about that one right now. Oh, you really don't like me showing anything, do you? Sure. Yeah, you did. It's too late now, mate. They just boxed. They just went the pit lane.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, too late. Well, day late, dollar short.
It would have been too late anyway then.
Yeah, exactly.
Do it this way because.
But that's good to show. I know it does cover the car, but it's good to show before when Kebster was here with me. Kebster was sharp on that one. You can see the gain. You want to see how much they're gaining per lap, of course, for the fantastic, lovely audience out there that are watching, like Dennis.
We just had someone do a little drive-through through the pit lane, and it was Astro Racing Agenzia Moderna. I think they've probably hit the incident limit. I think Dan has insight into the team's incident counts.
Yeah, but they're not correct because I had to restart my SDK about 12 million times.
Oh, by the way, yes. I just noticed that before. I'm like, thank you, I didn't update it. Mine's working fine. I didn't have to update it. Hey, you know the rule, mate, my friend. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You didn't need to fix it. It wasn't broken.
There's a reason there's an update. Probably something is broken.
Yeah, but it's like anything, isn't it, with Windows updates and stuff. Wait until you are forced to update. Because if you're not forced to update, keep it. Anyway, there's nothing you can do about it now. We can't turn back time. If we have to turn it back, 10 hours now in 3 minutes.
That's quite a long time. And the drivers probably won't like that.
All right, so now what we're going to do is that we're going to recast this backwards and roll the clock back down. So you ready to go there, Dan? It's like, I can't do that properly.
Yes, for green for the GT3 Pro field.
We're going to rewind all the way to the beginning and then let's
backwards. Speaking backwards, yes, exactly. And on top of it, what we're going to do is actually we're going to throw a car out in the opposite direction. So we're having laps and laps and laps to see if everybody can avoid it. No, we won't. It's serious racing, of course. It has been serious racing for 10 hours of 12 of Monza. And as you can see, a lap down there on board there with Mark, DRL Rotary Industry Red Team.
Why was that L in front of it? The L rotary.
DLR rotary, yeah. I keep wondering why.
But as far
what's
as
rotary
I know,
about an L? Oh, there's no rotary engine.
as far as I understood, it's Dutch league racing.
Oh,
yes,
I'm
that
not
makes sense.
sure. That would make sense.
But guess who but forget the Dutch, because there's a thing called the Aussies, and you're on board right now with Ben. Now, Ben has been racing quite a bit for the 505 endurance team. I think that's his second stint, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ben was racing a little bit earlier. And how are they doing currently at the moment? Well, you know, there's one just about a second and change down the road. Not a second, of course, a minute and change down the road there from Giannis in the TSR racing team. That's the 44 car that's up the road from them. But, you know, the Aussie, mate, spirit, the Aussie pride, you got to get on with it. And, hey, if they don't, $23 million, pay them out, buy them out. That's how much the contract for the 505 endurance.
Now, so they have to get on.
Yeah, come on, guys. Step it up a little bit. They're fine. We'll keep the lap times, if you don't mind showing the sector times up there too, so we can kind of go no. Shows a good exit out of Ascari. See how much they're gaining and losing on the TSR racing team.
It's 1 minute 17. I don't know if the sector times make any sense at the point with 2 hours.
Well,
to
no,
go.
I want to see if they're gaining per sector, my friend.
Okay. Here we go.
Yes. Look at that. And if I'm not mistaken,
They're losing.
they're losing about 2/10 actually per sector. Yeah, you're right. Can you show us? So I'm going to add more stuff for you to do. Can you show us the last pit lap that they did, please? Because I'm curious how the fuel strategy is between them, or tyre strategy. Perfect. Right on cue. There you go. So 339, and that's it. They're right on the same lap that they boxed. So this is it. It's definitely game on between these two gladiators. Oh, sorry, Centaurians. We're in Italy.
I don't think it is. If you look
What?
at the TSR car,
Just set a quick lap.
there it is.
Yeah, they're responding, I guess, at the moment because they've realised that the Australian cast is in here. Biggles. So I'm giving a
They're
little
going to
bit
lap
of a
them.
boost.
We're going to come up to lap them. If we now
They need
do
to use
this,
the windscreen wipers, mate. I saw that. We were debating, Kevin and I, earlier, if you could use windscreen wipers, and they are. You can use them. So there's a little spot on his windscreen he needs to kind of get rid of.
In some cars, you can.
Oh, yeah, the LMPs they can. I saw him move.
Not in all cars, but in some cars you can. It was mainly integrated for the Rally
Hey, the top
Cross
two are
cars.
boxing at the moment. Sorry to cut you off. Top two in the LMPs are in the pit lane together. Maybe buying each other a drink. Look at that. Right there. Now, this is going to be close. Now, you guys know how crucial it is. I've seen a few of these drivers this evening, haven't they? Missed their pit boxes and had to reverse up a little bit. Even crash in the pit lane, I believe, you saw. But how's this
I
going to
haven't
pan
seen
out?
that.
Well, this is on the same lap. 3:56. They're boxing right now. 7 meters separate Tempest Simsport and Loose Screw Racing. How close can you get 10 hours and 7 minutes into a 12-hour race?
Well, it's not gonna be that close anymore.
I think
is
that Loose
crazy.
Screw Racing is going to get out of the pits 15 to 16 seconds ahead of where it's
Absolutely. Can you mind going to the... it doesn't matter right now. Who gets out first? Loose Screw Racing do. Now, Tempest, what are they doing? Are they driver changing? I think that is a
They
driver
have
change.
a penalty.
Oh, they have a penalty. I think you said that before.
No,
You're right. No?
they just got it.
Oh,
What's
for
the
what?
penalty? Tell us about it.
Lies. I am investigating, guys.
Unbelievable. That's going to really hurt them. You think how close that is. And now, of course, those meters are going to extend to 1,000. That's a K now. They should, obviously, they're a lap ahead of Gazek's racing team, so that should
They
still be on the lead
received
lap.
a 30-second stop and hold penalty for an
Oh,
incident
no.
with the Lithium Motorsports 34 car.
Okay.
No.
And
That must
Lithium
have been a bit-
Motorsports. Yep, go ahead. Yeah, there it is. That's
Oh.
like the 30 seconds punishment of your life, isn't it? And look at they come out right next to who? Oh, snuck out another car.
I think the Bazinga Motorsports car. You can take a look at
No.
that by going on board with them.
It's a
Yeah.
TSR racing car.
There we go, the TSR
Yeah.
racing car. This is the car that the 505 Endurance was fighting.
Yeah.
Your team, Biggles.
As well as 04, they were all battling that earlier, mate. When you were, well, you were still around, but when I was casting earlier for Kevin, 04 TSR and 504, if I'm not mistaken, or it could have been Trackside Esports. There was 3 of them trying to go into turn 1 together, and they did it. They did do it. I thought it was almost impossible, but they did. It's like going through the castle section side by side in Baku, but it is possible. Just to show you there's some great driving, apart from the little incident we mentioned earlier about what happened if my 505 Endurance boys and somebody else. But for now, let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the rest of the racing.
Well,
but that has
given...
definitely hurt Tempest, hasn't it? Look at that 47-second gap.
It has. It has given the Loose Screw Racing team a bit of a breather, 47 seconds and a bit more, actually, to spare now. But with 2 hours to go, the exact same could happen to the guys in P1, the Loose Screw Racing team.
Yeah, but I mean, they led almost every single lap in this race, haven't they? And speaking of laps, if you don't mind hitting a little, I'm going to get you to hit a few more little buttons, mate. Because if you can hit that little button that says, let me find it for you. You go down session state and you put up short for the session laps. We can see what lap they're actually on. It'll show next to the timer to the left.
Why do I have that then? Because I do not know that button.
Yep, go all the way down the bottom. You scroll on your SDK and go down to the session state settings and go session laps and hit short. At the moment, it's on none. That will show you the lap that they're on. Right there, perfect. 367 next to the timer. Thank you very much. See Dan? 505 Endurance is in the pit lane.
There we go.
Dan had said before, because I like casting with you sometimes, but sometimes you can get a little annoying. I do. I'm an Australian.
There we go. Now we have even more information.
Yeah. Well, out of 12 hours. I think we need to show the 12 hours, do we? We know it's 12 hours, but that doesn't matter. That's what it is. It's not like it's covering up the cars.
Not at the moment.
They're covering up Apex Tech Racing Supply. And what do they do? Just to shout out, obviously, one of our sponsors.
That's great that you asked that, because what they're doing, you're going to see that right about now.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands, base performance simulator cockpits, VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning.
Well then, back at the Temple of Speed, and you've exactly now seen what ATRS does, and to once again give you a short explanation of that, it basically provides you and helps you to find the exact perfect racing supplies that you need, and it helps you, of course, finding the right ones for you. That is basically very shortly what it does. But of course, you got a bigger explanation just a couple of seconds ago. Biggles, 46 seconds is the gap. They are gaining.
Well,
so not out of this
just
yet.
to go back, obviously, to our fantastic sponsor there. Would that make you go any faster, Dan? If you got all the right rig and equipment from Apex?
They always say, or everyone always says, better equipment doesn't make you faster. I agree, but then what Apex Tech Racing Supplies has said, the right equipment for you does make you faster.
I like it. That is absolutely 100% correct, isn't it? You gotta.
Yeah.
You still have to have the skills and the abilities, but a little bit of equipment is always going to go a long way.
Of course, to be quick, Biggles, I started on a steering wheel without force feedback on it. But we all know to be quick, you do need a little bit of force feedback at least.
Well, mate, I'm on a keyboard, so anything's going to be a plus for me right now. Trackside Esports are in the pit lane at the moment. They're about to be overtaken by Lithium Motorsports, so they're going to be switching through, as you can see. They're boxing on lap 369 at the moment. And I think they were just in the pit lane before at 364. So that's a very short pit stop. Do you think a damage or something? Or a driver swap? Oh, that's
Could
what
also just
happened
be a
there.
drive-through.
Oh, you're right. I'd say so, probably. I mean, our pit lane reporter's here. Can let us know.
Well, Rui Queiroz, that gap has come down from 48 seconds down to 45. So if he would have been closer, I think Rui Queiroz is now also driving with a mentality of, well, if it doesn't work now, it's never going to work.
He's driving like a Rue, mate. It's Rue. Rue Queiroz.
That was a good one.
Yeah, he's going to have to be jumping and hopping like a kangaroo to get it done with. And because they know they're in P2 and they know they had that drive-through, but they know on the top of their minds that they still have about under 2 hours to get done. Plenty of time. Are we going to see any daylight, or is this baby going to end in the dark?
This is going to end in the dark. We begun in daylight, so I don't think it's going to get to daylight again.
Well, let's add 12 hours. Let's not tell them. We'll bring a surprise. Okay, guys, race control has deemed that there'll be another 12 hours left of racing as the overtake done in turn 1.
We can take, actually.
I'm sure I'd be a popular man, wouldn't I, if I was to call that decision?
Oh, you would. With me, definitely. I would love that, but...
Drivers would be like, I need a break.
I would love for a race to be 48 hours long, just the whole weekend.
Well, you could go back to Japan last week for Formula 1 and delay that one for you as long as you like.
No, but then there is no racing action.
That's true. Yeah, bit of water. Mark has crashed somewhere. I don't know if you want to check that one out or not, but I'm trying to see where
Mark.
Yes.
We're going to take a look at that. See if that is actually going to work. I'm first of all going to see if that works. Yes, it does, because
that's
it was
into
not
the fence, mate. Let's have a look. Oh, out of the pit lane. Ooh,
with
out
another
of the
car.
pit lane to turn 1. This could be. Does he stay within the lines? Yes, he does. But it is another Merc down there, so there's GT3 cars coming. So is he just outbraked himself? Let's have a look. Onto the marbles? No. Looks good. I think that might just be a fact that they slow down for the pit lane, mate. It should be all good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, his driver changed too. I think it was Jamie you were showing. That's Jamie you were showing, not Mark, my friend. You hit the wrong one. There you go. Now
Here we go.
Right, this is Mark. That's the LMP.
Mark,
this is the rotary industry. Yeah.
Yeah, the red, but they were
I bet
quite
you
far
they go
down the
straight
order.
on. Go straight on here, I'd imagine. Yeah. Just hit the breaking point, and then that's okay. You're allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that, I think. That's going to
Yeah.
gain him time.
Yeah, there's a reason why those styrofoam boards say go left, go right, go left. And he's like, what? Didn't see that. You can't see it. It's night time.
That lights didn't shine far enough.
Anyway. Stewards notice it, but my friend, stewards notice it. Back to the resuming action, of course, between P1 and P2. 46 seconds change from the Tempest Motorsport Sim Sports. And, mate, the other Tempest team's doing not too bad down in P4 in the GT3 club. They were battling it out earlier. I don't know if when you were just around there, Dan, when you just finished casting, that we actually, believe it or not, we had to focus on 2. We had to focus on that team, the Tempest SimSport team, battling it out for the GT3 lead, I think at the time. And then we had to see the other Tempest racing team, the LMPs, battling it out for, I think that was battle for P2, P3. So I think they're getting a lot of screen time.
Well, I don't know if you know, Pickles, but Tempest Sim Sports LMP2, look at their number, their car number.
Which one? There's 2 of them.
No, there's only one Tempest Sim Sport
number
LMP2
1?
car.
Oh, yeah, number 1.
What does that tell you?
It tells you they just chose the cut and the number before everybody else, and then the first one.
No, that tells you that they were champion last season.
Oh, so that it's like the F1, so they get the Max Verstappen number 1.
Yes, and Tempest Sim Sport in the GT3 were also a very well-known team last season. It was this car.
Oh, so they get the 103. So you start with 100 if you're on the GT3 then?
Yeah.
101 would be the number 1 team, the GT3. Would that be correct?
Yes, the team that is leading right now, the 101.
Yeah, okay.
MLP
What a
Fields
guess.
Academy.
I presume that you add 100 to it. What about the GT3s? Like, there should be 301 would be the one that won last season, right?
No, because we did not have a GT3 AM class last season.
Okay, fair enough. I guessed. I got 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right?
Indeed, you did.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Right.
Looking at this battle, purple sector 4 or purple sector 3 for Diogo de Sousa, and he's
Speaking of
try
tempest,
attack.
right? Here we go. Turn 1. Backs off. Now he's going for it.
Oh, he's already done. It's already done before they get to the apex.
Wow. But there's traffic up the road.
Euromos not putting up a fight, but I don't think that they would have done. Platinum Racing Team Blue though in P5. They were in P4 just a moment ago. But I think just lacking the pace a little bit to get up into those spots. Vincent
also
though.
last pit stops, if you don't mind showing that as well, because maybe they're a little bit different on strategy. Hopefully they're the same laps. It'll make it exciting. But yeah, okay, there it is. So they are definitely struggling. I mean, obviously 308 last pit stop, 327. So Euromust obviously has a little bit more fresh either rubber, boots, and fuel.
I think Euromasters is actually sat or worse out on fuel here.
Really? They boxed on lap 326, and Platinum Racing Team Blue are boxed on lap 308. You think they're...
Yeah. They're going to have a shorter last pit stop, I think, at this point.
And yeah, the GT3s right, can obviously go a lot longer than LMPs and stuff like that. And Crips Racing's boxing at the moment too for the GT3 AMs. How's the GT3 situation going as well too? We won't forget about them.
We're looking at that right now.
Yeah.
But the GT3 AM class is, well, it is almost played out there. If YS Motorsport Europe doesn't do anything stupid, they will take that victory there. Platinum Race Team Red was their only close competitor. They crashed out of the race in the hands of Thijs Merckx. But Thijs Merckx actually was the one who got them into a good position. So I don't think they'll be too mad at Thijs for doing so. Thijs will be mad at himself. I know Thijs. And he will, well, knowing Thijs, he will know very well that he has done something wrong himself, and he will be very mad at himself for that, and knows what to improve for next time. Thijs actually was the one who said, let's try and get our first victory. They were looking very good for that this season. They've been looking very good basically at every track they have gone to.
And who are you talking about at the moment again, just to clarify?
The Platinum Racing Team Red car, not the Platinum Racing Team Blue we're looking at now. That car is actually gaining time on P4.
Yeah, can you show us the red car real quick there? I'm just happy to see them for a second. While you're shouting out, point the cameras at them. We got time at the moment because I don't think this is that close. There they are, right on cue. Look how close they're at the back there of the car in P20. There you go. So, Miles Owens, hello.
Yes.
And by the way, just real curious, as GT3 pit lane there for the Astro Racing team for P2. But how many drivers are there in the teams on average here for the 12-hour racing?
Around about
endurance?
3 or 4.
Okay, it's optional.
I think an average of 3.5. Because
okay, but is it a minimum of 3? Like anybody crazy
enough
to do? No,
it's a minimum of 2.
Okay.
Because it's a team race, and you can decide what you do and what you want.
If you want to, sit for a grueling 4 or so hours inside a car.
Yeah.
By yourself. Yeah. I think they've been doing that actually. I think Ben has been doing that for the 505 Endurance. I mean, I know since I've been casting, he's been in that car quite some many hours. But then again, he's an Australian. I expect nothing less from Thunder from Down Under blokes.
Astro Racing Cellular mode. They've just come out of the pit lane. They're down into P4 now. Temper Simsport back up into P2. We're quickly going to go back because Vincent Ostens was actually gaining time.
I noticed that the chat quiets up too, mate, when I'm in the casting booth. So
yeah, true.
I don't know why. What is happening on that one?
At the beginning, everyone was happy. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. But now no one is in there anymore.
They're like Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Annoyed. Look
at this then.
Yeah.
Into the pit lane, or losing a lot of time there is the Astro Racing Cellular mode. Of course, they just come out of the pit lane. And that has allowed Platinum Race Team Blue to get within 13.5 seconds of them. But we're going to see now Sector 1 will be different for them as well.
And the pit stops, well, Astro Racing Team, of course, they got the fresher tires and stuff like that. 336 lap, the last lap they boxed on were 375. Of course, up the road there, Euromasters is on 326. Interesting. A Tempest Simsport Blue might have to look at boxing soon, mate. 308, as well as Platinum Racing Team you're watching at the moment, 308. So they've done what? Do your math on that? A handful of laps
They're at the moment at lap. The GTs are at the moment at lap 336. So in about 2 laps, we will see them pit.
Yeah, they have to, and that's both of them, of course. Tempest in P2, as well as this team you're watching right now, Platinum.
But Vincent
team.
Awesome's
And speaking of
absolutely
boxing,
wringing the neck of that car because he's been
Bazinga's
quicker
also
than everyone else.
boxed as well too in the LMP2, so we'll see that where they kind of come back out there, because that's Leonard, I think. Zaina is in that one, and keep an eye. Obviously, 046 Racing might very well be getting close to them too. However, we're focusing on this action for now because it's very, very close, of course, between these drivers. This every single person on the GT3 Pro at the moment are on the lead lap. 4 of them, my apologies, because you got the Austrian sim racers. And now we know that some of them have to box. So this is really going to bunch up the GT3 Pro series here on track. You get very, very spicy, mate, friend. Tell you what, you'll need pineapple on your pizza after this.
Oh, no, you don't. You absolutely don't. Bagels, in a moment, I'm going to throw you out of here. Because I'm getting sick of pineapple on pizza.
That's because you never had the right pineapple, my friend. But you're not getting sick of motor racing, are you, here for the VPG Racing 12-hour event?
The VPG race wheels 12 hours a month. You have to sit.
Well, I mean, generally, if it's a race, they have to have wheels, so I presume it'll be the same. There you go. No Limits Racing and SR Technic are boxing. But there's P7, P9. We're expecting... Who are we expecting? I think we're expecting Platinum to come in soon. We're expecting Tempest to come in soon.
So, if I quickly take a look at that, you can take a look at that with me, if you guys want. There we go. Vincent Awesomes I expect in. I expect also in Tempest Sim Sport. And Platinum Racing Team Orange I expect in this lap.
Are you calling it?
Yes.
You saying they're in this lap?
Platinum Racing Team Orange, yes. Right. Platinum Racing Team Blue and Tempest Sim Sport can go a lap.
Okay.
1 lap or 2 laps longer.
So listen to Dan out there. Platinum Racing Team Orange.
There we go.
They're in. You called it. Brilliant job there, Dan. Wow, nothing gets past you, my friend. Sharpest tool in the shed.
I've never heard that one before.
You are. Go back to this battle at the moment up there between PB9 and P10 and the LMPs, mate. It's spicing up. ERL Rotary Team are right on the back. Look at this, how close they are. Just on that main straight there. Got past one of the GTs. This is fired up. Separated by milliseconds into turn 1. Dan, hold your breath. Hold on, mate. Don't close your eyes.
It's going to try and go down the inside of turn 1 to find out that they're Roger. And there is an LMP2 in front of them as well. They're side by side. And I think that is the DLR Rotary car straight on. It's going to have to give up that position, and it does so. That's the decision they had to make. They can now get into the slipstream once again, but I think they're missing this, just the run that they get when they get out of that corner properly.
Where did they pull that one from, mate? I didn't see anything until there must be a pit lane exit come out here. Go through a scurry. Ooh. Full speed, so it's Regatta. That is going to be, and they're not over yet, of course, because you got to get a couple of cars overtaken as you got to go through the first Lesmo and come to the second Lesmo. That's been causing a couple of these drivers. Look at the traffic up the road, mate. Look at the traffic. Where do you go? Middle? Outside? Inside?
Not in the middle. Never in the middle. Oh, that's the question.
Wow. Oh, that's going to catch you off guard a little bit. And that's exactly. I asked that question. Where do you go? And that's the answer we got.
He doesn't know where to go either. The GT3 kind of awkwardly stayed in the middle of the road, and that has lost them heaps and heaps and heaps of time. And that has now allowed the Writer Engineering Esports car to
you
get
give us a chopper cam if you don't mind, please, Dan? Because actually, believe it or not, at night time, the chopper cam's not too bad. It gives you kind of like an idea what's going on. There you go. So not the scenic, the chopper cam.
This is the blimp cam.
No, the chopper. There's a chopper. Not the blimp. Blimp's too far away. Chopper.
That's a good camera.
No, it's too far away. The chopper one shows you a little bit better. If you don't mind. There he is. You can kind of see a little bit up the road and still gives us that great lighting. You can see now up into braking up to turn 1. You might just see right there his target. Up the road there. It's actually 2 LMPs and then there's a GT3. I can't think which one is the LMP he's trying to target down there, which is the, what is that? Realtor? Engineering
the
Esports?
Writer Engineering Esports. You should know that name because they produce real cars.
I don't know, Dan. I'm too busy casting them rather than watching them. I am watching them. Let's have a look. turn 4 coming up. Get through there. You can see it. I'll tell you, the chopper cam's not too bad, mate. That's because I had my Austrian friend in here of Kevin before. He's like, get to the chopper.
Well,
towards nigger puns.
A question to one of our friends in the pit lane at the moment, Joshua. Are there any news on penalties?
No.
I was about to give you a penalty if you couldn't answer that one in time. Really? Just a no? Wow.
Well, Joshua, Biggles, we know Joshua's always straight to the point. He tells you what is on, and
he answers the question like Kimi Räikkönen does.
Oh. He gives you more information than Kimi Räikkönen did. I think Kimi
sure?
Räikkönen.
I mean, he did answer your question with a simple answer. I mean,
that's
no.
because it's late.
You know, I don't want to waste your time. I will just, you know?
We can turn the weather forecast off there. Thank you very much there, Dan. And we're well aware it's nighttime and it's cooler.
What I do want to say here for a second, I'm going to put it up again. 26-degree track temp, and it's almost midnight. The track temp has changed, let me think, 6 degrees from when it was 1 p.m. and the hottest of the day. That's not a lot.
Guess what, Dan? I got a pun for you coming. It's close to midnight. Halloween is lurking around Italy. I can't do the proper thing of Michael Jackson, of course, but Halloween is lurking, isn't it? And it's midnight, so you said close to midnight, so all I had to do was go back to the Halloween song there from Thriller, Michael Jackson. It could be a thriller to the end of this race, couldn't it? Because now we're getting down to an hour and change, and there are battles brewing and what we call stewing their way up here in Fright Night Racing at midnight. I wish I could do those really deep voices, can't you, for Halloween, but I can't. Sorry, Dan. Be one of those puns. There's another one. It's probably reading me now.
After Biggles is done with his puns, we're looking now at Ziegler in P5. He's trying to keep out of the 046 racing car. That is in P6 at the moment. 5.7 seconds is that gap. Actually increasing that gap right now in the Bazinga Motorsports car. The Bazinga Motorsports Dallara LMP2. The LMP2s, excuse me. The LMP2s, says Joshua, are superior to whatever car is on track at the moment. Am I not wrong with that?
I hate the LMP2. It's an absolute abomination of a car. LMP1, mwah. LMP2,
Mwah, mwah, Italia. Give me some Italiana mwah on that one, please.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
Mamma mia. Fun.
Mamma mia. That's the best shot I can give it.
I'm just wondering if our pit lane reporter ever gets excited.
Oh, he does. Did you miss that? You were... Oh no, you were casting at that point, of course, but yeah, he did.
Well, tell me what happened. I want to hear it. You got excited?
Yes, he did. Of course he did. He's not a man of only misery.
No, he's not misery. He's just a man of, you know, keeps his expressions quietly inside, but deep down inside, he's probably like absolutely hyped and excited. And then me, of course, on the other end. You just can't shut me up.
Me neither, man. That's what I said.
That's true.
Joshua and I are the perfect duo because you just can't shut me up, and Joshua's like, okay,
and me and you is too much, isn't it? People go, God damn, somebody shut them up. You need kind of like good cop, bad cop. You need somebody cool, calm, and collective. You need somebody that's overhyped. Remember James Hunt and Murray Walker? That was a perfect scenario, wasn't it? James Hunt was like, "Oh, just call it as it is there, Murray." And then Murray went, "Oh, James Hunt, listen to this race down to turn 1."
I love Murray Walker. I think it's one of my heroes.
Yeah, everybody loves Murray Walker, mate. A man that's been casting that stuff since we were born.
And before. I don't know how old you are, Biggles.
I grew up watching him on television, so I'm a little older, but I get to enjoy the Murrays, that's for sure. And mind you, I'm talking about enjoying Murrays at 2 a.m. in the morning in Australia, because that's when most of the European races were, and most of them were European races, of course, back then. And yeah, I'm thankful to my parents to allow me on a Sunday night Sunday night. Most of the races were in Australia. And my parents are very strict on making sure that I get to bed on time and wake up for school on a school night. When it comes to Formula One, my dad said, all right, I'll allow you to stay up to 2 a.m. or whatever and go to bed straight after. So I appreciate that. Yeah, of course, got Formula One. And I appreciate that today because it's the reason why I love motor racing. But I did, every night of the week and school nights, go to bed early. Of course, you want to be fresh. You don't want to be yawning at school. Maybe it's paid off. Maybe I'm not so good at math and English and things like that, but it is what it is. And boxing for the GT3, so keep an eye on that one. So the Euro Sports is at 2.4K clicks down the road there. Will they jump on the GT3 Pro of the MRP Fields Academy team? That's going to be close.
Car is pitted on the lap I said.
You were very correct on that one, my friend. This is definitely heating up at the moment, isn't it, for the GT3 Pros? I'd imagine we're going to have at least, hopefully, 6 or maybe even 7 cars on the lead lap in the dying hours of this race.
Well, we almost forgot it again, Biggles, but now you can do it because you forgot it when I wasn't here. A race rundown.
I'm not giving you a race run. I just joined.
Tell us what has gone on in P1 or P2.
Joshua?
No,
up to you.
Biggles.
Come on, Joshy.
It's up to you.
No, I want Joshy because I like hearing Josh's voice. It calms me down.
I already did this race and position rundown.
Indeed, he did.
5
do it again?
times. No, 6 times.
Do it again, mate. I want to hear it one more time.
It depends how
I can do
nicely
it.
you ask me.
Well,
no, Dan. I want to hear it from. I need to calm.
do you want to do it, Joshua? Otherwise, I can also.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Whoever.
So, still leading our race here is Loose Screw Racing in the 77, now with a comfortable gap after the penalty for the Tempest Sim Sport LMP1. 53 seconds to gap, so if they keep calm, it should all be good for them. GazX Racing Team, 1 minute 30 behind our leaders. Actually, 1 minute 30 behind P2. It's still going to be interesting seeing how their strategy pans out. DLR Rotary Industry White in P4 with Bazinga Motorsport in P5. For our GT3 Pros, MRP by Fields Academy still leading solidly, followed by Euromaster Esport. Astro Racing Cellular Mode in P3 with Tempest Sim Sport in P4 and Platinum Racing Team Blue rounding out the top 5 for the GT3 Pro class. GT3M YS Motorsports Europe 1 still leading that class with a comfortable 1 minute 30 gap from our pole sitters Grips Racing. Platinum Racing Team Red after their really long pit stop in P3 with Chicane Online Racing Orange in P4. DSA Silver Motorsports in P5. We're gonna mention Trackside Endurance Team Blue because they are the last of the still running GT3Ms.
And that's what I said at the start of this race. They had that incident really early on, but this team are known for trundling along until they're 5 million, 1,000 trillion laps down, and then they will consider stopping.
Well, I hope so, Dan, because you have the word endurance in your team. Now, if you're going to be bold and brave and put the word endurance in your racing team name, well, it goes to show you have to be finishing the race, right? If you want to finish the race first you have to finish. And I love it anyway. Just get it done. And you got to remember, this is helping out your iRacing numbers and, of course, experience. At the moment, they're in the P3 for the LMPs there. So the Gaz X Racing Team are boxing. Will that allow the DLR Rotary Team to perhaps make a little bit of a gain on that one? We shall see, of course. But I have to say, thank you very much for that wonderful, lovely rundown you did there, Joshua.
And out
So
from the
calm.
back, says Marius Janke.
Yes.
So, here we go once again, Joshua, with another race rundown from the bottom. No. I'm just joking, Joshua. Don't worry.
All right, do it upside down in a mirror backwards, and we'll see how you go on that one. Pit lane, watching the endurance team there from trackside. They may gain an extra lap here because it looked like there was a pit stop there earlier. But to give you an indication, of course, the LMPs are still on the lead lap. Blue Screw Racing, Tempest, Sim Sports. Now, they're boxing, and what laps they box. I'll tell you what, Rue in the Tempest thus Racing Sim Sport, I'll get that right. We know exactly who you're talking about. They've been putting in some banker laps too, so they are just trying to squeeze a few seconds out of that 50-second gap, slowly by slowly, because they know now that they're getting close to approaching the 1 hour marker left of the 12-hour endurance race. So it's now time to perform the magic tricks around here as the 046 racing team is going to be boxing from P6, as well as the TR Engineering Esports team in P11 there. Austrian sim racers that Mr. Kevin, I believe, that was from Austria, that was casting with me earlier.
Yes.
He was happy to see that, but I should be happy to see him currently sitting in a nice, comfortable P6 as well. So it's nice for him to come back.
I actually know the Austrian sim races guys, because on Monday we will be back with the W12 series, where a lot of course, that series run by the one and only Mirko Bortolotti. I hope I said
you nailed that one.
Yes.
Keeper, go up at the moment there. So it's a P4 there for the LMPs, because it looks like the roadie industry is putting massive pressure on, unless he's trying to unlap themselves. Are they trying to unlap themselves? The Gazex, they are.
No, they're not. This is a battle for the...
right.
This is the battle for position. And this actually, the Gazex team, while we were talking about that, is the team of Mirko Bortolotti. So...
Oh, how's that for ironic? I knew that was coming, mate. I was preparing you for it.
So the number 63, of course, Mirko's racing number in the DTM this season.
Chopper cam, please. Give us a chopper cam. I want to see this. Like, that pace up there. Chopper cam's quite good. Talk to Arnold Schwarzenegger. There it is. You can see the lighting. You can see all the light on the back of that car there. So Gazex have to do something about it. That's Jean Paul that's driving that car, and they're going to make their way down on turn one. It's too far? No, it's not turn one, of course. Now go through the legendary Ascari right now, yes. Is he lining him up for an overtake in the turn one?
Oh, big snap.
Moment. He is close. He's very close. You don't want to do it here. You want to back off and follow one through. Absolutely, because there it is. Can you go external camera as well, too, because we're going to see him into Ascari, into, of course, sorry, Parabolica.
That's done.
Oh, it is, but they're coming back into turn one. Let's have a look. Gonna get it around the LMP. This is going to be close, side by side. Will they be bold and brave to take it into turn one?
Do they want that? Because they're actually slower.
Ooh, yes, you're right. And we've seen, now he's backed off. See, lifted a little bit there. Elected not to fight this battle right now. Continue it on. He's still got about an hour and change, so no rushing yet.
We know, Biggles, that Gazex Racing Team is saving fuel, so they will have a shorter last pit stop. I think that's what they're playing on.
Okay. All right.
I think that is what that team is playing on. A little bit of an
important thing, isn't it? Is a little bit of fuel there where it has to actually fire up the pistons and turn the crankshafts. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere, are you?
Well, if you have a air-powered car that can run on some kind of air, then you do. But these cars don't.
Is there an air-powered car? I've never heard of an air-powered car before. Unless you got some sort of technology in the Netherlands that we haven't discovered yet.
Well, I've heard from Joshua
car,
earlier.
You mean?
No. I've heard from Joshua earlier that we haven't had the device that teleports things from the fridge to where you are, and for some reason in Germany they have that.
We do, my friend. It's called fiber optics. At the moment, we're communicating over a little tiny beam of light that's flickering at 70,000 flickers per second, and believe it or not, that's working, isn't it? Because we're communicating almost at the speed of light.
Well, it does take a while to get from the Panama where you live to me.
Speed of light's pretty quick, mate. Anybody in the chat, tell me how much the speed of light is?
Indeed. Do we have any viewers that know what the speed of light is?
Approximately 300,000 meters a second.
There you go.
How do you know that?
Because he
I
has
took
photons
my
hitting him every
A-levels in
second.
astrophysics.
There you go. Wow. Dr. Professor Neil deGrasse Joshua is in the house. There, mate. Or should I call you Albert Einstein? Somewhere along the line. Pretty sure you're good at astrophysics. But I tell you what, those photons are hitting all of us at the same time. So, John Paul at the moment has lived to see a bit of a breather, of course, there with the Gazx racing team that mounted the challenge on. Got the job done, moved on. Now, as for the pit stops there, to just clarify there, Mr. Dan, how close are they on that pit stop strategy? Because that's the key. They are a lap down from our racing leaders, and Tempers aren't doing too much about loose screw racing at the moment.
Not at all, but I want to bring you guys here some sad news. I've just got through, and this has nothing to do with this race, but in the world of motorsports, that a man who has provided Max Verstappen his first and second championship, basically, has sadly passed away on us.
Who was that?
Dietrich Mateschitz, the founder of Red Bull,
really
has passed away aged 78.
Oh, the founder of Red Bull's passed away? Oh my God, really?
Yes.
A 78 pit stop at the moment for the rotary team, as well as loose screw. Oh, I didn't realize he even had health issues. He's a very quiet man, isn't he? Very private man.
Yeah,
that is very, very sad news. I mean, look at what Red Bull in general across the planet has brought motorsports, right? And any sports, of course, aircraft, anything sports. That is some of the sad news. I'm a little bit gut-wrenched in the moment. Do we have a moment for silence? Let's do a moment for silence for Dietrich.
Well then, that was our moment of silence for the man who, well, made a big team for Formula One, and not only a big team, just the founder of Red Bull, Mateschitz, who has passed away at age 78. Yeah, the motorsport world will be, what's the word that I'm trying to find now?
Devastated. That's how I feel.
Yeah, me
devastated.
Too. Any words on that, Joshua?
No.
Anyway, he's Austrian as well. So
what do you guys want my opinion on? I'm happy delivering my opinion.
Can you just jump up to wherever he's gone, whether you're religious or not, and just can we get a few more laps, a few more years out of him, perhaps? I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. He's a legacy that would be left behind, no doubt, as you can see the car trying to make their way into Parabolica at the moment you're watching. Well, a little bit of honor. We do have an Austrian racing team. Let's go down and look at the Austrian racing team at the moment. I'm pretty sure they're gut-wrenched as they heard those news, of course, because he is Austrian. There they are at the moment, Austrian sim racers. I'm sure whether or not... Would you tell a driver at the moment, too? This is a good question. I mean, obviously it's the same thing of telling a driver whether or not, you know, something's happened in your family or, you know, I mean, if it's urgent, of course, you would tell them, but say you had a great-great-grandma.
If they're in the car,
you had a grandma that just passed away and you're in a race, would you tell them that?
No. You don't want that driver to be thinking about anything else than driving at that point.
So do you think the Austrian team at the moment, they would be thinking of Pascal at the moment? Pascal Haas could be thinking about, do you want to tell them the fact that, you know, one of the legends of Austrian motorsports and just sports in general, obviously the legend of putting, well, Red Bull on the map of Austria, you wouldn't tell them, would you?
Well, it's different because it's not close to your family, but I think,
well, like
do think Matis was he created a legacy in Austria. The Red Bull Ring, Team Red Bull, just it's almost become a part of your family how big it was in that country. And I do think that no, you do not tell anyone. If drivers that have to get into the car know themselves, maybe that could be an issue, but I don't think it will be. But yeah, I just got the news, and when I read it, well,
how news was that news? Because I'm just 36 minutes ago. Wow.
Yes.
That's news.
That's breaking news.
And he died ahead of obviously the qualifying. I don't know anything about the qualifying Formula 1. Please don't tell me. I'm going to worry about that after because I'm too excited about this 12 hours endurance of Italy. But yeah, I mean it's what it is. But it's just it's sad. He was also a very quiet man. When you look at how many times you actually really did see him down the pit lane in Formula 1. He was there because at the moment Helmut Marko. Every time Helmut Marko was on the telephone, who do you think he was talking to?
Oh yeah,
he was talking to Dietrich every single time almost. Unless it apart from maybe his wife and family, but he was on the phone to him. He's not on the phone to Christian Horner. Christian Horner's down the pit lane. That's who he's talking to. I'm sure that Helmut Marko is going to be like very, very he's going to be the one that's more gutted because they were very, very close friends. They grew up and they did a lot and they grew Red Bull together.
Well, qualifying is, of course, going ahead from the Formula 1 in about 3 minutes' time. We appreciate everyone who stays here with us to watch this 12 hours of Monza, the end. We're coming up to the last hour now. It's just getting away a little bit from all the sad news that happens now and maybe make room for that after this race because we still have an exciting hour and 10 minutes to go here at Monza, and the drivers have delivered today. Have to say that Tempest Simsport almost a lap down on Loose Screw Racing. I think I actually have to take the responsibility of the fact that they got that penalty because moments before that happened, I just remembered. I said that the champions from last season, they keep out of trouble. The less you know, or the more you know. 10 seconds later than the pits with a 30-second stop and go.
Yeah, pit lane. You're down there for the 10-second stop and go. What do you think about that one?
Well,
that was nearly an hour ago, Bigger.
That he's talking about. Oh, now.
Yeah. But I'm saying that because I just remembered that it is my fault that they got that penalty. Because I said they were always keeping out of trouble.
You cursed them. All right. So I'm definitely going to leave the casting box before the team comes down there and throws tomatoes at you, my friend. Get out of there for sure. Get out.
Why stick to tomatoes? I sell eggs.
It's Italy, my friend. You have not aware of that massive tomato tournament they have as well in Italy? I actually, I'm not sure what it's called, but somebody will definitely be out there in the chat. Let me know about that one.
Marius Janke says to drink to him with my monster in hand might be inappropriate, I guess.
Let's do it, bud. Let's just drink. It doesn't matter.
Indeed.
Still...
If we just remind him, that's already a big thing.
Red Bull probably own that company, my friend, so probably still going to be beneficial. I believe that Red Bull's not actually ever not even manufactured in Austria or something like that, but either way, it doesn't matter. Red Bull are not just an energy drink, of course, they're the ones that have been a massive part of sports across the world. That's the key. And on top of it, Red Bull, and I even know personal experience, when my friends were DJs and we were putting on a DJ event one time, Red Bull gave us a couple of $1,000 to put on the event, and we had about 1,000 people, I think, that turned up to the event. It really, really helped. Red Bull have done so much sponsorships, and young drivers across the years, like Max Verstappen and all that, they got through there because of the Red Bull promotions, Red Bull junior teams. They're in any leagues, and we're not just talking about motorsports, we're talking about sports across the globe here.
Sim racing as well.
Sim racing, and not just, as I said, like it was an event. It was a rave event that we put on with DJs and stuff. But they gave us money. They gave us Red Bull drinks for free and everything. Like they so much a part of the community. And it's a very, very sad moment, of course, that the man that was the legacy behind it all has, departed.
Well, I think the only thing that we can say...
With a smile on his face, hopefully. That's
yeah.
for sure.
I think the only thing that we can say, Vincent Awesome's now overtaking the No Limits car. There's not just lapping them. But I think the only thing that we can say and hope is that the attitude that Red Bull had these years, or just ever since it started, won't be changing now that the founder of it is, well, passed away.
Absolutely, and no doubt he has a massive team, and he does have a massive team just in Formula 1 alone. You know, Helmut Marko there, and Christian Horner, and of course, one of the best designers on the planet, Adrian Newey. I mean, it's all hooked up. It's all hooked up for, the future of everything. So, yeah, he's built a legacy, and that legacy is not going to die. One man, but one man will be remembered, no doubt, for creating that legacy. That's what we need to see more on the planet, don't we? We need to see more of that. We need to see more people giving a lot. You could hoard the money, put it in a briefcase, or perhaps he's going to have to lock it in a vault, isn't he? Like
I don't
like
think
a
it all
Scrooge.
fit in the briefcase.
Yeah, like the what is it? The duck's tails or whatever. Is Scrooge just have a big vault, lock all the money, have all the money you have in the world, which you would have. However, he's spent that money, invest that money into sporting around the world to help people, and that's and more. Apparently, I had heard rumors, and I had to this one. I'm sure that'll all come out later on now that he's resting in peace. But he was also a man that didn't like to spend a lot of money. He had a Volvo, and just a regular Volvo, nothing fancy a sports car. I believe I heard a rumor, and this is obviously a rumor, he left a meeting one time because he didn't want to pay an extra $1 or $2 for car parking. So the man was very, very, very cautious with his money. But then he puts so much into all these other sporting events, isn't it? So he wasn't just tight on spending money. He was tight on spending money, I believe, on himself, but not on investing it into what the legacy of racing and sports that we see today.
Well, because at the end of the day, let's just say,
and a quiet man, never up there and talking to everybody about all this sort of stuff. Opposite of me, right? Opposite of me.
Well, because quiet. Our job is to talk, so that's going to be difficult if we don't, is it?
He's more like Joshua. He's a man of many actions and less words, right, Joshua? I'm waiting for this yes or no answer from Joshua.
I think Joshua's fallen asleep.
No. Well, they also say, right, this is a key, and I've learnt this before. It's like, if you have nothing to say, it's better to say nothing at all. Otherwise, you could just be filling. I mean, apart from us as casters, but it's true, right?
Yeah.
You don't step into a conversation and pretend to be an expert at stuff if you have nothing really to be an expert about. Just be quiet. Listen to others. Listening is more of a powerful weapon of your knowledge than talking a lot. That's the problem, obviously, we know with the internet these days, is that everybody wants to be vocal on their opinion, which is fine. But sometimes it's better to sit back and listen to people and acknowledge it rather than try to give you all your inputs unless you are an expert. Mansport, of course, is 17 seconds has changed down there from Astro Racing.
The closest gap on track at the moment.
Yeah.
Actually, the opposite thing of what we thought would have happened has happened. The gaps have widened at the end of the race instead of closed down a little bit.
We were
hoping the last hour yet.
Yeah, it is what it is, but it's very difficult, isn't it, to tell everybody, okay, slow down and let's reduce the gaps between everybody in the last dying stages of the race. But it's also crunch time. It's now, remember, drivers, if you've done your driver exchange, you probably would have done it now. If you haven't, they'll probably do it soon. And fatigue is going to kick in right now, isn't it? Fatigue is going to kick in. You've been grueling it out for these laps. All of a sudden, you start to get a little tired, and it's physically hard, as you know, force feedback and all that. You're in the chair, you're sweating, got an itch, you can't scratch an itch sometimes. You have to hydrate.
That's annoying.
you have to pick up a water bottle and try to swig a few sips of water on the straightaways. But thankfully in Italy, of course, you have about 3 of them. But aside from that, and imagine too on the straightaways, if you are in a GT3 car or whatever, and you have to, like exactly what you're saying, you can't just take your hand off the steering wheel for a second, take a swig, because there's an LMP car going around you. I feel for these drivers, mate. Absolutely legends.
Well, and just this is only 12 hours as well. This is not a 20. Oh, there we saw the windscreen wiper used.
There you go. It works.
But yeah, Joshua said I think earlier it was supposed to be in here for the rally cars, but I think it just does that automatically because I never press a button and sometimes just the windscreen wiper goes off. It's weird.
Could have bumped it, isn't he? Right? It's trying to turn around, and then of course the windscreen wiper is on. I don't know. It's on the steering wheel or not, but it's not on your regular road car. Of course it is, and pretty sure you've done that before, Dan, and other people have, like accidentally bumped the button and your windscreen wipers go off as you're driving in regular dry roads. By the way, I always found it difficult because when I grew up in Australia, my parents had a Volvo car, and believe it or not, it was the opposite side where it had like the actual indicators, turn signals, and the windscreen wiper, opposite side of most of the road cars. And I grew up learning how to drive in Volvo, and when I get into a regular car, I was like, what's this on this side? And I would accidentally hit the windscreen wipers instead of a turn signal. So yeah, it's amazing.
I've never had that. The only thing that I am annoyed about sometimes is the fact that my dad drives into the garage with the windscreen wipers still on. Then the next morning I take the car out of the garage.
Oh, yeah,
the windscreen wipers are fully on,
and you hear this
going crazy.
And it's scraping because it has no friction, like no lubrication per se. It scares the hell out of you, no doubt, when you're driving the car out.
If you get up at 6:30
By the way, it's going to be really
morning,
close at the moment because DR's going to put Zazingas in the pit lane. Yep, so the Radio Industry White have taken that position back, but you're right now, all in the lead lap as well, too, for the LMPs. Interesting, but go ahead, Dan, about your, and guess what, speaking of the devil there, Madsport, go in. But, well, yes, Dan.
Just imagine getting up at 6:30 in the morning.
I haven't done that in about 100 years, but yeah.
Having to go to school, being dead from the day before, and then you're kind of half sleeping when you get into the car, and then all of a sudden, the windscreen wipers start screaming at you.
They go,
let me tell you.
You all know it's a dry.
You wake up at that point.
Yes.
You're getting woken up.
Dan, how much experience have you had? Because, I mean, I'm living in the Americas at the moment, and I'm from Australia, because we use the left-hand side, or right-hand. I can't remember where you're driving the car. It's the, let me think, right-hand side, okay. And then you go to the left-hand side. By the way, I still do it to this very day. Every time I go into a car, I hop in the wrong side. I still have muscle memory. Have you driven on different sides of the road with the different cars before?
No. I know one thing. Shifting with my left hand, I am never going to get used to that.
Yeah, and I'm multi, so I can use left and right. Like I bat left, I right, like sports and stuff, no problems. But people do, it's difficult, isn't it? So you have your shifter on your left or your right. Like,
you have to think about more things than only just driving the car.
Yeah, you do.
You guys have issues. I never had that issue.
You haven't? Have you done on both sides as well? I mean, Europe, remember, unless you go into, the UK, generally, it's always going to be on the majority side of the world, which is the left.
Yeah, but it isn't really different.
No, but some people, you got to remember, if you've been driving for years, and all of a sudden you're like, where's the shifter? Oh, it's here instead of here. And you got to remember, these cars are always left-hand drive, right? I mean, LMPs are left-hand side. We got all the cars left-hand side.
A Bentley
I mean, they were mainly right-hand side because of Le Mans, but
really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, most of the prototypes back in the day were right-hand drive because in Le Mans the pit lane was on the right side of the track, so it was easier to get in and out.
I did not know that.
That's why the old Porsches all have the weird gear shift assembly, because they put the gear shifts to the right of the driver in like the door sill. So that the drivers don't have to learn how to shift.
Now, I have looked this up as in what started the reason as to why like the UK went to the right-hand side. And Japan as well. Remember, Japan is really one of the other major countries that actually have elected to go that. And of course, Australia and the other colonies of Australia have copied the UK. The United States, of course, didn't, but they went to what Europe mainly is. To start it all off, it is a very interesting situation. I have to review it. I've watched a few little documentaries and I haven't really read books about it, but and maybe somebody in the chat will know. Patrick was asking how is the DCW doing at the moment there. Dan?
Go to the DCW, the Dog Cat Wine Racing. They're in P13. Still going strong, but still a lap behind the Writer Engineering East. Yeah.
And go back to that. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much for that. And they're okay. They're a lap down, and Digital Spirit DS Racing and Boxing behind them. So comfortable positions with now about an hour to go in the race. And look at that. There's the race leader just passing this Sim Sport team right there.
That has made his last pit stop.
Yeah, and that is the Loose Screw Racing on their way to win some pineapple on the pizza or not here in Italia. You know, Dan's going to kill me about that one, but Japan, I believe, the reason why they did the left and right hand side of the drive is you could remember too that, obviously World War II and all that sort of jazz, and the Americans came in and rebuilt the country after sorting the World War II problems out. But the Japanese, they actually, I think it came down to a samurai thing when you have to walk to the left of somebody on the street. I don't know, something like that. So that's why they chose that. As for the UK, I can't remember again. Anyway, it's irrelevant right now. What is relevant is that we do have 2 of the LMP2 cars on 5 actually of the LMP cars on the lead lap, if I'm not mistaken, Dan.
No, you're wrong with that.
I'm totally wrong on that one, my apologies.
We have 1 car on the lead lap, and that is Rui Queiroz and...
Oh, Tempest wants to get past here! Nowhere to go!
It's going to lose them time behind the PSA
follow through a
car.
scurry. Yep. That's the Kiwis, of course. Well, at least the Kiwi advertising on the back of the wing there. For the first Lesmo. No, it's not. Yeah, second Lesmo. Don't be bold and brave right now. When you're done, it doesn't change. You don't want to see the fence this late. Now, DRS not activated, of course, but make your way down the straight and can they get a battle before they get into a scurry? You better believe they are. Dan, go external camera. I want to see if there's going to be anything happening here right now.
They're paused.
Yep. Okay. Scurry. Done. Safe. You want to finish the race right now. Everybody, you want to finish the race, guys. Come on. You have to finish it. You can't do 11 hours and end in a silly mistake right now.
You can't. A team that has been gaining slowly but surely, and I think way too slowly to, gain anything in these last few hours or minutes that we're now down to
50
of this race.
And by the way, Patrick, thank you very much. Cheers for you for watching, mate. And I appreciate any drivers out there that want to, viewers, out there, or drivers, of course, you might still be drivers in the teams. If you want us, Dan, to give you a bit of a highlight of the team that you're supporting or a part of, just shout out, just ask Dan. Dan's a nice guy, mate. He doesn't bite too much.
Am I?
Bit me a few times, but he won't bite you. That's what your girlfriend told me, mate. Anyway.
Just make sure people aren't going to be scared of us.
No, but I want, people, we're following races, there's action happening, but not a lot all the time. We're happy to show the cars. Go to at the moment, Stefan in P30, my friend. In P29, he's challenging with, that's the Platinum Racing Team versus the Manti. Here we go, this is heating up. Unless I'm mistaken, unless they're just overtaking a lapped car.
Not a battle in class, but a battle for position overall.
Okay, it's a battle. It's something to highlight. It's amazing how the GTs Pros and the GT3s are very switched up, aren't they? In the position.
Now they are. At the beginning of the race, they weren't. But now with some retirements and everything coming into play, it's they're quite they're all throughout each other.
Yeah, and now you get a little run down there. You follow, don't you? Follow. And this is the thing. You go, why don't you go out and overtake? You don't realize we don't see the mirrors, of course, as spectators. But he knows there's LMP cars coming. He's going for it right now. Last late break is in the turn one. brake. You actually hit that stop pedal, and you're like, please stop, car, please stop, and it does. And you also don't want to burn through your brakes. You also don't want to lock up. That was a pretty well executed turn 1 and turn 2, I'd have to say.
I agree with that. Amazing. He's finally passed the Platinum Racing Team Red BMW, and they're now going to try and follow along because that car is still in P3 overall in that class. So even though it isn't their maiden win yet, they're still picking up some good points compared to their championship rivals.
And I want to ask you guys as well too. Well, I have Joshua and you, Dan. You are race drivers once again. I'm just a car star. I have no idea. I can't drive these cars. I've never driven a lap in my life of bike racing. However, I was mentioning earlier to Kevin, guys. I mean, is it harder to be in a GT car than it is in a LMP? No, I'm not talking about the cars themselves to drive. I'm talking about as a GT car being lapped all the time by the LMPs. Is it harder to be looking in the mirrors and moving out of the way for these faster cars coming through whilst you're trying to race your race in your GT class? Not than being an LMP.
Depends on the IQ of the LMPs and GT3s it has to match. If you have GT3s and LMP2s that know what they're doing, it goes very smoothly for both sides. But as soon as one party starts to not cooperate.
For you, but as a driver, I mean, just compare it. So you're saying it's cooperation, but at the end of the day, the LMP cars only have to overtake, all right? They never have to lift and coast unless you don't even have to lift and coast anyway, because if you were in the same class, if a leader's going to overtake you, you don't have to lift and let it pass. There's no blue flags on that one to be lapped. But as a GT class, of course, you have to at some point allow them through. It's got to be harder, isn't it? I mean, you're looking forwards and backwards. LMPs are only looking forwards, looking backwards.
I mean, you have your delta, you know where you are on the track, and...
How do you focus on your braking point knowing you have to go off the racing line sometimes, or you stay on the racing line and then all of a sudden you're slowing up a car behind you, they flash your lights, they're annoyed at you,
That's
not moving out of the way.
Issue.
Yeah, but you're still feeling the pressure,
If they cannot
aren't you?
get past in a good spot, then they have to wait. That's the rules.
Dan, about you?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Dan gets way too excited, you know? He gets nervous and then he starts breathing rapidly.
But this happens. We all know in the real life racing. I mean, we know Le Mans. We've seen all these endurance races before. Generally, 99.9% of the crashes that are involved are always between an LMP car and a GT3 car because didn't time it right. That's it. Just didn't time it right. So,
well, at real life Le Mans, a lot of crashes are just cars themselves. Going into gravel or just going off at Indianapolis or Nage. Just easy corners to go off yourself. And if there is an incident between two cars, it's usually, yes, between an LMP and the GT.
And what's been amazing so far, and I've casted a few, you've been casting the majority of this one too, Dan, if not casting, it takes him straight out of Parabolica. Job done for Oliver, the Bazinga Motorsport. But, you know, I have to say, I mean, in casting this, as well as casting other endurance races before in the past, whatever they're doing here at Platinum Racing League has been absolutely fantastic, mate, because if I'm looking at the, FIA race control information that's coming in, I'm barely getting accidents. Barely. We have a ton of drivers, so 34 drivers, we start at 41, but even so with the 41 at the start, I'm not seeing crashes, accidents. People are doing a very good driving here, mate. Very good driving. What are you breeding these people in this league? What are you feeding them?
Osmotics.
All right, that's what it is, isn't it?
He's done a tremendous job, and of course, we're going to say it at the end as well, but without these beautiful people in the stewards booth, and without G Biggles, without Joshua, without Kevin, we wouldn't have been able to set up such an event as this. So yeah, a big thank you to all of them, and a big thank you to the drivers of all. Of course, we know that at some points, as you see the guys that's racing the car, see them coming through. We know that at some points the standards of racing for some teams have been not up to spec. I think the well, maybe intentional wrecking that we saw of the 505 is going to be looked at. Of course, we hope that it wasn't intentional, because it's something we do
That
not
was
strive
kind of the
towards.
only real kind of one that really look at, isn't it? Most of them are just been simple, you know, if gap car race. Turn 1, obviously, a lot of incidents, but that's normal. I mean, the best drivers in the world, Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, can't make it through turn 1, so you don't expect esports races to be at that level, but they've even probably performed better. I think Milo might have had a bit of a crash. Milo, speed on
no.
somewhere. Hopefully not, but we'll maybe check that one out. I don't know. But yeah, overall, absolutely fantastic. Let's find out what happened to Milo, Lithium Motorsports, and they are battling, remember, for the 505 endurance team just up the road. What's happened here? Turn 1. Can he get it braking time? This might be the case. Is he going to go straight on? Yes. Okay. Makes sense.
And he does it the right way.
Yeah, go around them. It's amazing. I don't know who the stewards are that go out and replace those styrofoam boards, but congratulations to them. And you know what? That's the best way to do it, mate. Otherwise, what's going to happen? You're going to hit the brakes, you're going to slide, and perhaps he could even get destroyed by those other GT cars that were going into the corner. Not at this late of the race, mate. With about 40 minutes to go, yeah, you don't worth it. You don't risk anything like that. Your teammates have put so much effort in, haven't they? Hours and hours and hours of driving. You don't let them down, or the team.
Well, this is the closest battle we are watching on track at the moment, and that is 11th second. The Miles Owen Splatter Racing Team Red Car hasn't been a battle. That is just the Manager Racing Black Car extending that lead. This lead has stayed quite the same between P4 and P3, Euromos Esports and Tempest Simsport. Euromos Esports themselves, though, 10.1 seconds behind the Astro Racing Cellular Motors. We look now on board with Euromasters. You might say, well, we're still looking at the same. No, it's not. It's just the same car. And from the inside, here at night at Monza, the cars do look quite similar.
Yeah, no, it's very, very difficult. That's why we do a lot of the onboard cameras that you're doing, because trust me, if you do the external cameras, all you see is headlights, brake lights, and cars zooming around corners.
Here we go.
Like that, see? Barely see delivery, but you will see them take them down to turn 1. Hard on the brakes. Get it done. Delivered. Yep. Stay behind. Make sure you get the exit speed. Get on the power, and you will safe through turn 1 and 2. And that's, trust me, safe through Retafetto is a nice one you'll have in your resume. Yeah, and do it for 407 lap better. Now, to this battle, Loose Screw Racing and Tempest Sim Sports.
Is that
P1,
still a
P2.
battle?
Not a battle, 51 seconds and change, but now it's crunch time, 40 minutes. Now, can we look at the laps they've boxed together? I'm curious about that one. Is there going to be a pit stop advantage for them? Can they run them to the end or not?
No.
Let's have a look. So 388, 388. They're on the same lap they boxed last.
Because we saw them come in together.
I can't remember back that far, mate. There is 34 cars on the track. But anyway, what do you think? And I'm going to bring it to Joshua, because Joshua's just cool, calm, and collected. Joshua, you're in the pit lane, strategy-wise. What can Tempest Simsport Racing do right now to reduce that 50-second gap?
Finishing the race is going to be the biggest factor.
They want to win it. Not just finish it, they want to win. How do you win?
They can't win.
GazX is going in behind them. What do you mean they can't win? Why not? Why can't they win? It's impossible right now for them to win.
That's an early pit stop for GazX, though.
No? Drive through?
No, that's a...
No, they can make it to the end. They can make it to the end.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're gonna
so
come
cool,
out
calm,
at
collective.
like
Yeah.
23,
Hey,
24.
when Joshua says they can, they can.
That's gonna be... They've been doing 40-minute stints for the entire race. I'm sure that they can do it.
Tempest
holds
up
Simsport,
now, Joshua.
Unless something like happens to Loose Screw Racing.
No, go off your... Okay, fair enough. Somebody throw a poll up at the moment.
I don't curse anyone.
Throw a poll up if somebody has in the powers that be
Oh,
there
as
in the
for
YouTube.
racing Agenzia Moderna. With the good old... What was it? The good old spin.
It's plenty of
That could have
spins.
been
Oh,
bad
yeah,
for
P2 in the
Tempest
pro class
Racing.
at the moment.
Now, just curious to everybody this evening, because Loose Screw Racing Team have been doing a fantastic job there for the Portuguese and Spanish team members. And hang on one second. I did have to sneeze. And also, you got to remember, Rue and the Tempest Racing Spin as well, too. So it's Portuguese and Spanish. Second sneeze. Speaking of the second team, thank you very much. And so at the moment, has anybody... Now, I've seen Tempest made some errors earlier in the racing that I was following, but has Loose Screw Racing made any errors at all during this whole fantastic 11 hours and 20 minutes? Has anybody noticed? Because I haven't actually... Never spotted any major incidents or mistakes.
No, from Loose Screw Racing there wasn't. At the beginning of the race, they had a little bit of a rough start, but that was all, I think, just...
I can't remember anything right now.
That's got to be pretty impressive. You've got to understand, they are the fastest car on the track generally most of the time. They're a 52-second gap. And you got to remember, apart from that, they've been lapping, I don't know, and we'd lose count of how many cars they've lapped, obviously, overall. I think all the cars in the field. And you got to be navigating their way through all the cars in the field over and over again. And there's been some heavy traffic a few hours ago. I remember when I was casting with Kevin, it was like there was 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. It was like an Italian motorway trying to head into Monza for a Formula 1 weekend. It was mad. And they navigated every single time, cool, calm, and collected. Look at the way Hugo's driving this car. It's like a Sunday drive. On a Saturday now, depending on where you are in the world, but look at the way it takes scurry. In and out, done. The car is beautiful, the drivers are amazing, and Loose Screw Racing definitely have tightened any screws that they can possibly in this car. 77 car on for a victory, no doubt. But it ain't over. They still have to hold off for about another 40 minutes. And I'd stop the Tempest right now to try something amazing to get the job done to win it.
It's going to be in the hands of the Loose Screw Racing car. 51 seconds is the gap at the moment, and that gap doesn't seem to go anywhere at the moment, and I think it would be well deserved if Loose Screw Racing wins this one.
You imagine the pressure obviously is on. See, he backed off big time. Clever. See that? Now he knows he's going to lose time, but he's like, he knows, all right, I think this is probably the reason why Loose Screw Racing has been doing such a great job. I think they're not risking silly moves. He could have easily tried to go up the inside right there, right, through Ascara, obviously, Parabolica, and Barretto, that the corner's called now as well. But decided, hey, we have a bit of a gap. Look at this too. No way he's going to even challenge the Astro Racing team here into turn 1, because that would just be madness, isn't it? It's game over. Decides to elect it, get on the power there, out of go to Curva Grande, know that your car's got so much more pace. And still, mind you, while all that happened, gap still remains at 51 seconds to P2.
Yeah, that's it. It's just consistency is what these drivers are known for at this point. Look at the battle though at the front of the field. Something has happened here. Maybe a pit stop, but the gap at the front of the AM field, 4.2 seconds. It is Jure Sokaj in that car. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, I think that's one for our pit lane reporter on that one, because don't give me European names to pronounce.
Tell us, Joshua, how do we pronounce that name?
Joshua, come on, help us out here, mate.
What country is he from?
Doesn't show you the country, it just says European flag, mate, so I guess somewhere in Europe.
Wait, let's have a look at his entry. Central Eastern Europe.
Hey, no, you don't get no excuses. Just guess off the bat there. Just pronounce it that way. So fuck, I would imagine Czech Republic, somewhere around there.
I don't know. Czech names or Czech, Polish, any around.
Hey, you guys live in Europe, okay? You have a little bit of an
weird.
advantage over me. I'll give you the Americas names, but Thomas Fisher is had a little bit of one there, but I said Thomas Fisher is. Where's Thomas Fisher?
I mean, my immediate guess would be Urusojak.
Alright.
But that would
Stick
be
with
weird with the K.
Hey, Loose Screw
but
Racing's
it sounds
boxing.
okay.
Loose Screw Racing is boxing as well as the rotor industry. So, what about that team behind the Tempest? They're going to get the overtake done. But look at those pit stops. 388, 411. Yes, exactly. We know Tempest Simsport have to box. I thought you said at the moment there, mate. I thought you said they didn't have to box anymore.
It'll be close though with Tempest Simsport. They're not going to get the overtake done, I think. Tempest Simsport themselves in the pit lane as well.
Oh, yeah, true. 300 meters. Look at this. They got it. I mean, they've Loose Screws Racing's cleared. But that's because Tempest has come in as well. This will be the last pit stop, I would imagine, right, guys? I don't think they're going to have to box one more time now.
No, that's the last pit stop. Yes, indeed.
No driver changes. So that should be an easy, 30 or so seconds in pit lane overall. Quite sure.
Actually, I just noticed, I do think the GazX team actually is close. Because my in-game race timer is obviously also counting the formation lap.
So they're not a lap down? Are they on a little lap then?
No, I mean with having to pit another time.
I told you.
Okay.
But DLR is heading into Curva Grande right now with them in Parabolica, so if they make it quick, they are fine.
All right.
They are, yes.
And it's gonna be really quick.
What about Bazinga, man? 395 laps? They had to box, right? Last lap they boxed was 395. I'm saying we're 412. And we still have 30 minutes of racing to go.
I have a feeling.
Yeah.
As we go back now.
Tempest has gained a little bit, remember? They got that down, so it's 48. They gained a little bit. It's hovering around the 50, but they gained, and hey, a big gain right now this late in a race is gaining. Like that any day of the week. You can see right now Loose Screw Racing is getting the power down and actually going to increase that to about 50s, give or take. But once again, as we all know, when it comes to motor racing, we're watching this battle course between P12 and P11, further back in the fields for the LMPs. But we all know traffic is the key, isn't it? Navigating the traffic. Well, Loose Screw Racing have been doing it brilliantly, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for them. But let's have a look anyway, as we're watching the 78 car there make their way down the main straight to start there, lap 413, give or take a few laps down, but still, turn one, got the braking point, turn in, left, right, left, of course, on the power, oversteer moment, rear slips, but we're out of the fence, and that's important.
Yeah, 33 minutes to go now, yes, 33 and a bit to spare, and the gap between them, only 1 second between Ryder and Esports and DLR Rotary Industry Red. So
just to go back to the pit lane there at the moment, will this be the last pit stop? Is that the last pit stop for Loose Screw Racing and Tempest Simsport? Or not?
For Tempest Simsport and Loose Screw Racing it is, yes.
Yeah?
It should be.
I was asking the pit lane reporter, not you, Dan. Flashing! Get out of my way, he says. I'm fighting the car in P11. But he got to lift off through a scurry. That's going to cost him a little bit of time because he has to sit there and watch the eye liveries and then get an exit out of here, bang on the power, and that's cost him what? About a tenth at least. It's all about the traffic.
The gap is now, so it cost him 1.2 seconds basically there.
Oh, it's all about timing, isn't it? It's so difficult because you can't exactly go on the phone there and say, okay, GT3 car, can you just slow down a little bit before you approach the corner? I mean, no, it's not like that. This is the great thing about classing racing and endurance. It wins sometimes, you lose sometimes.
Exactly. Very well said, Pickles.
Loose Screw Racing, mate. Loose Screw Racing have been doing it brilliantly. I don't know. We saw it before we went on board with them earlier. We don't have to go on board with them now, but they have done that perfectly. You saw they lifted off the right moments and overtaken in the other moments. I think that's the key to endurance racing. Even the hot tub bots out there are agreeing with me right now. And of course, don't follow any of the hot tub bots. Who the hell follows hot tub bots? It's all spam. But you're getting spammed by hot tub bobs, you know it's heating up in Italy.
It is. Amazing. Well, Biggles, 2 seconds this gap is now. We had his chance within that second, got blown by a GT car. And from the field, the gap is down to 47 seconds, but not coming down quick enough at all. to put pressure on the loose screw racing car. I think that number 77 is now just cruising to the victory.
505 is going to the pit lane, mate.
Happening.
505 is going to the pit lane, so are they going to be able to gain something? Oh, now let's maybe get a lap down on this one. Look at this stretch away. Traffic, of course. Make your way down into Parabolica for another way around Italy. As the 505 Endurance team are in the pit lane, so they will get that lap back. But this battle's still resuming, of course, because you can see they're going to the pit lane. So here it is. So the 78 car is going to go, thank you very much. Bang. One down. 505 Endurance gained a lap on them. And look how close this is going to heat up at the moment there between the LMP Gladiators and aka Centaurians in the Temple of Speed.
What a track this is, Biggles, isn't it? To drive on. You've been here all week. With almost every broadcast you've done, you've been here in Italy. Aren't you just fed up with it yet?
No. This is my favorite Italian track. Now, I'm not a real fan, of course, of San Marino and Imola as much as I am of this one. But one thing I do like about Imola, of course, is it has the elevation changes. This, unfortunately, is a flat.
Look at traffic.
He has to hold off at the first Lesmo. Get on the power now. That's very clever. It's frustrating, but it's clever. Because once again, you're an endurance race. You've got 30 minutes to go. You do not want to be throwing anything away right now. But yes, going back to that, Imola, of course, is just a different ball game, isn't it? It has elevation changes. So this is a flat track. But as a fan of motorsports, to anybody, I believe, that ever races any game, any class of cars, if you, even as a kid, one of the favorite tracks I would do is this track, Monza, because it's easier per se. It's easier not to lose the car in tricky corners than it is in other cars. It's a mastermind to, well, it's a track to mastermind about speed. However, it's one that's fun for everybody to jump in a car and drive, because it's not tricky like other tracks like Silverstone, Brands Hatch, and all the other tracks that are around the world. This one's pretty easy, just 11 or so corners, and you know where the braking points are. And it's fun. This is one of the best tracks you can ever get into if you ever want to race in iRacing or any motorsports. Always choose Monza as one of the first tracks to drive. Always. You'll have a lot of fun with it. You won't be in the fence. But then, as you get more advanced, you'll go to the other tracks. And always come back to Monza to manage the speed as you get more experience. But it is fun. It's a beginner's track, and it's an expert's track at the same time. You don't want to go into Brands Hatch and
oh no, difficult, very difficult.
How many difficult tracks do you guys know that are on the calendar around the world? That just, I mean, Silverstone is a lot more difficult to get right than this track. I mean, for cornering, that is. It's my perspective as a rookie racer, or a novice racer more than anything. I mean, my favorite track in the UK would be Brands Hatch. My favorite track in Italy, no doubt without a fact, would be Monza. But don't take that away, obviously, from Imola, because Imola is just a different ball game, different mastermind to challenge.
Agree with that.
Elevations, remember, elevations.
Big old.
You don't have them here; they're flat.
I'm gonna get emotional in a second. We're into the last half an hour of this 12 hours of Monza. 417 laps have been turned by our lead LMP2. What a race it has been. And only half an hour now. Now only half an hour to go of this amazing racing. And man, would have loved to see a little bit more of it. And I think everyone else in the chat is with me on that as well.
You can watch it back, mate. It's there.
Yeah, but now I know how everything goes, and then it's boring to watch it back. You don't want to know what is going to happen.
You didn't know what happened before when you were taking a break when I was casting with the massive action I was carrying? Oh, okay, fair enough. You've been here for the whole 12 hours then, almost.
Yeah.
All right, so over to you, Joshua. Now, your perspective there of the Monza track that we're talking about, real quick. Well, there's not. There is action, of course, that we're watching, but Mark at the moment is a little bit further back on this one, watching maximum. But if you go back to the 22 car that's behind this car, We're only about 20 seconds and change behind them, which is another great battle. But yeah, over to you, Joshua, the man of a lot of words. How do you find Monza?
Brake, turn, throttle.
It's so cool. Calm as words. Brake, turn, throttle. What, 11 times? Or how many times would you brake, turn, throttle?
Depends how long you want your race to go for. Technically, you can do only one throttle.
You can get through turn 1 if you want. All right, if you had to pick between Imola and Monza, which would you choose?
Imola.
Okay.
Because in Imola, there's one corner where I consistently beat a teammate of mine.
Up? Oh, I was going to say...
Accomandali.
Up. Okay.
I was losing. It was really funny. I was losing 2 seconds a lap, but in one corner I was 300ths of a second faster, and I'm still nagging about it to him to this day.
So that's going to continue for years and years and years. You're going to be like in a retirement home, and you're going to be basically racing each other in wheelchairs into that
It's
turn.
turn 8. In 20 years, I'm gonna come. Remember turn 8 in Imola.
20 years, mate. It's 2022, mate. It's probably about 80 years from now. We're going to live a lot longer, but yeah. I'm sure you're going to be battling each other down the hallway of the retirement home into pit lanes. Bazinga is right now in the pit lane. That means that the Rotor Industry team will go and gain that position. And they lapped a lot later, so 4:09. I'd have to presume there will be a switcheroo between P4 and P5 a minute. Maybe. Should there be enough time? Go to Bazinga if you don't mind there, El Capitan. The rotary team, you're right. Yeah, go. Where's the rotary team? Go approaching Parabolica.
No, it's not going to be close at all. It's not going to be.
Yeah, you're going to zooming past in about a second now.
No, they're not going to go zooming past.
Oh, no, it's 5. Go to D. Go to the P5. Because they're going to be approaching at high speed, but...
They're not close.
Yeah, but they have 4 seconds to change down the road. That's a little bit of a motivation boost at least, you have to know. That's close.
I
close
think
enough.
the Rotor Industry wide are just on the cusp of making it. I think Kazakh Racing Team has to stop for a splash and dash, but I think the Rotor Industry wide are just on the cusp of making it. And that gap now down to 3.4 seconds.
Joshua, will they have to splash and dash? They're up to 4:09. We're 4:19. That's only 10 laps away that they did box. Can they make it? I know that Joshua's crushing numbers
It was a
right
very
now.
short stop, so probably splash and dash just to make it to the end.
But nobody else has to, right?
Probably.
Zynga doesn't have to splash and dash, do they?
I mean, they just did it.
Yeah, okay, so that means the rotary has to. What about the teams up the road? We know GasX will probably have to splash and dash for sure, but they're a lap up.
They're a lap behind Tempest Simsport. And Bazinga Motorsports is a minute behind that. So if they do it quickly, like Josh just said, they're good.
Yeah. Now, 44 seconds now, Tempest and Loose Screw, so they're keeping them honest. But are they keeping them honest enough is going to be the key.
So on the bottom, you can see the sector chimes. At the moment, gaining in Sector 1, of course, because he came out of the pit lane. Gaining in Sector 2, gaining in Sector 4 as well. Losing in Sector 3 a little bit to Connor in P4.
Are they lifting and coasting?
5 again.
Are they lifting and coasting? That's the thing. Can you go on cockpit view for a second? I want to see the steering wheel and see if they are. I mean, you guys would know as drivers, not. Yeah, if they are like just a little bit easy on the gas pedal there, they're trying to coast it. Can they coast it to the end? I don't know. I'm talking about the rotary team, my friend, not the Bazinga.
We were on board with them the whole time.
Yeah, but I cockpit view. This is not cockpit view. This is the other one. That's cockpit view. See the steering wheel. I want to see the revs. I want to see, are they upshifting a little earlier? You guys would know this as race drivers. Are they going to fuel serve to go to the end, or they have to do the splash and dash?
They're going to be good. Depending on when the last lap falls, they're going to be good. So this could be a tricky one, but I think they're fuel saving to some extent.
Well, we'll find out. Why would they use the drift right now? Won't challenge into a scurry. Back off here. Drop it down to third, maybe through here. Yes, does it. Now, use the toe. He won't go up the power. Yep, he is shifting early, so he's burning. We'll see if he lifts off at the moment and doesn't decide. I wouldn't elect for an overtake. Yeah, I would like to sit back. Yep, see? Perfect. On cue. Elected to stay behind. That's micro grams of fuel saved here when you need it.
Yeah, now he's going to be in the slipstream, and now he's going to get past, I think, before they get into turn 1.
He's going to lift. That's fuel saving, maybe. We'll see.
He doesn't have to do it that much, I think.
Yeah. Heavy braking now. Make it stick. Turn in. Allows the space to remote. The car might be to your left. Gets it done. All right. Now you got no toe, so let's keep on board. But let's find out how do you fuel save at the moment too if you have nobody to follow.
Clutching in. You can see the rest on the steering wheel.
You tell me. You
You
guys are race
Off
drivers.
the throttle, and because no throttle, no boom in engine, and no boom means no fuel.
Oh no,
There
they're
you
letting them
go.
back past.
Let him through.
They're going to have
That
to
wasn't
save
a legal
fuel.
overtake, was it?
I have
No,
a
that's
feeling
fuel
they're going to have
saving.
to save fuel.
Yes, it is fuel saving for sure. There's no way you let him through like that. He needs to tow. I was surprised why he tried to take him in the turn.
A slowdown?
Well,
Maybe.
it wasn't an illegal overtake as far as I saw. I mean, it looked pretty legit.
Oh,
He allowed
slowdown on the
space.
inside of the first part of the Rettifilio.
It's cost him a few seconds, but it's 4.6 at the moment, remember, as you can see on that timing table. But remember, they've elapsed on 409 lap, 422. We still have 20 minutes to go, so that's a lot of stretch of fuel to do. But maybe they can make it work, because they know at the moment, if they box 046 Racing and maybe even TSR Racing may overtake them. So that is interesting. But then again, those other cars behind them are also stretching on their fuels. It's a fuel management race right now. I'd sit back. Don't try the overtake. Sit back. He does it.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Clutches in.
Yep. See,
Grips
out
racing
there,
though.
boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, this is not only a matter of being as quick as you possibly can, it's also a matter of being as smart as you possibly can with your motor vehicle, because we all have the same amount of fuel.
I don't know if this is normal what we're seeing here, Biggles, but look at the dash of this Crips Racing Mercedes. Pressure oil low.
Ooh. What does that mean?
That
I mean,
doesn't
obviously,
mean
your
anything
oil's
because
low,
we are in
or
a
what?
spectator mode, so the dash always goes to the default state.
Yes. Just teasing us.
Argument disproven.
Okay, thank you.
It's true. That's the reason why we don't have these mirrors and all sorts of jazz like that. I mean, it's fair because you got to remember the other teams and their engineers are probably watching the stream, even though it's still a little bit delayed, but they'll still be able to report that information back to the other team. So if we did show that information, that would kind of be spoiling the party, wouldn't it?
Into the pits though goes the YS Motorsport 01 car for their last pit stop. Or maybe a drive-through. I have a feeling it's a drive-through because they already made their last pit stop.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, there might be a few words out there, but are they going to go straight through? Yes, they will. Look at that, not even pulling in. It's painful, but it is what it is. At least you're going to have to sit there and say, look, okay, guys, YS Motorsports, we're still in this, all right? We're P2 in our class, and, hey, we've survived 11 hours and 42 minutes. There are a few crashes at the moment you might want to check out there, El Capitan, because I think Kiko Santos has had a little bit of a moment. Right on, yeah, this is also another one.
It's not working fine.
Yuri.
I'm not going to show this replay.
He had hit play on that one, but let's see, he dropped that. This is a crucial battle, of course, with Crips Racing. So
Yeah.
Yurik had crashed there. Oh, Ben's crashed as well too. So there's some other actions happening. I'm looking at the Ben that's crashed. Where's Ben crashed? Oh, Ben doesn't have to go to that one. 505 endurance cars had a moment. Let's have a look.
That we can take a look on. I
Hit the play button and go to the external camera
There
if
we
you don't
go.
mind. That's turn one. He's gone straight through, I bet you. That'd be going straight through here. Couldn't hit the braking point. Yes. No!
Let's spin.
That's not where you want to be, and hopefully he's not in the way. That's right on the racing line. Oh, you are so lucky that there was no cars flying through that a million miles an hour as they eventually made their way. Oh, He's lived to see another day, mate. That's easily how quickly your race could end in a heartbeat. Yeah, another car coming around turn 1 and hit you on the side pod at, give or take, what, 30, 60 kilometers an hour to turn 1? Lucky, lucky, lucky.
Well then, Jure Sokac is the one who we're looking with now. The gap, 1 minute and 55 seconds to the Chris Racing car.
Ooh,
Joshua, that car is up into the pole position or the victory position in the AM class right now. It hasn't been there for quite a long while. What happened exactly?
We've had some few more crashes, my friend. Peter's involved. Oliver's involved. The one that is a multi-car incident. We'll see that in a second. Something's going on there. And this is crucial because maybe this is a turn 1 incident because I'm seeing a couple of cars here. Somebody running off track. Let's have a look. By himself. This is Peter.
Oh, the YS Motorsport.
Oh, this is very crucial because they're running in the chat. Oh, there's a hit. Remember, that's the 04 racing team.
That's crucial.
Yes, it is crucial. Did they sustain any damage? Did they get a hit at hard? If you go on board and check the steering out, that's always a good indication. Of course, go in the cockpit and have a look at the steering. Is it turning in the right direction? Is it cooperating? How's the car feeling? Looks okay. Just obviously the tires are a little bit warm to that, but I don't know. Through the first Lesmo, it looks okay. Pride
it looks like the steering is a little bit bent.
All right, you're true, actually. Wait for the straightaways. Yep, that's bent a little bit. I don't know, it's hard to see.
Oh, that's bent.
Wait till he gets out of Ascari.
That's bent, that's bent. That's left-hand side down.
Is it?
Yeah. Just a little bit, just a degree or 10 maybe, maximum.
It's manageable, bud, isn't it? You can't box. Here we go, main straightaway here. Well,
left-hand side down, as you can see.
It's left, yep. And he's not gaining as well on that car ahead, which I believe is a car that should be essentially slower. So, yeah, not going to go on the pit lane, but they do go on the pit lane right here. Actually, they've elected to take those repairs. So, that's going to drop them quite a bit at the moment, and actually put them into the clutches of the 505 endurance team for the Aussies.
All for a 6th in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you just watched it on the replay. They elected that repair needed to be done.
Maybe a meatball. That could be the case if your suspension is broken. That could be a meatball flag.
And 505 should get him. 505 should get him further back in P8. But look at this battle you mentioned. Further up the road.
2.3 seconds is the gap between DLR Rotary Industry Wide and Bazinga Motorsport just a little bit further up the road. They themselves have a second gap to Gazette Racing Team, who we think are going to have to pit once again for a little splash and dash.
Yeah, actually, I do think that 505 might not be able to get him. Look at this. Look at this. You're going to go on the inside there. Switch away back to look at the slipstream. Gain. Is it going to be too much? You're not going to be able to take it into turn 1. I would imagine not, because certainly with a GT3 car approaching at high speeds.
This is the
you're not going to gamble
racing.
here.
This is not the car that he's fighting. That's gone through the chicane there. The Bazinga Motorsports car, the car that was caught up in that incident.
Exit.
Does that car have damage
on
the steering wheel? Doesn't look like it.
Can you show us a helicopter chopper cam if you don't mind there? Because I get a little bit more of an angle on. Go back to the obviously the 23 car and have a look. You should be able to see from the helicopter camera if you go to the 23 car. You should be able to see him just up the road there now, soon, just on the top of your pictures. That's how close it's going to be coming soon. Remember, we are getting down to about 10 minutes, about 12 minutes left of this race. 12 to go, as in minutes. Monitos.
Not hours anymore.
Oh. You got to give it everything now. Snooze, you lose.
And trust me, he is. The gap 1.9 seconds, 1.8, coming down about half a second almost into the Ascari braking zone.
Yeah, let's go on board. Let's watch cockpit view to see what they're going to be doing. Are they going to be using everything they can? Remember, we don't know if they have enough gasoline in this car. They boxed on lap 409. We're on 427. We're expecting about, what, 4:35 to 4:36 to end the race. You could see their opponent just there at a parabolica. Are they lifting?
I think
Joshua.
they will be clutching into the chicane.
Can you go cockpit view if you don't mind? Because we can see the steering wheel a little bit better. The steering wheel, unfortunately, in this mode is covered by the telemetry. There you go, perfect, right on cue. Do that. Now there's traffic, so it might help him.
They did not clutch in. There's traffic up in front of them for the Bazinga Motorsports car. 1.5 seconds is the gap, and with 10 seconds to go, this is big. This is for P4 in this class.
Yeah, we gotta get a nice.
We know 12 hours.
Curve
that
up.
is where the big points are dealt out.
Yeah, and there's traffic up the road as well too, but I don't think that's actually traffic. Use the actual windscreen wiper to get rid of a little bit of dust because he wants to focus right now. And he's gained a little bit of time. Go through the Lesmos. Crucial time, crucial racing, especially with 10 minutes to go on an endurance race of 12 hours, and it comes down to seconds between them. Seconds.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds is the gap. I think that's the Tempest Sims Sport LMP2 car in between that. No, that is the 046 actually. Who's in between that? Oh, that's big. That's
Yeah.
a little bit too much of the curve.
He saved it. It'll cost him a few, and you don't want to be costing too much at the moment when you're that close. Well, Joshua, from the pit lane reporting, what's going on? Can they make it to the end?
Let's hope he didn't get floor damage.
I have absolutely no idea.
Get a toe out of Parabolica, yes. Still kind of maintaining the gap, but that jump cost him a little bit, didn't it? We don't know about the damage as well, but the steering looks okay. It's pointing in the right direction, 6th gear. He's got to have to prey on traffic, right, to really gain an advantage here. That was an early break as well. I think he did that deliberately so he didn't have to approach the 122 car, right? Coming out of turn 2. Maybe clever.
Yeah. Gap has gone up to 2.1 seconds again.
9 minutes. 9 minutes.
This is the closest battle we have on track. There isn't any battle closer than this. Not at all. The closest gap after this is 28 seconds.
And running on vapors, as you can see. Also, you have to look at the GazX Racing Tent. They've been even running older than this. They are a lap, of course, down from our leaders, but these guys are on the same lap, I believe. So if GazX Racing Team right now in 63 car box, this will get very, very close, but it couldn't get as much close as a rodeo industry team at the moment is on the back of Bazinga Motorsports, 69 car up the road. Just seeing go through the Ascari complex now. And it's clean air. I didn't know about lap cars coming up soon at the moment, but you gotta get the power down. Yeah, but can they put the gas pedal down maximum? Or do they have to look at that little fuel indicator on your gas tank? We've all driven cars before, haven't we? It's like when you're running the gas tank and that little lever is going empty stage and you're kind of just sitting back and crossing your fingers and going, please give me a couple more laps. Running on vapors at this point.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy with that, I think, if they run out of fuel. But hey, it's the risk they took, and at the end of the day, they have the gap down to TSR.
Yeah, they'll back off big time. I think they're going for it right now, burning what they can, and then at some point soon, in the next couple of minutes, they're going to decide whether or not they can actually challenge the Bazinga Motorsport team, or they'll just lift and coast it for the rest, because TSR Racing Team down the road have a gap too, about 2 minutes and change. So they will be able to lift and coast, like just basically just herd that car home if you have to. Get out there and push it across the line if you have to. But I think they're giving no, they've backed off a little bit. So it's 2.3 now, mate. I think that's it. I think they might have actually backed off. I think their chance of taking that is done and dusted now, because this is definitely maybe fuel conserving mode now.
Yeah, 2.4 seconds. Well, we never know what's going to happen. Traffic might play into their hands and slow down the Bazinga Motorsports car a bit. That could also still be the case.
Well, remember, they have to get the car across the line, don't they? Because they might be running on vapors. But then again, how's the GazX Racing Team? Can you go to them for a second in the cockpit? Because I'm curious to know the 63 car running in P3. Are they lifting and coasting because they had got to be running on vapors as well. They boxed earlier, this team. Let's have a look. Now, they have a margin gap there, but they also make sure they get their car across the road, across the line, and through Ascari, fighting it, but P4, I'm getting up the shifts there. Are they really maximizing the revs? On 6th gear, they are. See that coast here?
They are.
Absolute coast. Yep, you can see it. So now they're just playing the long game, and they have to because there's only 6 left of the long.
Not too much left of the lap here.
Now, how stressful is it in these dying stages of the race? Because, you know, hey, I've only got a couple more corners to go, a couple more laps. 11 corners multiplied by 3 or 4. It's over. Well, you make a mistake right now, it could all be over.
What I don't understand is why they don't just pit for 2 or 3 laps of fuel. They have 57-second gap, so...
But what are they going to gain if they do? That's the thing. You can't get any overtakes. Not enough time.
I mean, it's just being safe.
Oh, you mean if they're really worried about... Yeah, I would imagine soon somebody may very well box for that.
Worried about it. I know that a lot of these teams are doing the clutching to save fuel. And it's actually, in my opinion, I don't know, I wouldn't do it. It's quite dangerous.
As long as you don't shift down before you
well, you have to have your team right now spotting, right? Your team has to be well of your fuel situation. We don't know. They've got to be well aware that you have to have your spotters, you have engineers, you got to... Okay, we are dangerously low. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see a splash and dash in the next lap or so. They are that dangerously close. If they're not going to lose the position.
Then they should have done it a long time ago, because this fuel saving is costing a lot of time. So
true, but you can see it right now. Classic 101 right there.
They
Look
would
at that.
have done it a long time ago.
Interesting.
Well, mate, if you go on 11 hours and 56 minutes into a 12-hour race at this point, you just want to see the car across the line, don't you?
Indeed,
you have to now. Okay, so just to elaborate, because I think that's it for the situation. So we know the LMPs, how they panned out.
It's not Biggles. Look at the gap.
Oh,
1.3 seconds.
You are correct. But has he got the gasoline to get it done? Let's find out. We're on board. We can see the cockpit. Has he saved enough just to burn a little bit now, towards the end? Hunting. There is the car. Look at the car at the road. That car is the one he wants. Right there. The green car, the green machine. You can see it go through Parabolica, go through Alborato, and every possible moment of this opportunity to get a P4 results is here. Because you have now almost just a couple of laps and about 3 minutes to go. And he wants to give it everything. Now he can't short shift. Now he can't save fuel. You got to burn everything. Look at this. And they're going to be approaching a car into turn 1. This could get spicy.
Now is the time where the backmarkers have to watch out. The backmarkers have to cooperate here. They have to look at the relative and see that there's a big battle going on now for P4 overall in this race. The DLR Rotary Industry Ride car, who got a 30-second stop and go earlier into the race, and now right behind the Pacifica Motorsports car. Just imagine that. They could have been in P3 if that didn't happen. Oh, big snap! Big
That's
snap!
cost him about 3 tenths, 4 tenths at least. You got to keep moving, but you're committed now.
It's vital that he keeps within that slipstream range, otherwise he's going to lose on the straights to him.
I guess it's boxing at the road, so they may very well on their way to get that position. Don't worry about that right now. Rotary has to be focused on their race. They have to be focusing on P4. Do they want a P4? Well,
I don't think they're getting gas X. I don't think they're getting gas X. And Joshua, what did I say? The stop and go was going to be inevitable, I think, for the 406 lap boxers.
Get a good exit out of Scurry right now. This could be an opportunity into turn 1. He's really
He is overdriving the car now.
But he's got the speed, but he's still for second down. Now it's all about Alborato. It's all about Curva Parabolica.
Last lap, I think.
Yep. Go back to that battle, please, if you don't mind. Because it's super close coming out of here. This could be the last time you're ever going to see these two battling. Go back to, here it is. Opportunity in turn 1. This is going to be bold and brave, and I bet you he's going to send. I bet you he's going to try to send it here.
He's gaining
Yeah.
down into turn 1.
It's a set, and there's
Can
that
he
car
send
in the
it?
distance.
Gonna have to go
Oh,
around the
where did he
outside. That's the
go?
wrong side. Because his LMP shows his nose up in there. His nose against the rear bumper of that Basinga Motorsports LMP2. Now into the Variante
Oh.
de la Roja. Can he do it there then? Up the inside. Of course the Basinga Motorsports car is going to block that. Of course he is. Around the
Oh,
outside,
no,
he's going
there's
to box
traffic.
him in. And that is very smart and driven there by the Basinga Motorsports
He's
car.
going for it.
He's going
It's a
for it
set
down
in
the
the
inside.
sky.
The last lap of this race probably.
Oh.
Can he make it? He had to cut across the chicane. That's going to give him probably slowdown.
Yeah, you might have to go to Loose Goose Racing because they're going to be finishing this one in a second. We'll go back and look at the highlights, no doubt. It's exciting. You don't want to take it away from Loose Goose Racing, but this is it. Is absolutely it at the moment. You can see this. He's running out of time. He's running absolutely out of time. You can't do a parabolic magic run like now. No way. Ascari, I mean. It's Ascari. I'll go home. Here it is.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but I think this is going to be the final lap. They're going to go for one other lap, so they will have one other shot.
Get back to that battle then. Thank you very much, Loose Goose Racing. Maybe you slow down a little bit to see this one. Go on board, please, if you can there. The 23 car. I want to see on board his camera in his cockpit, and his heart rate is through the absolute roof because he knows he's running out of time. No, that's the 23 car behind if you can. There it is. Look at this. Opportunity into turn 1. Maybe the last time ever.
Going down to turn 1. It's pushed onto the grass. Down the inside. It's going to hit that the GT. There was contact. That GT is going to go wide. This is why I was a chopper cam. This is why it gave us
go back
so
to chopper
much
cam. It's
overview.
fine.
They're side by side still. But now it's the DLR Road Industry white car ahead of the Basinga Motorsports. That is going to now tow up the back of that car, trying to go down the inside of the second chicane. Is that going to now send it? The room is there. He's going to have to go around the outside. It's bumper to bumper. And once again, the Basinga Motorsports car has to go straight on.
Yep.
And he's not going to give this one up without a fight. He's going to have a slowdown. But he's going to try and go down the inside once again with the DLR Road Industry white car. That's never going to work here. And I think, Biggles, this might be position settled.
I think so at the moment. He gave it everything. They gave it everything. What an amazing overtake there from the Road Industry car there. Giving everything on the dying laps. And thankfully, that's because Loose Goose Racing actually bought them, purchased some time, didn't they, for one more lap. But hey, it ain't over because they got a couple of GT cars.
Who has the better exit is the question. Basinga Motorsports is in the toe.
Oh,
it's going to try it down.
Finish.
Guy's going to have
How are they going to get around the GT car? How are they going to get around here? Oh, no.
Touch. Can the dealer only white keep it up the inside? No, he can't. Basinga Motorsports is passed. Once again, it's going to be a run down to the line. Who was the better exit?
Could be a photo finish.
Loose Goose Racing is already finished.
He gets it. Gets it.
Oh, what a battle that was. Loose Goose Racing is our victors in the LMP2 class. And it's going to be Tempest Simsport PEC coming through there as well. If we look in the GT3 Pro class, Alberto Casapo has driven well in that MRP Byfields Academy car. Finishing second is the Tempest Simsport LMP2 in the LMP2 class. But MRP is going to come through to win in the GT3 Pro class ahead of European or ahead of the Euromasters Esports in the GT3 Ando. Crips Racing, the team that started on pole position, were nowhere to be seen for the first 11 hours. But in the last hour, they came through and they take victory in the GT3 YAM class. They were nowhere to be seen, were they, Joshua, at the beginning? Also coming through now in third, that fuel-saving strategy has worked for them. GasAx Racing Team gonna come through to finish third in the LMP2 class. What a drive from them, fuel-saving, saving the world, as you say then. But yeah, what a drive from them that has been. What a race that was, guys.
I want to hear Joshua. Come on, Joshua. What do you want to say about that one?
I think the DLR white car could have had it if he would have played the Ascari better, but close racing in the end. A bit dirty, but
show us the Loose Goose Racing for a second while you continue on that one. I want to see if there's some burnouts or whatever. They did it. They delivered it. We didn't catch their action, of course, crossing the line, but hey, they delivered everything they needed to deliver. Here it
we
is
go.
right
This
now.
is the moment.
Let's watch it.
Oh. Here we go. Across the line. This is the moment. Loose Screw Racing, where they took victory.
77 on top of Monza. And absolutely excited and ecstatic, as you would absolutely be, because they've dominated this. They've done everything they need to do. They gained 12 positions to win this race. The 77 car, Portuguese, and the Spanish are back and delivering everything
Here's
they
this
need to
battle, racing across the line. Well, you could argue here that Bazinga cut the second chicane. And they did not give up time.
But when it comes down to crossing the line by milliseconds in a 12-hour endurance race, how close could you possibly get? You do it for another 12 hours and they'll still be the same.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, we're going to go back to live pictures. And we do have the result for you for the race, from the race. Loose Screw Racing are victors in the LMP2 field after 12 grueling hours on Monza. It's Loose Screw Racing. Just for a second, because there are so many donuts at the moment. We're going to quickly take a look at this. There we are. Have we just been thrown out of the session?
It's all been black at the moment of that burnouts that they did. But yeah, go back to obviously the results there that you're showing. It would be fantastic. Here, Loose Screws, I think we can see Loose Screws. It's dark. There it is. There's action happening. And why not celebrate, guys? You've done 12 hours of Monza in absolutely pace in the temple speed. There's the results again.
There we go. Loose Screw Racing finishing in P1 in the number 77, and Tempest Sim Sport in P2. Two Portuguese teams at the top two. Only 38 seconds at the last, or at the line in between them. Gazak's team LMP2. They finish in third. Bazinga Motorsport in 4. DLR Roadie Industry Wide in P5. TSR Racing in P6. P7 for 046. For 046 Racing, as we hear a blown engine in the background. 505 Endurance comes through in P8. Lithium Motorsports P9. P10 for Trackside Esports Endurance. LMP2 Rider Engineering in P11. P12 for DCW Racing. DLR Roadie Industry Red in P13. And Digital Spirit DS Racing coming through in P14. Then our victors in the GT3 Pro Class. MRP Fields Academies are champions from last season coming through victorious once again here at Monza. Euromasters Esports in P16, 17 Tempest Simsport, 18 Platinum Racing League or Platinum Racing Team Blue, Astral Racing Cellular Mode in P19, 20th Austin Sim Racing Cyan, No Limits Racing in P21, Platinum Racing Team Orange in P22, SR Technic in P23, then Crips Racing in P24, YS Motorsports 01 in P25. Crips Racing, of course, winning in the AM class. YS Motorsports 01 in second. Kane Online Racing Red in 26th, 27th. Astro Racing Agenza Moderna. Mad Sim Sports 111 in P28. P29 for Platinum Racing Team Red. Third in the GT3 AM class. Manatee Racing Black in P30. P31 for Tempest Sim Sport. 32nd for Chicane Online Racing Red Orange. Silver Motorsports in P33, and I said Chicane Online Racing Red Orange. It's Chicane Online Racing Orange, not Chicane Online Racing Red Orange. So I have to bet on myself there. Chicane Online Racing Orange in P32. P34 for Trackside Esports Endurance Blue. Octopus Racing Team in P35. Then we get down to the teams who didn't finish, and that is ATRS Esports in P13. Trackside Esports Endurance Orange in P37. P38 for 046 Racing GT3. Austin Sim Racers Orange in P39. P40 for Octopus Racing Team Black. R4O Orange in P41. DLR Rotary Industry in P42. Then P43 for MV Skin Lab DS Racing. P44 for Octopus Racing Team LMP2. AVL Race Tech Sim Racing Team in P45. Writer Racing in P46. Bottom Split Heroes in P47. And P48 for the Platinum Racing Team LMP2. Then we move on to P49. PGZ Motorsports retiring out of the lead in the GT3 Pro Class very early on in this race. Manatee Racing Yellow in P50. P51 for the BWT Motorsports car. P52 for the Verve Racing Team Black. Austin Sim Races Yellow in P53 and P54 Team Marcus Pets. I think that's a team that didn't race at all.
I think you
Or
got through
signed
that
up
brilliantly there, Dan. And guess what? We have to definitely hear, and we have to definitely hear from the loose screw racing team that were not loose at all. Tight, and tighten their way on Monza. And we have to hear from Hugo, I believe, that's waiting right now. Hugo, congratulations, 77 car, mate. You've won Monza. How does that feel?
We won Monza. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, very very happy. It was I was not expecting to have this effort for a 12-hour race because it was always pushing, trying to manage, of course, the fuel that we had to do in order to make it to the end. But it was always pushing until the end, until the penalty that the other Portuguese team got. But I mean, my whole body is aching right now, so I need to rest.
I don't know how to say gracias or grazia in Portuguese, but either way you did it. And by the way, just to elaborate, because 12 hours was a lot, and of course the camera wasn't focused on you the whole time because you guys were just making your way past everybody in the field. Any moments that caught you guys off? Any we did not catch on the stream?
Well, I mean, we
Any
had a
fence
couple
moments, spin moments, anything like that?
No. I had some issues, especially on my second stint. I always had some issues trying to brake to the chicanes because I don't know why.
And real quick there, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. You said is your teammates want to come and join us as well to chat? Because I mean, obviously they're a part of the team.
You already left.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Anyway, but you're saying we as in who is your teammate?
Ricardo Ferreira.
Okay, all right, thank you, and continue, mate. Sorry, I want to acknowledge.
No, I was saying that I had some braking issues, not regarding the pedals that I have, but the consistency that I was having was not good enough, so I have to work on that. But I mean, very happy for Ricardo because, I mean, Ricardo did not practice that much, and having to spend like the whole Saturday here with me, I know at least it means a lot to me. So thank you, Ricardo. Thank you guys for broadcasting this and the organization for putting up this amazing event. And I'm looking forward to the next round. Hopefully we will have a good fight again.
You guys just kind of like when you gained 12 positions, of course, from the initial start. But once you got up there, that was it. It was like you left everybody fine. You were. I mean, obviously there was the Tempest Racing team. There was GazX. There was, I believe, 04 Racing and Endurance that were even on the lead lap as well, too, with you guys for many, many, many hours per se. And somehow you just still managed to maintain the gap there. And on top of it, I'm going to ask you a question: how many cars did you overtake during the race? Remember?
No idea. No
Of course
idea.
not. You overtaken everybody. Was that one of the most difficult things? As you know, leading a race, knowing that you got to keep that massive gap that you kept all the time, lap times consecutively, and then manage to avoid all the GT cars over and over again.
Once we have like a huge gap, like the one that we had, like after, like when we were having 2 stints till the end, we had like 1 minute. So it's pretty easy to manage the pace because you have to lose like more than 1 second per lap. And I know I mean, we have the pace in order to not to lose that on average race pace. So, I mean, it's fairly easy, and it's also easier not doing mistakes by having to manage this gap, and not pushing the overtakes on GTs because you have a very good margin to manage. I think it's actually difficult when you are trying to catch the leader because you have to take some risks in order to overtake guys, not to lose time, trying to catch up to the guys in front. So it's once you have like 30 or 40 seconds, like the gap that we had, I think it was easier.
I think you answered that question brilliantly, Hugo. Absolutely, because when we were on board with you during the 12-hour stream, it seemed like you guys weren't ready. We saw a lot of drivers, like obviously you go into Parabolica, okay, and I saw you guys lift and just follow cars through. I've seen you guys not to decide to go side by side through people through turn 1 and all the other opportunities. You just kind of just bite your time and played the endurance game brilliantly. And I think that's a little message you have to send out to the rest of the teams. Don't risk it for the biscuit in an endurance race, and it paid off brilliantly for you. That's my last question to you. Congratulations, number 77 car there. Loose Screw Racing, Italiana is yours, my friend. Over to the other casters to give you some questions.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye bye.
And you're staying here. Dan's going to ask you questions as well as
sorry,
Joshua.
sorry.
That's
Well,
okay. My questions are over. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, Hugo, I'm not gonna bother you with any further questions. Joshua, if you have any questions, you can ask them to Hugo. But I think Biggles has almost asked everything.
Yeah, let me just say this because I'm not I mean, I don't want to be understood like an example, neither Ricardo, in the terms that we approach the race and we approach the GTs trying to overtake. But have in mind that sometimes, well, giving a little gap to the guys actually pays up. So I don't want to teach anyone because we have some very fast guys and very knowledgeable guys racing in this series, but well, you can consider this as an advice for the coming races. So
thank you, and very
hopefully-
admirable of you because that's very like selfishness, whatever it's called anyway. But
that word,
you
Biggles.
guys done that brilliantly. I'm going to ask more questions because I'm just enjoying your motor racing 101, and I'll answer in a final question. And mind you, I mean, by the way, are you Portuguese or Spanish? And your flags are both on that one.
We are both
Portugal?
Portuguese. And by the way,
Portuguese,
we
okay.
have just to mess with the other guys. We have 45 and 41 years old. So
Wow.
we are not kids.
Yeah, you know, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, guess what? The old dog has taught the young guns new tricks. There you go, mate. Hey, mate, I've been around as long as you have as well, so don't worry. I'm an old dog. And I'll ask question, and I want to ask this question and mute it for the Italian audiences. Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Oh no, Biggles, get out of here.
No.
I don't. I
Hugo,
don't like pineapple on pizza.
All right. You
can arrest him
thank
if
you
you
very
want,
much.
Hugo.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Congratulations, mate.
see
You
you
and
guys
your
later.
teammate, of course, of Ricardo, have done it. You've done it.
Yeah.
And you
very
get to
happy.
leave Italy as well, too, because you don't like pineapple, so that on your pizza, that's fine.
Well,
right.
thank you guys. And
wait, Joshua, one question. Joshua's
Another one?
No, I have no questions. Just want to say good job.
Thank you,
Ask
Joshua.
Hugo a question. All right, that's fine.
Hugo,
Let you go.
Congrats on the victory here in Monza in Italy, the Temple of Speed. And yeah, thanks for taking the time to hop into the broadcast.
Pleasure. See you guys on the next round. Bye bye.
See you. Well, then it's going to be time for us now to round it off. Biggles, Joshua, Kevin, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you all for helping us here in the commentary booth. All of you who have watched and who have been with us through this whole race, thank you
12
all
hours,
for
man.
watching.
Yep.
12 hours was a
By the way,
long
what's
old
next,
day.
real quick there, Dan? What's next? What's the big event coming up soon?
The big event coming up soon. You really want to know that? That is the
Of
6
course I
hours
do.
of the Nürburgring. The 19th of November. Then we move to the 4 hours of Fuji, the 17th of December, and then the 14th of January in 2023 we move to the 10 hours of Road America, and then PEC will be done again.
And Dan, I'm only seeing 7 likes. I just hit number 1 for 8. So if you guys did not enjoy this, please give us a like. I mean, Dan's put so much into this. So has Joshua. So has all the racing drivers. A few likes our way will give us a big smile. Put it this way, Dan's smile would be more than Dan and Ricardo, wouldn't it, Dan?
At this point, yes. With how this stream has gone, and therefore I have to say a big thank you to Audi Guesses for, of course, leading us. His PC, man, has that helped us out a lot. It was a new system to get used to, but yeah, it has helped us certainly a lot. So a big thank you to him. It's finally run correctly, and we all loved it. I think here, finally having the stream run perfectly fine. Of course, we had some issues with the replay, but that's going to be sorted out for the next time we get here, because this is all, of course, us trying out some new things, because this has worked absolutely fine. Once again, Biggles, Joshua, Kevin, all thanks for being here with me and yeah, putting up with my annoying voice. Of course, the stewards also thank you for all leading this into good ways. Without them, we wouldn't have had such a great event. All the stewards and all the marshals around the track, thank you to them. And yeah, it's been amazing. To all of you watching, next time out, we will be back with the Nürburgring, the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Until then, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Apex Tech Racing Supply is your go-to source for the finest sim racing hardware on the internet. Visit apextechracing.supply for all your professional grade sim racing gear. Race with the same equipment our pro drivers use to win. Pro Sim Rig aluminium race rigs and monitor stands. Base performance simulator cockpits. VPG and precision sim engineering racing wheels. The best tools so you can win on the track. apextechracing.supply. Sim racing products for the discerning.